Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending tonight's board meeting of September 3rd, 2024. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Patrick, will you lead us?
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you could all remain standing, I'd like to have a moment of silence tonight remembering Hersh Goldberg, Poland, and the other 5 hostages executed by Hamas this past weekend. And I also want to say a special prayer for the Murphy family in remembrance of Sean Murphy, who was a brother of Councilman Pat Murphy and former Senator Terrence Murphy, who passed away this Sunday. Good man, and God look over him, please. Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Introductions. We'll start on my far right with you, David.
Good evening, David Chen, sitting in for the town attorney.
Susan Siegel, councilwoman.
Patrick Murphy, councilman.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Deputy Supervisor Sergio Esposito.
Councilwoman Luciana Howard.
Good evening, Diana Quast, town clerk.
Maura Weisletter, deputy town clerk.
All right, and we'll go into reports to the town. Not a lot for the end of August, although we did have 3 weeks of Straight Lions concerts, which was nice. The last concert, our Veterans Memorial Concert, we had Alyssa Martin doing a 1940s style show, which was amazing. A wonderful voice. And then, of course, we had a nice country band there. Thank you for those of you who came out this year to enjoy. We had our second try for National Night Out with the police, and the weather cooperated. So we had a great showing for that down at the Cappellini Center field, right over there. On the 29th, really, really well attended. And if you don't think our police are part of the community, you really need to come to that, because we had to have 45 officers there, at least, maybe 47 if we count our 2 canines that were there as well. But a great showing, and we really appreciate the job our police do in our town, and the fact that they are so community-based is amazing. And then I also want to send special thanks to our sewer department and also our highway, where they lent us someone for a vac truck. We did have a pump station issue over the weekend. A couple of the guys spent their Sunday night and Monday morning taking care of pumping out one of our pits, and they were had a deal with me, but you know what, it was great to see them at work, and they took care of a problem that they thought might be a multi-day issue within pretty much 18 hours. So thank you guys for the hard work and for giving up your weekend time. We have a few things coming up. We have the 100th Grange Fair, which will be September 6th through the 8th, and there'll be an opening at ceremony, 4:30 p.m. on Friday. On the 15th, there's an Oktoberfest with the Sons of the American Legion. I believe that's running 12 to 5, and that'll be at the American Legion Post 1009. We have the Feast of San Gennaro coming on September 18th through the 22nd. On the 20th, there's going to be a ribbon cutting at the library. For those of you not gone there, they've done a few improvements there, including some new study cubes. Really going to be a great little thing there, so watch out for some of that. You could check on the library's website for the time. And on the 26th at 5 p.m., we're going to have a ribbon cutting for Mr. Softy and Nathan's with a special of $2 hot dogs and $1 cones from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And one last thing, which sort of goes into October, but on 2 consecutive Saturdays from 12 noon to 9 p.m., we will have Westchester County Board of Elections doing voter registration at our town hall on the 28th and the 5th, October 5th. And with that, you'll be able to get absentees, early ballots, the whole 9 yards. Anyone you know that needs to get registered to vote, that'll be a nice, easy way. You do have to leave the paperwork with the Board of Election people, though, in order for it to be processed. And that is it for me. I just hope everyone had a great Labor Day weekend, and we will move down. Susan?
I just want to give an update. Somebody asked me about the status of the repair work in Old Crumpound Road, and I checked with Highway Superintendent Paganelli, and this is what I'd like to report. It's a combination of good news, bad news. The good news is the design of the bridge replacement is almost done, but the bad news is because it crosses a Strout stream, sorry, that's hard to say, which is regulated. You can only do work at certain times of the year. It's very limited time. The work will not be able to be started until next spring. So I am sorry for the people who are inconvenienced by that, but we can't deal with the trout. We can't interfere with their lives. All right, thank you.
I guess I'm next. So I hope everybody had a good summer. Okay, this is the close of it. Real quick, the Elks Club will be doing a 9/11 ceremony at 8 a.m. on 9/11. The town will be also doing a 9/11 ceremony at Patriot Park at 4 o'clock. And the Garden Club is going to try to revamp all the plants that are down there, and they're looking for volunteers. So if any kids out there are looking for volunteer hours, they could go to the Garden Club. They can go to the Garden Club website and get the information from there. They're looking for September 14th to do the install, so if you have time beforehand, aka next week, they can go there and clean it out a little bit. September 6th, there's going to be a Run for Recovery, which it's a National Recovery Month, and it just brings awareness to substance abuse and mental health. It's at FDR Park, and that's at 9 a.m. It's a 5K run. Let's see. Last but not least, I just want to give a shout out to the first responders. I had to use them a couple times this summer, and they get there when you're in your worst moment, and they take control of everything, and they make sure everything's okay, and I used them a little bit, and I just want to give a shout out to them. That's all. And rest in peace, Sean.
Pat, the town is with you.
Thank you.
Sean was a great guy. Hello, everybody. Glad to see everybody here tonight. It's a nice packed house. Just a couple of quick comments because we have a long meeting that's going to ensue. I can't wait for the Grange Fair, so make sure it's their 100th anniversary, as the supervisor pointed out. Please, patron the event. It's going to be a lot of fun, and they could use our help, and they do so much for our community. We need to do something for them. The one thing that we didn't mention is it's going to be in October, but we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but I was asked to plug them a little bit. The Yorktown Chamber of Commerce is going to have their Yorktown Festival. It's going to be Columbus Day weekend. It's that Sunday. I think it's the 9th or something like that. I don't know, but it's the Sunday before Columbus Day. The 6th?
I think the 6th.
We had we'll announce it again. We had a couple of grand openings. We had Pro Clinics, and we had Pure Physique. So we welcome them to town, and we continue to try to fill the empty spaces and just make it palatable for people to come here and open their businesses to raise our tax base, which is important. The movie nights with Parks and Recreation were a complete success. I think I saw Jimmy Martirano here somewhere. There he is, working again. And I missed the last meeting, and I just want to give a special thoughts and prayers to the Grasso family as he passed away. Tony Grasso, a monument, a pillar of this community, and so my heart goes out to them. Other than that, thank you very much.
Okay.
13th for Columbus Day, so for the day before Columbus Day.
The 13th. So the festival, the Yorktown Festival at the mall, is October 13th.
So, no, it's fine. So just to plug in, first of all, happy September. So as we all go into our beginning of harvesting and then into hibernation. If you are down by Patriot Park and decide to just help out by just pulling out some of the shrubbery, it's welcomed, right? There's something about doing groundwork that's very grounding for humans. One of the other things to notice is that September is the Hunger Action Month. It's the Feeding America Network's annual campaign that runs for the hunger issues here in the United States, and it takes action combating poverty, inequity, and injustices that actually are caused by forms of the suffering of having this hunger and this food instability. I also want to give a plug out to Sports Connection. On September 9th, they are having their golf outing at the Salem Golf Club. You can go on their website for Sports Connection, get your tickets, and it's going to be great. And on top of it being great because it's a wonderful cause, because it's a lending hand to those in need, they are honoring our Chief Noble. And in combo, it's going to be a pretty great day. So happy September, everyone.
I will make one correction there, Luciana, sorry, but the veterans did have the park renamed the Veteran Memorials Circle.
Oh, for the Patriot, yes.
Yes, so it's no longer Patriot
Sorry.
Park, but Veteran Memorials Circle, as we have our memorials to all of our wars there.
That's correct.
Diane, anything, or?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. We will go to our Poet Laureate.
Looking good, John? Feeling better? You feeling better?
Well, the good news is that both my wife and I are negative on COVID. The bad news is that I'm exhausted all the time, so I'm going to be bailing out if I read tonight. From Vietnam to now, people often ask when Bush started this terrible polarization, if we find ourselves. I feel it all began with the Vietnam War, which created two polar extremes and a confused middle. We had the extreme patriots who believed everything we were doing was God's will, no matter what lives and policy were built on. The policy was flawed to begin with. We should have learned all the way back in the Revolution that in a two-country war, for the combatants separated by oceans, that the home team always wins. And they thought that all opposed to the war were communists and traitors. And the extreme anti-militarists who took their hatred of the war out on returning vets, who had no more to do with the flawed policy than Pinhead or Houdini, calling them baby killers than criminals. And even worse, in my judgment, caused the end to the draft. We should not have ended, we should have expanded, added women, added non-military options, hospital work, Peace Corps, Indian reservations. Keeping it would have continued the we all owe our fellow Americans something. Taking away changed the we to I. There is no more we for most of the military, for most of us, other than the military, police and fire. The rest of us have fallen back on our own, the little tribe, and gotten us into the mess that we're in now. Once the polarization grew, a civility was lost. Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill having drinks after disagreeing all day, or William F. Buckley and John Kenneth Galbraith, who agreed on nothing about economics, sailing together. People lost their ability to separate policy from personality, to disagree without being disagreeable. If someone doesn't agree with you, he or she is probably a fascist or communist or un-American or a bigot or moron or soft on crime. Can we get out of this mess and return to the World War II mentality that we're all in this together? I have no idea. Probably not in my or your lifetime or that of this poem. Thank you. Thank you for putting up with my rant.
Thanks,
Thank you, John. All right, we will now jump to our presentation from our auditor, Alan Cassay from PFK O'Connor Davies. PKF O'Connor Davies, sorry.
Supervisor Lackerman, members of the board, tonight I'm going to give you the results of the December 31st, 2023 audit. Okay, these are some of the areas we're going to go over this evening. You can go next. Okay. This is part of the auditor's opinion. Basically, it says we completed the audit for 2023 financial statements of the town of Yorktown in accordance with auditing standards, and the objective of the audit was to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement. The scope was on, the purpose was to reduce the audit risk to an acceptable level. As a result of the audit, we issued an unmodified or clean opinion. It's the best opinion you could receive. Next, please. Okay, this is a summary of the general fund balance going back 3 years. The fund balance consists of what we call 5 buckets. At the top you have the non-spendable fund balance, which is your prepaid expenditures, your restricted fund balance, which monies can only be used for the purpose indicated, the employee benefit accrued liability, and the pilot tax protection. This category, the next category, committed fund balance, is new this year. Basically what it is, it's a restriction established by the board, which means that the board voted to establish these commitments. The money can only be used for these commitments unless the board takes a similar action and uncommits the funds. Okay? And then you have your assigned fund balance, which are encumbrances or purchases on order. And the next line down is the subsequent year's expenditures. At the end of 2023, you took $1,425,000 from the fund balance and used it to balance the 2024 budget. Last year, you used $1,150,000, so you increased that by $275,000. And then you have your unassigned fund balance, which is $24,110,000. The unassigned fund balance is down about $2.9 million from the prior year. The overall fund balance of $35,915,000, the last line, is up about $4.6 million. Okay, next. This is the general fund, it's a summary of the budget to actual. Going left to right, you have the original budget, the final budget, the actual results, and then the variance with the final budget, both positive and negative. The first column is the total revenues was $30,282,000. The final budget was the same. The actual results came in at $38,141,000, which is up about $1.4 million from the prior year, and that generated a positive variance of almost $8 million. The total expenditures were $33,469,000. The final budget was increased to $36 million, and the actual came in at $31,604,000, and that is up about $1.6 million from the prior year, and that generated a positive budgetary variance of $4.4 million. Then you have your excess of revenues over expenditures. The total other financing sources and uses, those are your transfers in, your transfers out to the capital projects and so forth. And then you have your net change in fund balance. In the actual column, it was $4.6 million. If you add that to the fund balance at the beginning of the year, the $31,252,000, you end the year with a total fund balance of $35,915,000. This is a more detailed analysis of the general fund budget to actual. Do you have a question? No. Okay, so I just want to point out some of the major variances. The third line item down, the non-property taxes had a positive variance of $2.6 million. That was due to the sales tax distribution. Going down 2 lines to the use of money and property, you had a positive variance of $1.5 million, and that was from interest income. It was up about $930,000 from the prior year. The next line down is licenses and permits, positive variance of $1.3 million, and that was building permits. And then you go down to the state aid, you'll see a negative variance of $512,000. That was because the mortgage tax dropped $800,000 in the current year. And below that is federal aid, had a positive variance of $2.1 million, and of that, $1.8 million was stimulus aid from the federal government. So it's a one-shot. Okay, next page. And these are the general fund budget taxable expenditures. Again, some of the larger variances, you had general government support, $1.1 million, and that was spread throughout 23 different expenditure accounts. So there was no one major account. In public safety, a positive variance of $1.5 million, and that was within the police department. And then the employee benefits had a positive variance of $1.2 million, and that was spread throughout all the health benefits, retirement, and so forth. Next page. And these are the other funds within the town. You have the highway fund, the special districts, capital projects fund, and the non-major governmental funds. You'll see on the bottom all the special districts, the total. You have the combined water with a fund balance of 4.1, sewer 4 million, refuse 1.1, parks almost $1 million, and the advanced life support 154,000. On the right side of the page, you have the non-major governmental funds. The Community Development Fund had a deficit of under 9,000. The Public Library Fund had a positive fund balance of 2.5. The Special Purpose of 1 million, and the debt service of 66,000. Okay. Just to summarize, we issued an unmodified opinion, the best opinion you could receive. We issued a report to those charged with governance. It's known as a management letter. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And then on the bottom, these are new Government Accounting Standard Board pronouncements that will affect the town in the coming years. And that's it. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I have a question. Could you explain to me, because I've always been puzzled by this when I've looked at the audits, the original budget, the final budget, and the actual, and then the variance. I understand budgets are estimates, that they
Exactly.
always change. Okay. On the revenue, you've kept the revenue lines the same. Okay, sales tax stays the same, but the other revenue changes, but you've kept them the same, even though, like building permits have increased substantially. Okay, but that stayed the same. On the expenditures, you show a final. How does that final get changed? Because one of the major changes there, from the original to the final, and then the variance is employee benefits. And I know from reading the audit that it went down because we had retirements, positions were left vacant, and then new people were hired at a lower salary. So I understand that. But how did you come to that $7.3 million for the final? How does that final number?
If you look at the general government support, the original budget was $7.9 million. The final budget was $8.1 million. Okay, so it went up about $200,000. Mm-hmm. And then if you look at the line that says net change in fund balance, the fourth line up, you see the net change in fund balance, the bracketed $1,696,000. No, on the page with the expenditures.
Yeah. Yeah.
The $1,696,000, the bracket?
Yes.
Okay, if you look to the column to the right, now it's $8.4 million. Basically what happened is you increased certain budget expenditures and you appropriated fund balance to cover it. Appropriated fund balance is a revenue, so your revenues have to equal your expenditures. So basically you took fund balance and you increased your appropriations in the various categories.
So that's what accounts for the difference.
That's how it's accounted for.
Okay, so we're using fund balance to cover basic operating costs.
If there's a need for it from the original budget,
Yeah.
exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Good?
No, I appreciate all the work you put into it.
You're very welcome.
And, I mean, it looks like we're in good shape.
You're in good shape.
Yeah, and I also want to thank Janelle, I see sitting
Yeah, I was
there,
gonna say,
and our
and thanks,
finance
Janelle, for answering
department.
all the questions.
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention, there was a transition. and Janelle took over for Pat, who retired, and the audit went very smoothly. And as I said, the control deficiencies that we had were minor. Basically, it's informational. There was nothing significant, and Janelle and David did a very good job.
I saw her feverishly working towards and then during, so yes. Thank you for your department and all the work you guys did on that, Janelle.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
Alan.
very much.
All right. So into the agenda, I have some personnel. There's one thing to add in. So Sergio will read the resignation letter because he has it on his computer. But we're going to accept the resignation of Robert Phelan from the Planning Board, effective September, right? September 1?
Yes, September 1.
September 1, 2024. You got his letter, Sergio?
Yeah, you want me to read it?
Yeah, if you could read that out real quick.
All right, so this is from Mr. Phelan. Just let me get myself situated here. Okay, July 26, 2024. Dear board members, my retirement plans have changed. Previously, I had planned to continue living in Yorktown, near both of my daughters, son-in-laws, and grandchildren in Somers, and spending time at my home on Cape Cod. They have proposed relocating. It must pay well, the planning board, huh? He's got a house in Cape Cod. They have proposed relocating to Hilton Head, South Carolina, but only if we all go. We are all going. Thank God for my family. Thus, my position as a member of the planning board for the town of Yorktown must come to an end as of September 1st, 2024. I first was appointed to the Architectural Review Board through a chance meeting with the town board member, Neil Bellinson. That was when the Jefferson Valley Mall was being designed. Then I was moved to the planning board. I served from 1984 to 1995. On June 7th, 2022, I was once again appointed to the planning board. I thank you for that. I consider it an honor to have been appointed to serve as a board member and to represent the citizens of our town. I have lived here for 45 years, raised my family here, and loved every minute of that time. I have served with many wonderful people during my time on the board: Dr. Bernard Grossfield, Judy Reardon, Ed Killeen, Jerry Deneen, Robin Steiniger, Greg Bernard, and others. I worked with Ray Arnold, Naomi Torr, Magnus Sojborg, and the infamous John Tegeter, Robin, Ian, and Nancy. It was John Kincart, a friend for more than 30 years, who encouraged me to consider once again becoming a board member. That was Tony Grasso's example to always remain involved in your community. Democracy requires participation. The current planning board members have become very respected friends, and I will miss them, as well as the interaction I have had with the town board, especially my twin brother Sergio. I will continue to follow the events in our town online. I ask that your board compute the value of my unused vacation time, sick days, and holidays, and divide that amount equally among the remaining members of the planning board. God bless you all. Bob.
We will miss Bob.
Bob, we're going to miss you.
Thank you for being part of the democratic process. Definitely a good thing.
And God bless
Great
you and
guy.
your family.
Yes. So let's take a motion on that separate.
Make a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
With regret, I vote aye. He's a good member.
Yes. Yes. All right. So we have a resolution to appoint Michelle Diaco to the position of Senior Office Assistant PD in the Yorktown Police Department, and also to appoint Judith Guerretto to the position of Senior Office Assistant PD in the Yorktown Police Department. Can I have a motion?
Two great people.
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Let's open now for courtesy of the floor. Please remember, you do not have to wait for a meeting to participate in courtesy of the floor. You can find all of our phone numbers and email addresses on the website, including all of our department heads, and please feel free to come and have any discussions that you need. My door is always open. If I'm out of the office, you could talk to Lorraine, who will get me the message. Okay?
Oh, and I just want to apologize that I've been having problems with my email. I see them, but I cannot hit reply, so you might be getting pen-pal letters from me if you send me an email.
Good evening, town board members. I'm Howard Gould.
Hi, Howard.
Hello. Better hurry up. I have a lot to say. Yorktown, I've been with Yorktown since 1999. Like most people in Yorktown community, I've enjoyed the open space, the changing color of leaves of trees in the fall, the variety of animals and birds, and the quiet and continued civility, as you can see from my shirt, and respectability. Let me be very clear. I believe and suggest the recyclable center or any warehouse or any refuse zoning law, recommending, of course, should be changed to 1,000 feet or more away from private property and restaurants. Like most residents of Yorktown, I am very proud to call Yorktown my home and that the earth deserves our respect and love. Can we afford to chop down mature living trees, build massive amounts of housings, and add density to create a traffic that will bring Yorktown roads to a standstill parking lot and cause major delays from and to hospitals and recycling centers? Some housing projects, I say yes, depending on the area. I'm not ruling out all housing. Please note that. As a resident with one nose, two eyes, two ears, I am not a happy camper about the recyclable center. The problem, in my opinion, is location. The huge size, the weight of its trucks, 600 tons, and driving many used trucks through the side streets, being near neighbors' houses and apartments, and backup noise 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. As you can see, according to the game of perfection, do you remember this growing up, or any kids playing it, trying to put in, squeezing it, trying to fit in, and then popping out? See the mistakes that can happen from the game? I'm sure you heard about it. Placing the correct shapes in tidy area, better hurry up, manner and disruption that cannot be conducive to the town of Yorktown as we know it today. I am not saying no to all plans. Please note that. I still want to hear the story chapter by chapter, words by words, step by steps, both sides now. When making up the zoning law, does it take into consideration, it's a question, not only to the protection of the Yorktown residents, better hurry, and the developers, does not include how it will affect the next and future generations. We would like to build a bridge to the future of clean, healthy air, nature, and wildlife, and to be able to walk around and drive in the town roads and state roads safely. Be able to have our ambulance, police, and fire department makes their job easier by getting from places from around town. And the ambulance, police, and fire do an excellent job. By the way, the beat goes on, the beat goes on. Drum keep pounding rhythms to the brain. I hope you like that, Councilman. And one more thing. If there ain't no corn, there ain't no pigs. That's from the 7-8 Yorktown Garden Plan. You can look it up, and you can read all about it.
Thank you, Howard.
Thanks, Howard.
Thank you.
You're hired. You're hired.
Wedding singer.
I think you're going to be discovered.
And I'm going to make it real fast.
No, Howard, we have a long meeting, buddy.
Okay, I'll tell you what party it's.
He's running.
Mel.
Good evening. Mel Tansman of Mohegan Lake, 33-year resident of the town of Yorktown. In the last 4 months or so, I've brought up an issue that seems to have gotten some lip service but no action on, and that is the building of a totally inaccessible ramp at Town Hall. For those of you who don't know me, I've worked for people with disabilities for well over 30 years and have tried to do what I could to make their lives better. So I want to say that unless I see some change and some improvement, there will be other actions that will have to be taken. I sound cynical, I sound angry, and let me tell you why I am. Because since 2010, I have been involved with trying to push for things for people with disabilities in this town at a time when this town paid no attention to the ADA nor the requirements of the ADA. I'm sitting here watching Diana nod because she was the only one present
except for Susan at the time. So what I'm going to do is promise you that every time you have a town board meeting, or almost, I'm going to come here and bring it up again. And believe me, there are other things that the town does not comply with. I will bring a new one every month until I see some action. And why? Because I know the history. I'm watching my time, and this is going to be a history of disability rights in New Yorktown, Part 1. Okay? Everybody probably has seen Mel Brooks' History of the Universe, Part 1. There's going to be multiple presentations. First, okay, back in approximately 2010, when Ms. Siegel was the supervisor, a volunteer of ours, a young Girl Scout from Yorktown, came and voluntarily, without any threats, came assessing 12 parks in this town and what it could be done to make them more accessible for people with disabilities. That was sponsored by my organization, Westchester Disabled on the Move. It wasn't just mine. I was the executive director. And I see I only have 34 seconds, so it's going to be a multi-part thing. And we volunteered our time to make this happen. Diana also knows that because she was at that point the assistant town clerk. I'm doing this to educate the other town boards about the history of disability rights and disability accommodations, and also meeting the requirements of federal law, the ADA, and it had to be done by people pushing from the outside. Me, okay? I'm not self-serving. I'm cutting it off right now because I know I'll be cut off quickly. So part 2, maybe not the next one, but it'll be here.
Thank you, Mel.
Thanks, Mel.
Good evening, Board. Mark Lieberman. I live on Wells Street.
Hi, Mark.
So in the 2021 to 2022 timeframe, a public-private partnership was put together to raise funds for the sensory garden at Granite Knolls Park. One of the items money was being raised for was benches. The organization I represented at the time thought this was a wonderful project, and so we raised and submitted the requested $800 for a park bench. In 2023, I received a letter from the Granite Knolls community team stating, quote, "We are halfway there," quote, and, quote, "We anticipate this being completed in the early spring." Well, 2 springs have come and gone, and I haven't heard anything further on this project. As this was a public-private partnership, and I believe the private partner is no longer active, I'm asking the town board what the status of the benches is, and if you don't have a firm completion date, I suggest the $800 be refunded.
Good evening, Jake Hopstein. There is a resolution on tonight's agenda regarding 385 Kear Street. This resolution should be disapproved in its entirety for the following reasons. The owner has not been in compliance with the approved site plan since shortly after purchasing the property. The owner has been ignoring the advice of the planning board since shortly purchasing the property. The owner deliberately and intentionally ignored and disregarded the approved site plan, resulting in a stop work order being placed on the property. The owner was directed by the planning board to comply with the site plan and move the unapproved location of the HVAC units to the approved location, but he has not done so. The resolution does not specify time requirements for the relocation of the HVAC units and compliance with the site plan. The resolution does not specify the time requirements for the tree mitigation and compliance with the site plan. The tree mitigation may be seasonal, but the relocation of the HVAC units to the approved site plan location is not. The bond amount for the HVAC unit relocation is insufficient. Also, the building department should be directed not to issue a C of O until the HVAC units are relocated to comply with the approved site plan. The building department should be directed to only issue a temporary C of O to allow for the delay in the required tree mitigation and only after the HVAC units are relocated to the approved site plan location. The building department should be directed to disapprove any requested building permits for the installation of any ventilation, duct, or other roof work unless the HVAC units are first relocated to comply with the approved site plan. The town should not have accepted the cash bond before a public vote was taken on the resolution, as it gives the perception that the approval was a done deal. Finally, the property owner should not be rewarded for intentionally disregarding the approved site plan and ignoring the advice and direction of the planning board. Thank you.
Michael Mamone, Croton-on-Hudson. We live in Croton-on-Hudson, which does not have fluoridated water. My son Michael is 23 years old now. He began getting fluoride in his daily medicine when he was an infant under a prescription from his pediatrician, as do all the other children in towns that do not have fluoridated water. As he grew, his prescribed amount of fluoride was gradually increased by his pediatrician as per medically recognized amounts. Once my son reached 11 or 12 years old, the doctor stopped giving it to him, also as per medically recognized regulations. My son never had one cavity in his mouth until age 21, when he had his first and only one so far. His bones are likewise stronger than if he had not had fluoride. A doctor told me once that the fluoride must be ingested by children until they reach the age of 11 or 12. After that, it does very little benefit to people. This is the established medical fact. Topical applications also do very little to benefit one's teeth, but it does help a little bit. If a child resides in a town that has fluoridated water, the pediatricians do not prescribe fluoride for them. They can't. This is also a regulation of the medical regulators. They can't be sure of how much fluoride the child is getting in the water. Thus, they are prohibited from prescribing it. I called 3 or 4 pediatricians in Yorktown, and they said they do not prescribe it. I ask you, how in the world can a child get the proper dosage of fluoride while the fluoride is in the drinking water? If you believe they can, then I have a bridge in Brooklyn you can buy. I honestly believe these children are being deprived of the benefits of fluoride due to the fanatic efforts of some that are pushing fluoridated water on us all. The town of Cortland does not have fluoridated water. Also, our village of Croton, which has its own wells, does not have fluoridated water. This is simply because their governments did not want it. They did not vote to put it in. Many other towns also do not have it. Smartly, I ask you to look up what a corrosion control program is. 99% of all towns have it. What it is this. A chemical is added to the water which reduces the amount of lead and copper as per EPA regulations. How this works is this. A thin film is created on the interior of all the pipes, thereby preventing the corrosion of the lead and copper into the water. Fluoride is a highly corrosive element. Think about that. Fluoride is actually working to increase the corrosivity of the water Therefore, we need to add more chemicals to our water to satisfy EPA. How tasty. And on top of that, neither additive works right.
Mike, I'm sorry, your time's up.
Yes. Thank you very much for...
No problem. Thank you.
I'm going to leave this with the town clerk.
Please.
And my email is on there if anybody would like to contact me. I've been dealing with this issue for a long time because, hey, listen, it's the children's health. It's involved. If they don't get
Michael, if you
fluoride,
could hand that over, and we can address.
They're not getting the benefit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks for joining.
Good evening. I am Maura Gregory from Mohegan Lake. Over the decades that I have lived in this town, I frequently attend town board meetings. About 10 years ago, I communicated in writing with the supervisor's office that because I have a hearing impairment, I was having trouble hearing the proceedings at meetings in the town hall. And after some back and forth, eventually a system was established where there are headphones that get the sound from the microphones fed directly to them. This works reasonably well. I'm able to hear what's going on. That is not available in this room. So far this evening, I have not understood anything that any of you have said, and I have not understood everything that is said by people at the podium. Some of it I have understood. I understand that you chose this room because there's 2 public hearings tonight and you expected a large crowd, and thankfully they are here. But I don't think that we need to be making a choice between participatory democracy and accessibility. We need to have both. And the town needs to come up with a different plan for meetings like this so that, because I'm sure I'm not the only person with a hearing impairment in the town of Yorktown that is interested in what's going on in the town. So please, from now on, take that into consideration when you decide on a different meeting space other than town hall. The acoustics in here are terrible for people like me.
And me as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
My name is Jenny Sunshine, and I live in Yorktown. As a stay-at-home mom of 15 years, I'm here to speak for those that can't make it tonight, for the hardworking citizens who work in New York City, who work 3 jobs, who are exhausted, who just cannot sit through this meeting but are very upset and sad about all the development that's occurring and will occur here in the future. In the last 20 years, Yorktown has added Lowe's, Trader Joe's, housing developments, fast food, solar farms, big medical buildings, and has now added extremely expensive townhomes on 202, while many other buildings in town still remain vacant and gather blight, and while you've erased our history at the Soundview Underhill site. But now there are roughly 22 pending or approved major building projects in the works as well. Huge exorbitant housing developments, cell towers, solar farms, a recycling transfer station, and more. Perhaps this has something to do with your Why campaign. On the town website, it's the first thing you'll see, a capital Y in a blue and white circle. I recall this campaign began when Mr. Matthew Slater, now a New York assemblyman, but at the time was our new supervisor, put this in place almost 5 years ago. A beckoning to developers, a request to come. It says on the town site now, fast-tracked expedited approvals and shovel-ready sites and pre-approved planning, zoning rather. We will respond to every inquiry, it says. Let's make it happen. But I don't know why Mr. Slater, this town board or planning board, thinks this is a good idea. We, the citizens, do not want it. Our infrastructure is not built for this. Our taxes are not decreasing. We didn't sign up for this when we purchased our homes here. That thousands and thousands of trees would be cut down, that our history would be lost, that we'd have to deal with massive traffic just to get around, that our schools would be filled to capacity. Lakeland Copper Beach Middle School has 1,500 students right now, and we don't have room for more. And while you can say that the planned 55-plus communities won't affect this, it will when your developer lowers the age limit when they can't find enough seniors who can afford very expensive expensive units within this very saturated senior market. And further development creates pollution. There is a reason why there is a mandatory buffer zone around the Croton Reservoir, because New York State knows that development creates pollution. We all deserve fresh air, water, and soil. But this is changing. I'm so sorry to say that for the first time in 20 years, there are no longer swans inhabiting the small lake adjacent to Granite Springs Road near Curry Street. Could this be due to polluted runoff? Do you know why Yorktown has remained lovely, historical, and special for 236 years until now? Because the town board members before you made it that way. Because they were careful about what projects they let into our area. Because they understood the importance of nature, habitat, history, and preserving our quality of life. And it's a shame that this has changed. Thank you.
Good evening. James Mecker, Jefferson Village, Yorktown. I'm here to talk about Memorial Day and veterans events. I was at the Memorial Day event in Yorktown. Very special day. And I enjoy watching all the kids, all the kids, the people there. Everybody seemed to have been, putting their respects to the people. But unfortunately, some people were going around saying, Happy Memorial Day, Happy Memorial Day, Happy Memorial Day. It's not a happy day. It's a very unhappy day. For everybody who served in combat and lost their buddies, it's the most solemn day of the year. So we need to teach our children and future generations it's a day of remembrance. Second thing I want to bring up, on July 2nd, a person got up here and said that the fall of Saigon took place 25 years ago. It did not. It took place April 30th, 1975. That actual day of the fall of Saigon, I was at my father's, and we were watching the helicopters being thrown off the ships. And my father, a highly decorated World War II veteran, looked at me and says, Jim, I cannot believe what you're feeling right now. It was also said by this person that if you vote for this project, it would be going down to the dark days of the fall of Saigon. 58,000 men died in Vietnam, my war. Okay? Their names are engraved in that black granite wall in Washington, D.C., and there are a few of those names that I know. They never had a chance to get married. They never had a chance to have children, never had a chance to go to their children's graduations. They never had a chance to walk down the aisle of their daughter's wedding. Today, every member of my combat group that meets every Tuesday for the last 25 years, they all agree that to reference a building project to the dark days of the fall of Saigon is despicable. It's disgusting, and it's dishonorable to all those names that are on that black granite wall in Washington, D.C. I live in Jefferson Village, and before the special election, I voted for every single member of your board. And I will continue to vote for the same people, whether you pass this project or you don't. May God bless our troops, and may we remember over 1 million men who died defending our flag. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for your service.
Excuse me. Dan Strauss, 58-year resident.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. How are you? I didn't say hi the last time, and then you disappeared for 3 weeks.
Well,
I understand.
we're not doing that.
No, I know. Okay. So I want to thank people who are picking up litter in the town of Yorktown, because I've been a little remiss in that department. So thank you very much. There are new people picking up tons of bags. But also in the summer, I notice that there's less litter, and that means that they call them the pigs that commute through our town. They're the ones that probably drop off the stuff out of their cars. You routinely say a prayer for first responders. I've said it before, yet you routinely allow businesses to conduct business in no parking and no standing fire zones. I don't want a cell tower in Granite Springs Road. I don't want a transfer station off 6 and 6N. I don't want another 250 units of housing off 6N. I would like Mr. Tegeter to give a definition of empirical, because it's a word that's been kind of bandied around in some of the discussions, and I have a feeling not too many people know what empirical means and how it relates to trees. Back about 7 years ago, when the $1 million condos were in their infancy behind the Roma building, there was a question of a rock wall that was on 202. The rock wall was there for how many years? Hundreds of years. And it was assured that that rock wall was going to be maintained when they built those condos. And I know there's a new owner, but the rock wall was part of Yorktown history. And the history, I looked at Yorktown the other day on my phone, and it said historical town. That's what it says, historical. That's the first thing. That was part of history. Now there is a picket fence. The rock wall is no longer there. So that's where history goes. And the last time you were here, Ms. Howitt, you made a comment, and I'm not picking on you. You said, I hear density. I hear the word density. And I don't know exactly what you meant when you said I hear density, but I can tell you it's to do with the overlay district. And the overlay district was put in place to create density. It's nothing to do with these projects here tonight. They're not an overlay. Overlay was for Underhill Farm explicitly for density, and that's where it's going, and that's the history of Yorktown going down the drain. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dan.
My name is Jesse Kenter. I moved to Short Oak 46 years ago. I moved on a little dead-end road. It says dead end. So I said, oh, how happy could I be? Well, I live at Main Street, where they want to build the development where Blue Book used to be. I want to know how a dead-end street with 3 residential houses got Blue Book to begin with, and now they're going to have further housing. I just don't understand. I wouldn't have moved here on a dead-end street if I knew the future of my home.
My name's Bob Buchanan. I've been a resident here for over 34 years. I live on Indian Hill Road, which is off of 6N. Is anybody familiar with Indian Hill Road, where it merges the 6N and 6N merges the 6? Well, that development that they want to put up, there's going to put 200 to 300 cars excuse me, on our road. I have photographs. Anybody like to see them? Of what can happen. Now, here's what happens. We got cars going up Indian Hill Road from the fishbowl, so it's getting more and more crowded. And with the rush hour, it's getting harder to get off my road. Now, as those cars go around to get off from 6N to get on 6, it backs all the way up past the Chicos. The cars that are going to be coming down off of that 800 Indian Hill Road project are going to back everything up. People making a left off of 6 onto 6N during rush hour, they have to go around to the right. But if one of 2 cars have to make a left, you're going to back cars out onto 6N. It's extremely dangerous. Has anybody done a traffic survey or other than the developers? Has anybody done that? Okay, you're creating a hell of a dangerous situation, okay? And it's getting worse all the time because now on 6N, people are going down from APAC are going down 6N instead of 6. So that's another reason why that's backing up. So you don't have the infrastructure for this project, okay? And I don't want to hear it's a retirement project, because I heard that. It's, 55 and over. I'm 75 years old. I'm still working. So you can't tell me that those people up there are going to be 55, a little older, are not going to be working, not be going to work. So I don't want to hear there's not going to be any traffic. That's a huge project. I'd like to see something else go in there, something more practical, and something that's a little bit safer for the town. And how about anybody give any thought to the quality of life in this town? Because the development is killing us. Coming out of Staples, going up towards the Parkway, it's taking me 3 or 4 lights to get up through there. I mean, the infrastructure just can't handle this development. So I'd like you all to please take, consideration as to infrastructure and the quality of life. Thank you.
Good evening. Ann O'Neill, Jefferson Village. This will be very brief. In the recent months, the Examiner and the Yorktown papers have had front-page articles on Jefferson Village, the recycle transfer stations, and 800 Main Street. However, no articles on the Navajo Project site. Also, congratulations to the AAA Carting Company on their contract with the Yorktown town. Thank you.
Speaking of Navajo, good evening, members of the board, Joanne Sillick, Yorktown Heights. There are many projects that have come before you in a short time. One project that has not been mentioned for a while is Navajo, with 254 units. I call your attention and keep your attention on it. Could you please tell us when the public hearing will take place regarding your vote for or against amending the law to move the property into the overlay? This project is not consistent with the goals of the overlay district, or the comprehensive plan. Rich Vaughn, chairman of your planning board, sent you a memo asking the board to take a regional approach when making decisions. Bill LaScala, a member of the same board, stated that the developers knew the zoning before buying the property. Why change it now? Your advisory conservation board stated, we do not support the rezoning. Tonight's public hearing for the AMS project, with up to 250 units, will add approximately 400 plus cars on Route 6. There is a need for senior housing. I'm not opposed to it. However, adding Navajo project with 254 units with another 400 plus cars, when collecting hundreds of signed petitions against the Navajo project all over Yorktown, one woman said it takes her 10 minutes to turn left onto Route 6 during rush hour now. Navajo would bring more children and school buses during rush hour. Don't forget another project coming before you is across from the winery with 144 units and another 250 plus cars. If voted into the overlay, even with lowered numbers, Route 6 would be an inaccessible nightmare. I keep hearing if Michael Grace is involved in a project, it is a done deal. I sincerely hope this is not true. There is always the possibility of litigation. I hope that does not influence your vote in deciding what is best for Yorktown. To date, the board has not given us reasons for amending the law or how the Navajo project would benefit Yorktown. Sewers is not the answer. Who's paying for that hookup? Whether or not you are planning to run for re-election, you and you alone are responsible for your vote. Do you want your vote to be the one that causes the destruction of our suburban way of life in Yorktown for generations to come? Please think about that, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Charles O'Neill, President JOC. I'm going to beat this horse to death anyway. AMS 800 East Main Street was discussed at the August 12th Town Planning meeting. Some of the concerns were the traffic peak flow will be different when the site was an office building from 9 to 5. Now with residential development peak, the hours will all be different. The present driveway, according to the Planning Commission, is a nightmare. Now it's only one way with no emergency entrances or exits. Mr. Fawn, who is the chairperson of the Planning Board, stated at the August 12th meeting that the big problem with this development is traffic. There is no improvement of traffic with the development. A memorandum from the Conservation Board of Yorktown dated June 18, 2024 discussed their concerns with the proposed extension of Jefferson Valley Overlay District. One of the concerns was that needed to be a traffic study. Perhaps the memorandum, the study does not address the traffic exiting the Taconic Parkway and turning onto East Main Street at the unsignaled left turn before Lee Boulevard. This is often backed up all the way back to the Taconic. You can't get off the Taconic some nights to get past that traffic that's trying to make that turn. And then again on 6, we also have the winery that the senior housing is going to be there. And I'm not against senior housing. I think it's the greatest thing that ever happened. But again, it's the traffic on Route 6 that is going to be the killer, and we can't make it a 4-lane highway that I know of. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Motion to close courtesy of the floor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I'll address a few things. I'm actually going to start backwards, just because there was a lot of talk about some different plans that are in town and where it is, why haven't we brought it forward. We don't bring forward plans. We give advice. We will say, hey, we need to know X, Y, and Z, and then it's up for the developer to bring that back after they do their due diligence and their homework on it. So we mentioned traffic before. Each development has to do a traffic study, and each traffic study is then verified by someone that the town hires to look at it. The bill is actually paid by the developers, but the people work for us, and that's an important aspect. So there are 2 traffic studies done for every traffic study. Also, in addition with that, we spoke at the last meeting about trying to look at a regional traffic study for that whole area, sort of like the mini master plan that we had brought forward with the 202-35 intersection. I know John was looking into that after that last meeting. I'm not sure where we are. The holidays are, Labor Day weekend, hard to get things together, but we will be full pressed on that. And I know that the projects that want to move quicker will be doing their due diligence to help us get to that point, because they want to move their projects if they're going to get approved. But we mentioned the winery project across from the winery, Strawberry Road. That project, Susan, 20 years or so it's been kicking around?
Not quite 20, but more than a decade ago. Yeah, a slightly different project, but similar.
Right, but very similar. You said.
Similar housing and an assisted living facility. Is what it was.
So a lot of the projects that come
and a solar farm. That was the second project.
Solar farm, yes.
For the project.
May not necessarily make it. And that's, this is our job is to flesh it out. Our job is to listen, and then our job in planning is to say, hey, you know what? There's an egress issue to 800 East Main. They're aware of that. It's been in the planning board notes. The planning board will look at the project and work through all of those, and if they can't solve that problem at a reasonable thing, the contractors are going to walk away from it because they need to make sure the project is viable for them. Not what I would prefer, because I know we need housing in New York. I would love to find a solution that covers the traffic issues, the infrastructure. sewers are an important part of infrastructure. I know people have to hook up to it, but I've had a lot of people call me, hey, my septic tank has failed, and it's going to cost me a ton of money for that. And they don't want to replace it, they want their sewers. And this is mainly Halleck's Mills, by the way, and I know Susan could probably verify that as well, because she's been working at this project for over a decade as well. So, sewers are huge, and especially from septic tanks that leach, and you get sewage into your waterways, it's not what we want. So please don't discount them, but all the infrastructure that's needed is going to be extremely important for anyone that wants to do something. We're not going to say, hey, figure it out afterwards. That's not the answer for infrastructure. You need a plan going in, and that's what we work at as a board and with our planning board, with zoning, and that is really what this whole thing is about. Navajo, it was mentioned, they haven't come back in. So we don't put it out there because we have nothing from what you've had. There's constantly criticism, and not only with Mr. Grace, but any attorneys that come through. I've heard criticisms about people that are doing reports for the town, whether it's traffic studies, whether it's ecological studies to see about that. I will tell you that anyone in this room has the right to hire whatever representation they would like. Whether I know an attorney, don't know an attorney, like an attorney, dislike an attorney, I do not look at that in a decision. It's what's right for the town. So I would please caution everyone to protect the rights that you would want if you were standing here. It's horrible to hear people dragged across the coals over the fact that they know the town and know people over the town. It's not really appropriate, my personal feeling. That covered a lot of that area. With that, there were comments about the recycle center, and I think, Howard, you were mentioning the next chapter. The next chapter in the recycling center will be on the meeting of the 17th. The town board has put through a proposed resolution to change the town code that allows the recycle center. Right now it is an allowable use. So if you want to come for that meeting and voice about that at that meeting, we will be discussing it, and we will be looking at if it's going to remain in our code. There's a big disparaging difference in what that law was written for and what the proposals are, and I personally think it's a poorly written law. So that'll be looked at. The board will make a decision, but...
And I'm sorry, just to be clear, the discussion is going to be surrounding, just to be absolutely clear, to remove that use.
Correct.
That allowed use, because we do have a local law that allows that use right now.
It is allowable, but there's some variance issues that they're looking for. But as we hear more and more of the project, there are some issues that were not addressed in the original law.
Right. So
it probably needs to move, and if we want to relook at it, that's up to the town board or future town boards. But that's going to be pretty important. Were you able to find, David? Were you able to find that for me?
The state law, the law on egress, solar egress.
Yeah. So I want to address the egress issue for Mel, because we did look into it, and there is a law currently on the books. You have it, Dave?
I don't have it yet.
Oh. Basically, what our research has found that we are required to have at least one handicapped accessible egress into each building, which we do have. The main ramp into Town Hall is handicapped accessible, and I will also point out the work that Mel worked on, which was a great thing, was to put all of the handicapped parking in front of Town Hall, which makes that accessibility more usable. In the the past, there was handicap parking down in the parking lot. You'd have to come up that hill, or you could go in the back door, but that doesn't help you if you needed to go to the clerk's office. So now we have spots up front, as well as a approved Purple Heart spot and a veteran spot, limiting our regular spots to mainly down below.
And if I recall correctly, the side ramp that Mel is referring to, which, we really do need to look at, was put in place as a temporary measure while we redid and made the front of the building ADA compliant, which it is, along with the moving of the parking and those items as well.
Yep.
So that's why that was put in. I always thought that it was going to be eventually taken down, and we put it in because at the time of the construction, there was no ADA accessible way to get into Town Hall. That's why that was put in. We built it for that specific purpose, for a temporary stopgap measure, while we corrected the issue up in the front of the building, which has been corrected, and which is ADA compliant. I'm sorry.
Well, I do want to applaud, though. We have a wonderful accessibility committee, so if anybody wants to get involved on it, and they do come back with some great sources, and they're looking into places, and it's not just disabilities that are visible, there's even disabilities that are not visible, and they're working on how to make our town safe for them as well.
Right.
Well, then my question has always been, since we do have the ramp in the front of Town Hall, why are we keeping that temporary ramp outside if we do not need it? It should be taken down.
And it's chained off usually.
Well, it's chained off, but it looks ridiculous, frankly, to have that there. And if we don't need it from a fire code standard to get exit from the board meeting room, if that's not required, then the ramp has served its purpose. Let's get rid of it.
Well, you still need an egress out of the room with the door there.
So then we'd have to build stairs.
Is that a fire code issue?
For an emergency, well,
I don't know.
It is an egress, yes.
Before we did the construction, and we had to have the temporary thing, I never heard that there was a problem.
There was a staircase there.
There was a staircase, yeah.
A staircase,
Yeah.
so there was there.
We don't need a handicap egress, but I would like to over there, but that is what my goal is. So we did have the building department come over, and we looked at some options on how we could actually just ramp it right up onto the sidewalk. But we're trying to work at that, Susan. It's not an easy fix because you have to redo footings and extend.
So you're saying that it makes sense to keep the ramp and just modify it, even though
Correct.
it may not be needed?
Well, you need a ramp otherwise you're going to walk out the door and fall.
Well, I guess
Susan,
the stairs can't be put back.
Susan, ADA means that you're able to turn around on a certain duration, right?
Yeah, but if you have
I know, but that's one of them.
Yeah.
As of right now, in the event of an emergency, there needs to be either that or the stairs. So we can further talk about that and decide a solution.
It is convenient to have that ramp there because of the lower parking lot. I mean, does it put us out of compliance? The ramp itself does because of the turn radius. But other than that,
Well, the ramp is not ADA compliant, but
Because
the
of the
town
turn
hall is ADA compliant,
Yes,
which
that's
is the
correct.
point.
Two egresses.
Hold on.
Right. So, but I would like to see, not to say, hey, you know what, if you're in a wheelchair, too bad. I'd like that to be
No, of course
handicap
not.
accessible.
No, of course
So
not.
but that is the goal, and we're trying to work at that.
Go ahead, Ed. I'm sorry.
All right. But I will say, to say that Yorktown doesn't care about ADA, we are in the middle of a big renovation, or at least the plans for the Downing ball fields to make handicap accessible parking. We have the sensory garden. We have the multi-purpose adoptable ball fields. Yorktown has put a tremendous amount of effort over the years, and we will keep doing that and working with the accessibility committee, who came and said, we don't know if we need to be doing this anymore. I said, yes, we do, because we always need fresh eyes to look at this and try to help those with disabilities. So I think that's extremely important, and we will keep working on that. Diana, do you know about where we are with the sensory garden and the benches?
finalizing those plans, and then they'll go to the commission to have them review things. I think they're getting to that place now, but I would certainly have the person that's working on that group contact Mr. Lieberman directly.
Okay, so.
Okay, but also, what about the plans itself? I mean, I know that you guys were meeting before the late Tom Diana passed, that you guys were meeting with like an architect and whatnot who was going to help.
They have all that in place. That's already been done, so they should be coming to us.
Okay, great. I look forward to seeing something.
All right.
I know, usually I'm loud enough. No, I just wanted to ask because we did get a grant regarding this proposed sensory garden, and we haven't seen anything since. So she's saying that at this point there are something that's coming. Do you happen to know what the approximate date is?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. Well, maybe have them contact Mark, but also have them contact us so we can find out.
Yep. And Mark, if you do want to have the money refunded, they can. But what they were talking about is that the plans there's a committee that's been working on it. They're waiting for the plans. The sensory garden has not been completed, so it's hard to put in a bench without a complete plan. And when that comes, they'll finish that off. But if you feel your group would like that donated, that's what I'm told. Our clerk is going to be working on it, and we'll try to get that for you. She's been spearheading and a great job. She's gotten some grant money for up there as well, and we appreciate all that effort. And it was big for Tom as well. He really wanted that happening, so we'll keep going on that. Jay, I understand your point about the resolution. I have spoken to our planning department, who, they're going to be looking at another engineering report. Apparently, with one of the tenants, there's a possibility of heat interference with a pizzeria moving in there, a local pizzeria that's been in town, moving their location. So there's a possible engineering issue with that. The money that's taken for bond will be until they're going to reapply. They're going to look at it, and if the engineering report backs up the documentation and the planning board says it's okay to keep it down with those plans, that'll be fine. Or the planning board will say, nope, you know what? We don't agree with it. It's going to go back up, and that's why that money is being taken. So it will be completed. Unfortunately, his mistakes have cost him probably about 4 or 5 months of tenants, and the worst thing in the world, I think, is if the people go bankrupt trying to open the building, if everything else passes the inspection, which it has, otherwise a CO wouldn't be offered. So there's a lot there, and there was also a mitigation issue, which we took an even higher amount of money, $20,000 for, that has to be completed as well. And that mitigation is over at the trailhead. That was originally part of it, and we will, ensure that that's done. And the fact that they're putting up a cash bond instead of a bond is going through a bonding company is a huge difference. But we'll see how the town board fleshes that out and votes on it afterwards. But a lot of us have been living with this, and I agree with a lot of your comments. And right now, we need to, really have a solution from the planning board saying either this or this, and then we have the bonded money to do that if needed. Michael, the fluoride, we've been reading, I think Michael might have left. Yeah, we have been looking at all this. There's a new report out. It's in a much larger volume than we fluoridate our water, but we will keep researching, looking, and if evidence comes out that there's a harm that is, backed up by the government and the Department of Health, we will have to really revisit this as a law and look at it. But we currently have a law for fluoride, and we do follow that law. One more, I already said I am having an issue myself with the hearing in this echo chamber. And I know Diana did some great work on getting town hall set up, so hopefully she could find a solution for this. It's a very rare instance that we have to be here, but I understand what you're saying with democracy shouldn't be cut off because you can't understand what we're saying. So we will definitely look at that.
And just to piggyback that, there is a number at the bottom of the agenda if you want to just give us a gentle reminder. And I know that I spoke with Diana that she does have a portable headset thing that she'll try to see if it can work. The other one is actually connected to our system.
Yes, we have an infrared system that's connected at Town Hall, so we can't take it out of Town Hall. But we also have a...
There's an infrared system at Town Hall that could not be taken out of Town Hall. It works off of infrared markers on the ceiling.
And we have a portable secondary system. It doesn't work as well, but I think that given that we do have this situation once in a while, we should look into maybe getting something that we can take with us. So we will do that.
So we'll look at the other secondary system, which may be better than nothing. Jenny, Sunshine Development, look, Yorktown has changed a lot in the 30 years I've lived here. And I understand it, not always happy about some of the changes, but there are definite needs in our community. I look at the housing, and I look at what New York State wants to do in removing home rule and allowing basically a 5-story building to be built as of right, just going to the building department and pulling a permit without having to go through planning. If we lose home rule, as long as you're a mile away from a bus stop. Well, all of our bus stops are on the 202 and Route 6 corridor for the most part, and then through the center of town. Lexington Avenue is a major bus route also. So we can literally lose all of these properties to not have any control over for whatever someone wants to do. And I don't think that's a great option for us. I will also say, and I was just in there the other day looking at the site, we talk about lost history. I'm seeing a revised history when it comes to the old Soundview estate, the Underhill Farm. I was in that building, and they're redoing and bringing out some of the great features of that building. There's a lot of construction going on in there. They have saved the chapel, which a priest is actually going to move into. They took it down, put it into a unit, and I think our planning department and building department already has the plans for it, so they don't get lost in translation. But there's a lot of work. Matter of fact, the project for Catherine Street that we're going to talk about today, the old field home, thank you, Serge. The old field home building, which has a lot of historical value, we are going to look they're going to donate that to the town. We're going to look for a repurpose, but we need to find something that is not on the back of our taxpayers. We can't afford that. I could say that right now. Someone was mentioning taxes, might even have been you. We have held flat in our taxes. We have decreased our taxes over the years. Maybe not every line has, and maybe we don't notice it because the school does take an increase every year. But we have been, as the auditor's report pointed out, extremely careful with spending taxpayer money and trying to make the best of it and trying to do the best for the town with it. Those building permits, I think it was $1.2 million.
1.299.
1.299 generated from building permits. That's not only development, but that's the houses, that's individual houses, that's decks, that's things where people are beautifying their homes. But that's what Yorktown is about too. So people invest in their homes, invest in their property, and people want to make an investment in Yorktown. That's what Destination Y was about. And it's to find the right people to come up, the businesses that we have undeveloped business space. At one point, there was a ton of property on Front Street, which is an industrial zone. Now it's all filling in, and we're doing the right thing for the town and generating full tax value on that property. And that's an important aspect.
I just want to piggyback on that. When I grew up here, there was 5,000 homes in Yorktown, and it was farms all over the place. There was one light at the high school, and it's grown to this beautiful town that we have now. There's a housing shortage. Every place I travel, every town has building going on it, and we're trying to do our best to weed out what we can, and use it in the best possible function that we can. You know.
Also keep pace and compete, be competitive. I have some comments when you're done.
Sure. James Mecca, I appreciate the happy Memorial Day comment. I know for some people it is not happy. It is a day of remembrance. I was down at the Vietnam Memorial with 3 Vietnam vets on an honor flight, and one of them could not even approach the wall as they all went to see a buddy who had died and see his name, and one wanted to etch it, one wanted to pay respects, and the third just couldn't bring himself to go to it. So it's definitely a melancholy day, but I will say I am proudly happy to be an American, and that all that have served and defended our freedoms, and I think that is something for us to be joyous about, but there is also something, we have to memorialize, and that's why our flag is at half staff for half of the day and rises at noon to full glory because of what our veterans have done for us and those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice and are memorialized on Memorial Day.
Freedom's not free, right?
Not at all.
And Jim, I have an 8 and 6-year-old. I won't talk about my 14 and 23-year-old because I've been drilled. But we say thank you for your service, and we bow and say thank you for your service to those that are above because they can't be with us today. So.
Yes. And I definitely agree with you with the hyperbolic speech. You hear a lot of it nowadays. You hear people comparing everything to the Holocaust. You hear, to compare building to the fall of Saigon is definitely hyperbolic, and it's definitely, we can make points in better ways than to pick on, to make a comparison to something that just doesn't compare. So. Unfortunately, that's the way of the world right now, and I hope it does change because watching things on the news, like the protests down at Columbia, I'm listening to some of the things, and it's absolutely scary what some people are saying. So we really need to look at that as a society, and I don't know if this town board will change that, but hopefully our town will remain a little better centered. So. Dan, I have spoken to the police a lot about getting out there and making sure that they are going through the parking zones, so our traffic officers do. Unfortunately, we only have 2 for the town. I have seen them over by Dunkin' Donuts a couple times and over by Taco Bell area riding. So they are getting out there. I will ask them to keep the stepped-up patrols on that. But there are other things like speeding and school zones and things that they do also have to look at. You mentioned the cell tower and that you don't want it, but I will tell you that our first responders do feel there's a need for better cell service in certain areas of town. There's debate. I know Mr. Kopstein has brought up a few times whether he thinks it will actually be beneficial for the area if it's not pointed the right way and some different things, but there are dead zones. I have called people in that area that cannot hold a conversation for more than a minute and a half before it's like static and they're gone. So there are some issues, and we are supposed to we haven't heard anything back from the state, but before anything moves forward, I have publicly said that I want to have the cell tower company back to look at what advances have happened and what we need to do to move forward, or if it goes to some other system, because there are other things out there nowadays. And that's going to be, a big part of it, is what is available and how do we make our areas safe. That's a bottom line with cell service. Our police need to be able to communicate, our residents need to be able to communicate, and right now we have a couple places in town that you just can't do it. I know I don't make a phone call on Mosman Road, I don't make a phone call on 35, and I don't make a phone call on the back of like Curry Street, Curry-Gomer area. You just can't get through.
Yeah, and you've been public about getting them back in here and seeing if there are any alternatives as opposed to not only alternative sites, but alternative technology that, you know, you might be able to use smaller cell towers that are littered about. I don't know, you know, we're looking into that. You know, we're trying to balance, you know, the necessity of it all. And I think we could all agree that we need this. We need this kind of technology and these kind of cell towers with, you know, alternative means to achieve the necessity for our first responders and for ourselves as well, with actually putting something that big up and stuff like that. So we are looking into it. I know there was another comment about the houses behind 202. When was that project approved? That was with
2018 with DeVito.
Oh, no. The comment was that this town board, compared to every other town board before us, meanwhile, that project was actually approved by
four supervisors.
A previous town board. So, you know, facts are important.
Yeah.
But go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's really it for me. If you had anything else, or
yeah, Howard, where are you, Howard? I think you're getting the gist of how we feel about the recycling facility. I'll speak for myself. I don't feel that the allowed use, as is stated in the local law, is exactly in line with the use that's being proposed. So that's next week, the 17th, very important. 2 weeks. So please come and voice your opinion. Mel, the ramp, I agree with Susan. You know, it is unsightly. We are ADA compliant, at least at Town Hall, and we strive to do that. And, you know, it's a long, slow process, I know, and it's very frustrating. If we could get that ramp, I would be a proponent that if we could get that ramp to be ADA compliant, we leave it there, because that also allows people from the lower parking lot to enter Town Hall that are disabled. But I'm not sure. That's why the parking was moved up to the top, for handicapped people to make it more accessible. Jay, I will tell you that I'm equally as frustrated with the Kear Street project. I know that the planning board, rightfully so, put a stop work order on them. And the stop work order has been on them for, it's got to be 2 or 3 months now. And that has cost that individual a lot of money by his own fault. He did things wrong, he didn't get things right, he didn't move fast enough. Some of his representatives that he put up were very frustrating to me on the planning side. You know, I'm the liaison there. Do I think the planning board has come down on him, to get things right? Yes. I don't think they're giving him a pass. I don't think they're doing anything like that. I think that individual has lost quite a bit of money by his own fault, right? Because of the stop work order. He hasn't been able to rent those places. And so, you got 6 units there that are private, for, I think they're 2 bedrooms or something like that. You got to imagine they're going to be like $2,500 to $3,000 a month times 6. That's what he's losing over the course of 4 months. Then he's got the commercial side. So I think he's gotten the message. And I think he's understands that he's got to do something. I believe that he's coming back, right, Ed? Didn't you say that? He's coming back to see if he could do a site plan amendment. I don't think he was actually in for a site plan amendment. He was in for if they would let it go or something like that. But I think he has paid his dues. I think he needs to get in line and he needs to straighten things out. I don't think and that's where I'm at with that. We're going to see on the resolution. I'll have some comments about that as well. In terms of, hold on, next page. I'm sorry, please. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, a lot of people spend time, though, to express their concerns, so we do need to address those also. Thank you.
As far as...
We will finish up. Please don't. This is just going to take longer. Okay.
As far as the issues with the development on Route 6, I will tell you, and I've been very vocal about it, I think those three projects are a lot, only because they're so close in proximity to each other, okay? I do think something needs to happen, whether it's one or the other. This is my opinion, okay? But, you know, to be against everything all the time, that's not okay either. And if I don't do this because I'm looking for your vote, and so if you're not going to vote for me, then please call me, and if you don't want to vote for me, then don't vote for me. I mean, what do you want me to say? But I'm not going to worry about what decisions I make that will benefit the town based on whether or not I'm going to get your vote. We don't do that up here. I know I don't do that at all, and I will not start doing that. But I do think that it's a little too much. I've voiced my opinion. Ed and I have had numerous conversations on this topic about how I feel and about how he feels. But I think that's where we are with that. And in terms of the 800 Main Street and the ingress and egress, we have had some conversations about that. When people say that, you know, we're pushing this and we're pushing that, I will tell you that we do not follow around the developers and say, hey, when are you coming? Can you come tomorrow? They come by their own accord. So if you don't hear something from us, and I think Ed mentioned it, but I think it's a point to make it the point, you know, with an exclamation point at the end, it's on them. If you don't hear anything from us about it, that's because they didn't come in front of us and had a meeting or requested anything. And we're not going to go chase them down and beg them to come. You know, and the point that Ed made about the home rule, I want to drive that in, because I will tell you, we could either take control of our own destiny, or at some point the state is going to have enough votes to pass this home rule law, and then we don't have any choices. And if you're within a mile, just like Ed said, and I want to reiterate the point because it's very important, if we're within a mile of a bus stop, a property is within a mile of a bus stop, and this law passes in New York State, they're going to be able to put 5-story buildings wherever they want, and we will have no recourse. You could come to us and say, I don't want the 5-story building. We'll say, you know what, this is not what we can do. The state's in charge now. Do we really want that? I don't think that's what anybody wants here. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to be brief, but I do have some comments. On the ramp, somebody in the audience who used to work for the county passed me this message, and he says the county has an Office of Disability Services that is willing to review compliance with ADA requirements and will provide advice. They are not an enforcement agency, so there's no risk in contacting them. So I think before this town board decides to do anything, we should talk to that. Yeah. Okay. That came from Stu last. Okay. So we should do that. Jay, on the Nantucket Sound, I disagree with my colleagues here. I think, number one, the planning board, after months and months and months of meetings that you and I, you know, attended, that they discussed this, okay, the planning board made a decision. And they made a decision to say that the developer had to respect the site plan and move the issues. So the issue is closed. That's the first thing. The developer got the message at multiple meetings early on when the planning board first discovered the problem, okay? And what the developer did, he kept making it look prettier. He put pretty fencing. He put more landscaping. Every time the planning board was saying, we have issues with this, he kept disregarding the planning board's concern. Also, the same developer, when he wanted to change the siding, a very minor thing, he came to the planning board and he showed them, I want to change the siding, this is what I want to do, which is the standard practice when you want to change the site plan. He came and he got the planning board approval. Planning board had no issues. But when he wanted to move the HVAC equipment, he didn't ask for permission, and that's the problem. So I will be voting no, absolutely no on this resolution. He should not get a reward and get a CO for violating and just totally ignoring what the town board has said. And I give credit to the planning board members who stood up for what was right, and instead of giving, oh, sorry, you did it wrong, but go ahead and it's okay what you did, they said no.
Susan,
Okay,
that is an unfair assessment
Well, all right,
of 4 months of work.
I made my-
Please do not disparage our boards like that.
I
Please,
think the planning
please.
board did a good job. The other comments I want to make, the people who were here and who spoke about the AMS project, I urge you briefly to come up again during the public hearing so your comments, in an abbreviated form hopefully, and it will be late at night and I hope you'll stay, will be on the record, because I assume that the stenographer who is here to take that down. And this will be more important with a comment that I'm going to make later. So please repeat your comments about that. I'm sorry about the acoustics here. Laura, thank you for bringing it up. I couldn't even hear what Diana was saying in response to the sensory garden, but I just want that even when that sensory garden plan, Diana, gets done in a preliminary form, it has to come before the town board, and we have to discuss it. This has to be discussed with all of us and with the Parks Department. So please do that. On the issue of development, I don't think many people understand this. There's a difference between as of right, you come in, it's zoned for whatever it is, you come in with an application, the town is obligated to review the application. When somebody comes in with a rezoning, whether it's Toll Brothers or the new one across from the winery on Route 6, or the AMS with a zoning request, and they typically come and say, this is my plan. I want what the planning board always calls a warm and fuzzy. Tell me if you like this idea. Should we pursue it? Should we not pursue it? The town board is not obligated to accept a rezoning application. So when somebody comes to them with a plan, they could say, interesting, but no, this isn't what we want. And they could save the developer thousands and thousands of dollars of money by just saying no early on. They are not obligated on a rezoning petition, which is different from the recycling, which was as of right. And most people don't understand that. So I think that's important. Underhill Farm, Ed, you mentioned, or Jenny mentioned, the historic, loss of historic thing. I think one of the conditions in the Underhill Farm plan was that the developer was required to come up with a plan on how he was going to document the history of that property. To this day, I don't think that plan has been made public. And that is a very important part. It's not just what you're renovating the main house. It's some kind of documentation that will explain the long history of that site. So that is something that is still lacking to the best of my knowledge. Thank you. I'm sorry I took so long.
All right. I am deferring my time back to the agenda.
Lou?
I'm good.
Good. All right.
Because we'll be here all night.
Okay.
Density. I got you, Dan.
So we will now move to our public hearings. We're going to reconvene a public hearing to consider the rezoning application from zoned RSP3 and R140 to RSP2 received from Toll Brothers, Inc. for property located at 2302 and 2448 Catherine Street for the purpose of constructing 118 age-restricted townhouses. And I will... Sure. Well, they're going to do the presentation, then you can make a comment. Okay. So Susan's going to make a comment, but I will say that, in my opinion, when you look at the uses that were zoned 20, 30, 40 years ago, it's a responsibility of the town board to see if those uses still work. The R140 and the RSP3 to an RSP2 is not, there are some differences, but it's not a improper use to look at. And once again, when you talk to our seniors who are looking for places that they can move to from their houses, and once again, someone brought up this point. I have always said not all seniors, some seniors. There's some seniors, I know Bob pointed out, sorry to call you a senior, Bob, at 75, living at home, doing his work. But there are a lot of seniors who feel that I don't want to do that work anymore. Matter of fact, my wife today was at a retirement community down in White Plains with our business, and she came back saying, pack your bags, I think we're moving in there. Hopefully not, because I'm not ready to go. But that being said, it just depends on the person, and there are a lot of people that have expressed interest, especially at our senior advisory meetings. Susan, you wanted to make a comment?
Yes, I want to make a general comment. This is just very general, and it has to do with the hearings that we're going to have tonight, but it's not specific to those hearings. By coincidence, there are two hearings tonight on two proposed new senior citizen developments. But before we open those hearings, I want to read this statement that explains the important part that SEQRA, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, plays in this, because SEQRA is very important for both hearings. While both projects involve rezoning, when it comes to complying with SEQRA, they're being processed very differently. And that difference is important, because the difference determines what happens next. And what happens next determines the extent to which your comments tonight are considered, responded to, or ignored. Under SEQRA, the town, either the town board or the planning board, has two options for reviewing a project's environmental impacts. They can require the developer to prepare a full or expanded environmental assessment form, referred to as an FEAF, or a DEIS, a draft environmental impact statement. The Toll Brothers project has submitted an FEAF. AMS has submitted a DEIS. In terms of content, there's very little difference between the FEAF and the DEIS. Both cover the same environmental impact issues: how many acres will be disturbed, traffic, tax impact, impact on community services like police, fire, school children, etc. But there are significant differences in the two options when it comes to public input, and that's why you're here tonight. One difference, and it's a potentially major difference, is that in an FEAF, just the town board or the planning board decide what topics should be included in the report. But with a DEIS, by law, the town has to hold a public hearing on what is called a scoping session, which gives the public an opportunity to say what it thinks should be included in the DEIS. For example, during the DEIS scoping session for AMS, the public had the ability to request that the environmental impacts of an alternate development plan, like fewer units, be considered and compared with the developer's initial plan. In contrast, there's no requirement for public input on the content of an FEAF. The content is left completely and exclusively up to the town board and the planning board. A second major difference between the FEAF and the DEIS is what happens once the developer submits the document. If it's an FEAF, there's no requirement for public comment on the document. If the public wants to comment on the FEAF, they have to wait until the board holds a public hearing on the application, like they're doing tonight for Toll Brothers. The public can, of course, send emails to the appropriate board, but the board doesn't have to respond to the emails. There's no requirement that the public comments content about the FEAF be acknowledged or responded to. Once the board has completed its review of the FEAF and has made a final SEQRA determination, it can close the public hearing and proceed to vote on the application. In sharp contrast, although SEQRA doesn't require a public hearing on the DEIS, which the town board has decided to hold tonight, it does require a period of public comment on the document. The AMS hearing tonight is that requirement. By law, the developer will have to respond in writing to all the substantive comments raised tonight in a follow-up document called an FEIS, a final environmental impact statement. General statements or objections or support for the development only have to be noted in the FEIS. For the AMS document, a second hearing will then be needed before the town board can vote on the application. And that's why I advised you who made comments during courtesy of the floor to repeat it so it's on the record, and AMS will have to answer those comments.
John, would you like to come up? Maybe John can come up and explain secret to us, because I know that with a rezoning, you have to have a public hearing.
This is not a hearing. The Toll Brothers is a hearing on the rezoning. The hearing on AMS is a hearing on the DEIS.
I understand, but maybe John can
difference.
explain it.
Well, that's what I am trying to explain, because it might not have been explained before. And it's an important difference because, as I tried to say, it involves public comment. Okay? And that's why I'm doing it. Typically, the town in the past has not had DEISs. The decision whether you do an FEAF or a DEIS is strictly up to the town. The last time, to the best of my memory, and this can be corrected if I'm wrong, was Costco, and that was years ago. Okay, the town's major development, Underhill Farms, only had an FEIF. I think if this board is concerned about public input, then more major developments, not every development, but major developments should have a DEIS. Thank you.
But the FEAF also, you made a comment, you said, the town board or board members or whoever may or may not respond to people's comments. And we all do respond to people's comments. So you make it sound like nobody,
and we have a lot of public hearings.
Hold on. And you make it sound as if we're ignoring people, which is definitely not the case. And the FEAF sometimes is more than adequate. And I believe the EAF that we did with Underhill Farm had everything that an EIS would have anyway.
Well,
and there was plenty of public comment. I believe Underhill Farm. Hold on a second, please. I listened to you. I believe the EIS, the Underhill Farm procedure. We had how many hearings did we have? How many?
4 public hearings.
18. Dan would know. Dan was at all of them, right? So, I mean, to allude to some, thing that we didn't do our job or we didn't do enough, and we were inadequate and we weren't responding to people is wrong. And I don't appreciate it.
I'm not going to argue. I'm not here to argue the point. I just want to explain to the public the difference, because it's just by coincidence
on the website
have 2 different hearings tonight.
Thank
Or you can just Google it.
Thank you. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. For the record, my name is David Cooper. I'm a partner with the law firm Rosarin and Steinmetz. Here representing the petitioner, Toll Brothers, who is the contract vendee to purchase a 50-acre portion of the Field Home Holy Comforter property. The proposal is to redevelop that portion with a 118-unit active adult townhome community. You've already gone through a bunch. We're here tonight before your board. We are requesting to rezone this portion of the property from the RSP 3 R40 district into the RSP 2. Just to piggyback on a comment that was just made before, this site was previously approved for 102 independent living unit development under the existing zoning. That was many years ago at this point. That did not come to fruition. In 2021, we first approached the town and submitted our petition to rezone the site in furtherance of this application. We have been through the SEQRA process for the last 3 or 4 years now at this point, before your board, before the planning board, comments from interested agencies, from involved agencies, from the public, many public meetings. This is a continued public hearing from July. There's been a lot of input on this project. We're going to continue the public hearing tonight. Let me just introduce the team. I jumped ahead. I got excited there. I apologize.
Okay.
But, with me is Kevin E. Moses from Toll Brothers. You'll hear it from in a second. Joe Rena, as you know, is the project engineer. Tonight we have Phil Greeley with us from Colliers Engineering, the traffic engineer on this application, and Jacqueline Cohen, my colleague, is also with us tonight. Before going into public statements, I just want to take one step back as to the last public hearing before you in July. There were a couple of comments particularly from the Glassberry development with respect to questions about the operations, I'll call it, of the proposed townhouse community, hours of operation for pickleball, for example, lighting, other operational questions. Kevney has met with the HOA and will take the board through, if the board will allow us, just a little bit about what they've discussed and a couple of agreements that they've come to and other things that they're going to work through. In addition, there are a couple of comments about traffic conditions on Catherine Street. That's why we asked Phil to come with us tonight to take you through that. So in a second, I'll also let Phil go through that as well. And then afterwards, I certainly can come back up and discuss procedure, et cetera. What I would say, though, is with respect to the procedural discussion that just occurred, the thing that was missing from that discussion is the question, the threshold question that's been before your board since we submitted the application in 2021 is whether or not this particular project could result in any potentially significant adverse impact. You have to quantify the impact and determine whether or not the empirical data, I think somebody asked empirical, but the empirical data in the record demonstrates whether or not that potential impact, whatever it may be, traffic, stormwater, et cetera, could potentially be quantified as significant. That's the question that's before the board. If the board determines that based on the evidence in the record that there is something that potentially could be quantified as significant, that's when a positive declaration would be issued and an EIS would be prepared. But based on what's now about a 700-page record before this board, we submit that the evidence in the record demonstrates that this project, 118 units at this site, that was previously approved for an independent living development, which was going to preserve 14 acres of conservation area, which is going to preserve the field home building, which is going to provide a lot of benefits to the community, which I'll let Kevin go over in a second, will not result in a significant adverse impact. And so from a legal SECRA substantive standard here, we submit that a negative declaration would be appropriate. I'll come back up at the end and address that, but I didn't want to let that hanging out there as we go through some of the rest of the questions. So, with that, let me turn it over to Kevin.
Thank
you.
Good evening, members of the board and the public. We are pleased to be here again this evening to advance the public hearing process, and as David had alluded to, I just wanted to touch on our follow-up meeting with the members of Glassbury Court at the request of the town board coming out of our last meeting. So based on Glassbury's comments at the last public hearing and later our meeting together with, I think, 4 or 5 members of the HOA and board there, I do believe we've helped address some of their concerns. David touched on a few, but I'd just like to kind of pick through those one by one. And I would also just like to say that the concerns that we discussed at our meeting after our last public hearing were consistent with the public hearing comments themselves. First would be noise pollution. During construction, I think that everyone knows noise pollution as a consequence of construction is simply unavoidable. But the work hours will comply with town regulations, so helping to mitigate that concern to whatever extent we can. Light pollution, and I know I mentioned this at the last public hearing, but we will be employing strictly dark sky compliant light fixtures to mitigate light bleed and light pollution at large. Certainly we'll have no light escaping from our site itself. Air pollution. I know there was some talk about the potential of power washing units, and while I'm entertaining keeping that conversation open, I do just want to point out that the prevailing winds go from Glassbury to our site, not vice versa. So while there could potentially be some dust pollution to the Glassbury site, prevailing winds would tell you otherwise. There were concerns about pickleball and its proximity to the development. I do again just want to point out that the last Glassbury unit there, forgive me, is just page south of our entrance, while the pickleball court itself is much further downhill on Catherine Street. We know how light tends to migrate. It's less so done uphill and through trees. But notwithstanding, we have made a commitment to limit our hours of pickleball play. Obviously, to a certain time in the morning and a certain time in the evening, it would be prohibited to limit disruption to adjacent residents and community members. We've also committed to provide screening for that court for additional visual and sound attenuation. The Glassbury folks had also requested we pay particular focus to landscaping at our entrances and along our frontage on Catherine Street, which we certainly will do, and provide sufficient landscaping both at our entrances and along our frontage to aid in buffering and screening. And lastly, Catherine Street roadway improvements. So while not required as part of the Glassbury Court development during its approval process, nor were any improvements flagged or required as part of our traffic study, we are collaborating with the town and the highway department on the possibility of addressing some potential improvements on Catherine Street itself. So again, open discussions. And I just want to reiterate that now while there are some other concerns that may be voiced tonight or that may still remain, we do look forward to being in an open dialogue and a neighborly relationship as we move forward optimistically through the approval process and hopefully construction. And then just before I yield the podium to Phil, I did just want to go over the benefits of the project that are up on the screen. And these are not potentially adverse impacts, but they are real quantifiable benefits that would be imbued by this project. First of all, it is an entirely age-restricted community with no school children. There was a comment earlier that a developer may be able to just relinquish an age restriction. And I just want to reiterate that that is a physical and legal impossibility unless approved by the planning board. Declarations are filed both with the town, Westchester County, and that age restriction carries with the property and every point of sale. So just to dispel any concerns there. So again, an entirely age-restricted 55 and older community with 0 school children meets a critical need identified in the town comprehensive plan, notably senior housing and housing variety. This would represent over $1 million of annual net tax surplus for the town. It's a massive windfall for the school district in particular, being that there are no school children. In addition, while I believe there are some other developers in the past that may have tried to shirk their responsibility for recreation fees, we are not doing that. We are paying full freight at $472,000 across our 118 proposed units. We have also committed to an additional $150,000 contribution towards recreation within the town. There's also a robust on-site amenity complex to further reduce demand on town facilities. It's right in line with the age demographic: pool, clubhouse, pickleball, fitness center, etc. This also revitalizes what is a fallow and underutilized, under-optimized parcel of land while widely respecting environmental buffers, and that's a fact. And 2 other points that are not on this sheet that I just wanted to pick up on, one of which is the donation of the field home building itself and the 2.5 acres around it, conservatively estimated at over $1 million in value. And lastly, what David already touched upon, is over 14 acres of conservation area that will prohibit further development and conserve and protect the natural lands within its boundaries. Thank you very much, and we'll be here to obviously respond to any questions after Phil's presentation.
Good evening. Philip Greeley from Colliers Engineering and Design. Board members, members of the public. I'm a professional engineer. We prepared the traffic study for the project. I also am a 37-year resident of the town of Yorktown. My children all played travel soccer on the field, which is now part of Glassbury Court, which is the Peister Drive. Actually, that was a soccer field that was used quite often. In terms of the traffic study, and I'll give kind of a background of what goes into a traffic study. There have been other traffic studies done along Catherine Street in that corridor. There was a traffic study that was done, not by me, but there was a traffic study that was done when Glassbury Court was first proposed. There was a traffic study that was done when the field home was looking to expand. And then we had prepared our traffic study. In a traffic study, you document existing conditions through traffic counts. You look at historical data from other studies, from data that's published by New York State DOT, and you establish the peak hours that you want to analyze in terms of potential impacts. That's the standard base that you work with. So we look at traffic volumes over the course of the day, but we look specifically at turning movement traffic counts in peak hours of the day. And when I talk about peak hours, typically the peak hours are in the morning between 6:30 and 9:30 in the morning because it overlaps with school times, commuter hours, and then again in the afternoon from about 2:30 to 6:30 in the evening, again overlapping school, commuter, and shopping opportunities. So those are the time periods that we look at. Within those time periods, we focus on peak 1 hour periods. When you design, you look at individual 1 hour periods. In this case, we looked at projecting background traffic without a project. So what would happen in terms of traffic increases? We look at historical growth rates, and we look at other projects that have been approved in establishing that background, quote, no-build condition. In this case, there are projects such as Trader Joe's, CVS, which is now Walgreens. That traffic is all taken into account in the background, in addition to a growth factor, which is established based on historical data. In terms of traffic generation for this type of project, as required by the State of New York Department of Transportation and by this town, we use what's called the Institute of Transportation Engineers in preparing the estimates of what a project, depending on the type of project, what it would generate in those peak hours. In this particular case, this is an age-restricted housing development. We actually did it non-age restricted to be conservative. In this particular area, because we have Glassbury Court right on the corridor, we can see what the generation is for an age-restricted community. It turns out that that's pretty much in line with what ITE says for an age-restricted community. In a peak hour basis, you end up generating less than half a trip per dwelling unit. And people say, well, there's 2 cars and well, not everybody leaves at once. People are still working in age-restricted communities, but based on the database and local experience, that's what we find is the typical generation. We actually analyze slightly higher trip generation, anywhere 15 to 20% higher in terms of what the project would generate.
So you add 15% to your findings?
So yes, in our analysis, we use the higher trip generation for the project-generated traffic.
Which is 15 to 20% higher than average?
Than the average, than the
Understood.
typical.
Same thing.
We analyze the intersections. There's procedures that are used for analyzing intersections. It sets forth. It's a rating scale, A, B, C, D, E, F. The intersections here generally operate at levels of service C or better, which is what you would design for. So when Kevin A. talks about no improvements, the impact from a no-build to a build condition, we're maintaining levels of service with that traffic generation. There were certain improvements that were identified in our report, mostly related to sight distances, signing, striping, but no major significant improvements. And we were showing that we were maintaining similar levels of service, which is the criteria, from no-build to build conditions. Now, we will continue to work with the town and with the highway superintendent on improvements. If you look at over the years on Catherine Street, years ago there was no drainage there. You know, there would be washouts along the roadway. You know, you used to park basically along the road when you were going to the soccer games. Well, now there have been some improvements over the years, some drainage improvements, and we'll continue to work with the highway superintendent as we move forward in the process. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Phil. That is one of my concerns, the drainage improvements through the road, and also, I know Dave said that you guys have been working on some of those.
Yes.
I would like to, offline, look at some of those proposals. I would imagine also from a point of view of the people that live downhill, whatever water we could take off of that curtain flow would definitely be
yes.
Helpful. I know Dave spoke about possibly some like little inlets to divert the water into as it comes down the slope.
Correct.
So I would like to see a little more of that. I think that's a big question, and some of there's also it was identified by the Watershed Inspector General with some of the runoff from the slopes as those are being developed. So I don't know if you've had a chance to. I see. And Joe,
Phil could probably answer that question, but
he probably can.
I told him just traffic tonight. So yes, we did receive the second letter. The first letter requested steep slopes analysis and just identifying with more particularity where the slopes were. We did provide that information to you as well as to the WIGs. Is that information shows the slopes, the steeper slopes, the 25% or so above, are really in the center of the development site, and are really associated with the soccer field, the practice soccer field that was there. They were created probably about 10 years ago when that soccer field was graded out and made. They're the sidelines of the soccer field. But that was presented. There was then a subsequent letter received late last week asking essentially for details that would normally be at the site plan level. In other words, there's a menu, a pretty robust menu of engineering controls that have been designed over the many, many years that development throughout New York, throughout the United States for that matter, has been developed, because this is not the only site with steep slopes and a stream and wetland. That's the dime a dozen in Westchester, particularly in northern Westchester. So there are a host of options, curtains, erosion sediment control, silt fences, hay bales, et cetera, that would typically be shown at the site plan level. In fact, I think the planning board's memo to you, I think today, was to say, remember, there's still site plan approval, and we need to go through it. But we will respond to that comment so that you've got your record is complete with respect to what options are out there. We did provide a erosion sediment control plan during construction, which shows the likely options that are going to be selected, but to the extent that there are some specific questions that the WIG has asked in its latest letter, we'll provide that to you. So.
I would, in the effort of transparency, I would be remiss to have not brought it up.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we are definitely looking at it, and thank you for pointing out the fact that our planning department has emphatically brought that up in their memo, and then. So that's, yeah. All right, so that's good. Any questions, Susan, Patrick?
One quick one. Just like the conservation area, is that long term, is that going to pick up some of the water runoff?
Joe, you want
to? Essentially, the conservation, Joe Serena, the principal site design consultants, the conservation area pretty much encapsulates the more sensitive areas of the site, wetland, the brook, and buffer area. So, approximately a quarter of the woodland area on this site. So it's going to be protecting that in the long term.
That's going to take some of that water runoff away a little bit?
Yeah. Well, the surface runoff that's going to come off the site is going to be managed in the stormwater basins in the different stormwater practices that are going to control, make sure that it doesn't increase the amount of volume or peak flow to those areas, and maintain, stability of those areas. So that's all going to be part of the stormwater plan once that's fully vetted out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I do have comments. They've written down. Before the planning board can act on the rezoning request, it first has to make a finding under seeker, whether the proposed project will result in any significant adverse impacts, as Mr. Cooper has explained, to the environment that cannot be adequately mitigated. That's the essence of seeker. If the town board finds no significant adverse impacts and issues what is known as a negative declaration, or neg dec, then the seeker process is closed and the board can proceed to vote on the rezoning. But a neg dec also means that when the application moves to the planning board for site plan approval, the planning board cannot reopen seeker. It's flexible, and the planning board stated that in a previous memo. The planning board's flexibility to seek changes in the site plan for environmental reasons will be limited, and I'll get back to that later. Okay? Which is why the seeker is the focus of my comments tonight. Let me just preface this by saying I welcome Toll Brothers to Yorktown. Toll Brothers has a fantastic reputation, okay, as a national builder. It's a quality builder, and I think having Toll Brothers come to Yorktown is a positive for Yorktown. That's just in general about Toll Brothers. Why the focus of my comments is seeker. I'm concerned that the town board does not yet, as yet, have sufficient information to make a negative secret declaration. While Toll Brothers has submitted a 500-page expanded environmental assessment form, the FEAF, that summarized what environmental concerns would be impacted and how any adverse impacts would be mitigated, many of the sections of the FEAF have not been adequately reviewed by the town board or the planning board. The planning board had, correct me, maybe 3 meetings, I think, to
No.
3 or 4 meetings.
2 years. 2 years.
No, I'm talking about the current after you submitted your FEAF. All right.
2 years.
The focus of the meetings, and I was at all the meetings, has been the future of the soccer field. That was one of the initial issues. Then there was several discussions about the lot line adjustments between the two zones, and also the easement. Okay. Because the site is in the Croton watershed, the Watershed Inspector General's office in the State Attorney's General office has been monitoring the project. And as Mr. Cooper said in an August 29th letter, the Watershed Inspector General's office identified several critical environmental issues it believes need more review. Issues that would have a significant adverse impact. I didn't purposely go into their POSDEC requirement, their EIS requirement. One of the examples of their concerns is the steep slopes that you mentioned. A steep slope is generally regarded as a slope over a 50% grade. The site plan that the town board is considering tonight disturbs 8 acres of slopes greater than 15%. Some of those slopes are 35% or greater, and some of the buildings are actually located on those steep slopes. But the planning board, which advises the town board on secret issues, has never reviewed the steep slope issue, even though it has weighed in on this type of issue in other subdivisions and site plans. For those of you who have been around for a while, you might remember Crompound Terraces, the property on Old Crompound Road between Lowe's and Best Plumbing. That also had a steep slope, and the planning board was very concerned and not very happy about some of the housing units that were planned on the slopes and what the retaining walls would look like. In fact, in this plan, the retaining walls, there hasn't even been a plan for the retaining walls. Okay? So there's been no discussion. Toll Brothers has downplayed the significance of disturbing the slopes greater than 15% and says there's no empirical evidence. If we go back, that's where that word comes from, saying that that disturbing the steep slopes would create any problems. But its comments run counter to our own comprehensive plan, our town codes, that specifically state that any disturbance on steep slopes should be avoided or minimized to the fullest extent possible. And this is what the 2024 New York State Stormwater Management Design Manual says that developers have to follow when they're developing on steep slopes. I think their comments deserve to be read in full. Development on slopes with a grade of 15% or greater should be avoided if possible to limit soil loss, erosion, excessive stormwater runoff, and the degradation of surface water. Excessive grading should be avoided on all slopes, as should the flattening of hills and ridges. Steep slopes should be kept in an undisturbed natural condition to help stabilize hillsides and soil. On steep slopes, new development requires regrading or stripping of vegetation, and that should be minimized. Toll Brothers dismisses a good part of the steep slope issue on the grounds that the slopes are man-made. I'm not an engineer, but I don't see why that matters. A slope is a slope, whether it was been there for 10 or 15 years or for 500 years. All of the concerns about steep slopes leads to one question. If the planning board had looked at the steep slope issue prior to tonight's hearing, and if it had followed the comp plan, the town codes, and the DEC guidelines, would it have recommended to the town board possibly that some of the units on slopes greater than 15% should be eliminated from the site plan? Okay? And if that was so, and if the development was only limited to the areas that were not environmentally sensitive, what would the lot count have been? That has never been done, and that's a function that the planning board, in its review capacity for the town board, should have looked at and didn't. A second major seeker issue that needs closer examination involves sewers. While the development will connect to the Hunter Brook pump station that's part of the Peekskill Sewer District, the plant is actually in the Croton watershed. So when there are untreated sewage overflows from the plant, the overflow impacts the Croton watershed. The town has known about this problem for many years, and since 2019, it has been under a DEC consent order to fix the problem, but to date, very little, if any, remediation has been done. Well, the sewage overflow problem was raised at the planning board, and Toll Brothers has offered to do some I&I mitigation. I'm sorry, I&I is inflow and infiltration. Okay? That's when stormwater enters the sewer lines. Neither the planning board or the town board has looked closely at the issue. Is the pump station's capacity problem limited to the I&I during rain events, or is there also a capacity issue on dry days? I haven't heard any discussion about the dry day capacity. To what extent will the mitigation proposed by Toll Brothers solve the I&I problem? Even if all the proposed mitigation measures accomplish what the report says it will there still be an overflow problem? And if so, should the town still allow additional flow to a plant prone to overflow into the Croton watershed? It also bears noting that the mitigation measures proposed by Toll Brothers and agreed to by the town conveniently meets the relatively low 1 to 1.5 ratio for mitigation, namely that for every gallon of new sewage generated by the development, Toll Brothers needed to remove 1.5 times that amount. Why did the town agree to such a low mitigation ratio? A recent Westchester County Planning Board memo noted that since 2010, it has been the policy of the county's Department of Environmental Facilities that municipal governments require development applications to identify mitigation measures that would offset the projected increase in flow at a 3-to-1 ratio for market rate units. But Yorktown agreed to a 1 to 1.5 ratio for Toll Brothers. There are other seeker issues that the Planning Board has never looked at, but typically does when it reviews FEAFs, like the compliance with the comp plan. The FEAF conveniently cherry-picks some sections talking about the need for senior housing, but it totally ignores other goals, like the need for more diverse housing and affordable housing for all demographic groups. There is no planning board review or discussion of the traffic impact. There is no planning board review of a tree mitigation plan, although the plan will cut down roughly 2,000 trees. There is no real plan as yet for the reuse of the adaptive reuse of the field home. Toll Brothers doesn't want the building, and it wants to subdivide it off, and as explained, give it to the town. But the town shouldn't take the building over until it knows what its use will be. In the meantime, will Toll Brothers continue to maintain the building, or will the building be left to deteriorate while its future is decided and it becomes another Bernstein house, only on a larger scale and to a historic building that's important to Yorktown? When all these issues are added together, it's obvious that the town board needs to return the application to the planning board for a more thorough seeker review. One final word. We were cautioned at the previous hearing that time kills projects and that Toll Brothers' contract is approaching a deadline, the contract to purchase the property. In other words, if we want this project, don't delay the rezoning. But let's look at the record. Toll Brothers first approached the town board with a concept plan in October of 2021, but they didn't file the rezoning application until November of 2022, 13 months later. And its final FEAF wasn't submitted to the town until May 2024. Toll Brothers, not the town, is responsible for the delay, so I don't see why we're obligated to rush an application when it hasn't undergone a proper seeker review. Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor, wait, before people start clapping, I respectfully, that summary of the record is detached from what's actually in the record. I mean, if you just look at your planning board memos.
Well, how about I ask my planning board to step up, or my director of planning, Mr. Tegeter, could you step up?
I have not seen the a recent planning board memo.
I'm not talking about recent memos.
When was the last memo?
Today.
It's on our website.
Yeah, Maura posts them.
The last one says something that needed a steep slope analysis, but the planning board has never reviewed it.
That's from today, Susan.
Good evening.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
So the question is, has the planning board looked at this project? Is that the question? Okay.
No. Has it looked at the
planning board looked at the
issues?
project thoroughly a number of times, produced memos that guided the applicant in terms of what needs to go into this collection of studies.
And Diana put it on the website.
And Diana puts it on the website as a matter of course. All of this was looked at by the planning board, and their last memo brings this back to this board for their own review, pursuant to all of the things that they've told you, and really what exists in those studies. Okay? It's all in there for you to consider. It's under your consideration. So, to say that they didn't look at this or they didn't look at that, I think that's, and I respectfully to Councilwoman Siegel say that that is, I think, incorrect. We spent a long time, as you heard from the applicant, since 2021, largely, and I feel bad for them, working with me, giving them a hard time every step of the way about what needs to be looked at. So I think it is a very complete document. It's large and voluminous. We have been talking, for instance, about steep slopes since early on. They did provide us with a steep slope map. What came in recently was actually a revision pursuant to the WIGS request. And I think some of the discussions that we've had recently, or the proposal to answer it, I think is correct. I think they should answer the WIGS memo to match the specificity of what they were asking, because I think they make valid points. It does not mean that they are pointing to what are potentially significant adverse impacts that cannot be mitigated. I think the record shows you that everything that's been looked at has potential satisfactory mitigation, and that's why your planning board doesn't have a memo that is critical of this document right now.
I would suggest that the town board take a look at all the planning board minutes of the times when Toll Brothers was there. There obviously are no minutes when, if Toll Brothers had private meetings with, I shouldn't use the word private, if the Toll Brothers met and discussed the plan with John. But what happened at the planning board I don't remember any discussion about traffic impacts. I don't remember any discussion about the impact of steep slopes and building on 45.
We can keep on going back and forth.
Yeah.
We'll defer to the record. All right?
Okay.
We're
Get
fully
look at the
confident
minutes.
with what's in the record. If there isn't anything else that the board wants to ask, we're happy to sit back, listen to any further comments, and then come to you. But
You guys okay right now moving to the public comment?
Yeah, I think we should move to the public comment. I just don't understand how Susan knows what I have and have not looked at, and I don't appreciate that.
Yes, I think we should move on to public comment.
Susan, can I have that memo back?
I'm sorry, well, I'd like to, yeah.
No, this is Diana's copy.
Yeah.
Or what? Yeah, are all the comments that we received put into the record?
We have, so right now we have the comments from the planning department speaking about the slopes and making sure that if this does move forward, the planning board respectfully reminds the board and the site plan review and appeal will be a required next step for the project. The planning board requests that should the town board determine to approve the instant zoning petition and rezone resolution be written carefully in order to not preclude the planning board from conducting their normal site plan review with full ability to manipulate the project to achieve the highest standard for the project, meaning let them open up and let them make sure that they can require the mitigations that are requested. We have, this is from August 5th. This is from the WIG, and there was another issue there that they continue to review the application materials from Toll Brothers and the Field Home, and that was their memo that has been spoken about with the steep slopes coming up afterwards. We have someone from Glassberry. If the project's approved, please ensure that it's changed to accommodate concerns with the entrance and egress should not be on Catherine Street, which unfortunately it has to be because of the wetlands. Planning entry egress on Catherine Street would also require further vehicle travel about a mile from the Taconic Parkway in Yorktown Heights. Would predominate over travel from the Peekskill area. This would increase the emissions, which I think flies in the face of Yorktown's commitment to fighting climate change, and the current number of units seems to be much more dense population packing than the area now holds. A significant reduction in the number of units should be required. And I think important to point out that this was approved at 102 units years back. And the vehicle emissions in our cars since then have greatly depreciated, which is a good thing. Let's see, this is Aaron and Steinmetz. Let's see if I have any other comments real quick from the public. Here's one from the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Committee, which I believe we read at the last meeting, but, taking some look at the protecting the structure that was just spoken about, avoiding town ownership, which I agree with 110%. A stakeholder working group to explore the future options, which we really just should get some suggestions from people, put out a request for a proposal, and integrated plan essentials to make sure that the structure's future is there. And I will say that I agree with Susan that we shouldn't rush for the sake of rushing. But I do think that if we do not end up with something this go around with the field home, that the building will become like the Bernstein House if that property sits unattended for a much longer period of time. So right now there's no ownership per se except an organization that's no longer really running. They have like a trust at this point that they distribute to seniors and different projects, but the house will go the way of the dodo if we do not get on there. New York City, DEP reviewed the town of Yorktown referral. They had some comments. So they reviewed the SWIP. They had some suggestions that are broken down with the EAF. Type 1 action pursuant to SECRA. Let's see. John, were all these addressed with the planning board? This is DEP. I don't want to keep reading into the record stuff that's been read into the record. This is the New York City Environmental Protection memo. Addressed,
Yep.
okay. And this is from June 26th. The ABACA, Advisory Board on Architectural and Community Appearance. They have no objections to the proposed rezoning of the property and looks forward to seeing the project as it develops. The Planning Board, considering the Toll Brothers proposed rezone and referral to the Town Board, subject from RSP 3 to R1. This is they want the consideration for sufficient analysis to make a recommendation to the Town Board on the instant application, but also satisfies to a sufficient degree the ensuring site plan application and review. This is an important consideration for SECRA record weighing potential significant impacts for the project will have been closed by the Town Board action on the rezone, and the Planning Board and other involved agencies will be bound by its determination. The Planning Board previously summarized the potential impacts to the Town Board in January of '24. These impacts included change in the conservation easement area from the previous field home proposal, significant regrading of the site, protection of the wetlands area, visual impacts from surrounding areas in town, resource impacts and recreation resources, preservation of the field home mansion, and potential ownership of the town for all the impacts on town infrastructure. This latest submission is the applicant's response to the memo. So we have quite a bit through here with an expanded EAF. And just all of the stuff that Susan was talking about that is gone through planning and being worked through planning and being addressed through planning and the applicant. We have the Conservation Board. Board has no objection to the rezoning and is pleased to see a reduction in disturbance and the designation of the conservation easement. Board requests a return of the proposed development to review the wetland mitigation and stormwater management features. So in favor of, but want to make sure that the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. And here's again from the Planning Board, so quite a few memos out. And this is from the December 5th meeting. John, I believe that all of this has been addressed. Mr. Tegeter? John, this is from the December 5th meeting of 23. I believe all of this has been addressed as well. These are the Planning Board notes? Okay, thank you. And then we had a Conservation Board memo with no comment from earlier on the first referral. So our Conservation didn't have a problem. ABACA doesn't have a problem. ABACA actually has 2 in here, as does Conservation. Tree Committee, no comment at this time. And that is about it. These are just some other memos.
And I have a question on the Planning Board memo, August 30th, which probably came either, can't remember what date, it was like a Friday, I didn't see that. I think it sounded as if it was very carefully worded and said the Planning Board wants any rezoning resolutions carefully worded because it still has to do a plan, it has to do a site plan review. So I have this hypothetical question. If the town approves a rezoning based on this site plan for 118 units, if the planning board then does its proper review of the steep slope issue and decides that maybe it should be, I'll throw out a number, 60 units. I'm just arbitrarily throwing out a number. Would that, and maybe, David, that's a legal question, would the planning board, because the planning board will approve the site plan, can the planning board say, yeah, the rezoning technically allowed 118 units because that was the plan that you were looking at, but from our site plan review, and that's what the job of the planning board, can we say, no, we're only going to accept, we only think 60 units can fit on this site?
You're looking at me, but you want to stay with the question?
I'm asking a question because my concern is the way it's, because the seeker process will be closed once you accept a negative deck, because you can't adopt the rezoning until you adopt a neg deck. Okay, and that, as the planning board has stated, closes the seeker process. I'm concerned that the planning board its flexibility will be limited when it does a site plan review.
David?
That's my concern.
It's a good question whether the planning board has the authority to then reopen the seeker review.
No. The seeker's closed because the way it's been, I think, written in the public hearing, this hearing tonight is on the rezoning, and also it's a seeker, and it includes the site plan. So the seeker process is closed. So if the planning board then does a more in-depth analysis of let's say the 6 issues in the 7 issues in the WID letter, plus any other comments that can come up, and the planning board says, you know what, I think only 60 units are appropriate for this site. Can they do that when the rezoning application was okay for 118? I mean, we're not talking about 2 or 3 units. We're talking about a possibly significant number of units, and I don't know when there's never been any discussion about how the 118 units came about based on all the parameters in the law.
David, I think John would like to answer, so rather than rehash it. John, you want? Okay. Mr. Cooper?
The only thing I would say initially is when we first appeared before the planning board, I think they turned me off. When we first appeared before the planning board in 2021 and then 2022, this project was 131 units.
I know.
When we came back from the planning board back to your board about a year ago, it turned into 118 units. The planning board has not turned a blind eye to this site. I can tell you for sure, John already said, I know he was kind of joking, but he wasn't. There's not been a stone or a slope that has not been left unturned on this site since we put this application in 2021. The issue, I think the question of whether or not the planning board is suddenly going to take a fresh look and ignore all of the analysis that has gone in. The analysis went in under SECRA, but it wasn't as if you then ignore all that evidence and then you just look at it again. The analysis before the planning board, whether they were the lead agency or you're the lead agency, at the end of the day, at a site plan level, looks at site plan issues. Is the grading plan, is that correct? Is the access, et cetera? Not from an impact standpoint. Any board, whether it be the town board, planning board, zoning board, any board in New York State, cannot just say, I know that the record shows 118 units would not result in a significant adverse impact, but we don't like this number, so we're going to say it's got to be 60. That's just not how it works in New York State.
Well, with all due respect, having been at the planning board meetings when this was discussed, I feel that the planning board did not do the type of review of some of these environmental issues that it typically does for the dozens of other applications I've seen it reviewed. That's my opinion.
I believe the planning board will have flexibility relative to the seeker process, provided that whatever the end result is not any more impactful than what this record has studied. Okay, that's where I think it goes. If there's something that the planning board finds that they believe should happen that is more impactful, they would have to reopen reopen the seeker process and study those impacts. I think that's the answer to your question.
So while you're doing your review, just to put it in English, while you're doing your review, right, if you find something that's more impactful than what's already in the record, right, the 118 units, you can do something to reduce it.
You would have to. They couldn't do that without studying it properly, right? Because it's more impactful. It wasn't studied in this process. Let's say if they wanted to add 100 units, let's say, okay, for argument's sake, if they wanted to reduce it, most likely those impacts are less impactful than what has been studied. So they could probably do that. I understand what David's saying, and he has a great legal point. But I think in terms of strictly talking about how SECRA operates, I think that's the answer.
But I think
any
Susan,
of these folks here can add or detract from that as they wish.
I think Susan's question was more, we hypothetically close this out, do a neg deck, approve the rezoning, and you're looking at the WIG letter, and you find that the project as is is more impactful than what we thought initially.
No, not as is. You're studying it as is.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
I'd like to.
If the product that you see changes at the planning board process, they either have to study what makes it more impactful, or the change is less impactful than what has been studied. Okay.
John, did the planning board ever look at putting houses on slopes of 45 degrees? I don't think I ever heard that discussion. Never. It never discussed it on 45-degree slopes.
Yeah, Susan, I can't answer that. I'd have to go back and look. But, there are steep slopes here in Yorktown, and many have been built upon. I don't know, what their exact number is. I'd have to go and look.
Oh, I know that they
and
built.
of course,
I have no doubt
of course, it is a well-known planning practice to avoid steep slopes as much as you can. Of course that's out there. That's what we all do all the time. But it doesn't mean that you cannot mitigate when you have to move those grades around and modify, grades to make a project that is reasonable.
Yes, and this brings up another point which kind of goes beyond the Toll Brothers. Back in the 1970s, when we didn't know anything about wetlands and we just filled in wetlands, and then everyone learned that wetlands were important. So now when you have to calculate the density for a multifamily development, it's 50 acres, but 20 acres let's just say 50 acres is 1 acre zoning. No, you can't do 50 houses because 20 acres is wetlands. So you're only looking at 30 acres. So you can say only 30 houses. So our regulations subtract out the wetlands because over the years we have learned the value of wetlands. I think that those bulk regulations, this is a future job for the town board to consider, that zoning code has to add on a provision to say and you subtract out land with slopes above 15%, 16%, whatever number you feel is appropriate, because those should not be calculated and allowed into the density calculation. If you think, and if the comp plan says, and our laws say you should avoid development on steep slopes, then we have to subtract that out from allowing density.
That calculation is in the clustering flexibility, and it exists in a certain form for the R3 zone, which is multifamily. It does not exist in this one. Most of our zones, housing zones, single family, et cetera, don't have a calculation that you arrive at density. And if you recall, the clustering and flexibility ordinance requires you to do a formula, and that formula cannot exceed what the planning board would determine would be the reasonable density for a conventional subdivision. So on one hand, you're not doing the calculation. On the other, you are, and you're comparing them. It's not a density yield calculation. It's a comparative analysis.
The flexity law does subtract out the steep slopes.
Yes, it
And
does.
so if we do it, if we do it for
Yeah,
flexibility, we should be
right.
doing it. We should be doing it across the board. Is what I'm saying.
All right. Well, that's you know, for
an issue
another
day.
hearing.
That's an issue for another.
So
day.
I want to put something to bed also. David, you sit on the planning board as our attorney.
Yes.
Have you seen any type of lack of process in this application, as Ms. Siegel has implied probably 6 times, that this application was not looked at the same as other applications?
I mean, ultimately, I'll defer to John on whether enough hard look has been made, but for my sitting in there, no, I can tell you that it's definitely been a subject of hours and hours of planning board deliberation. That's clear from the record.
Thank you. So the answer then is no, there's been no difference, unless it's that they've put in probably more hours at 1,000 hours. Susan, I just think it's inappropriate, the comments thrown out about the planning board, that I think are disparaging from a group of volunteers, and I think it affects every board that we have when we do that. I just don't think that's appropriate, and I really wish you would not keep doing that.
Can I just make a comment?
Appropriate about what I said when I said they did not review it. I'm not criticizing what the quality
You are.
of
By
their
saying they
review.
didn't review it is actually criticizing their review process.
I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how you know that anyway.
The project's been going on for 3 years. You're telling me they haven't reviewed it?
If I could just.
Have you been to meetings?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
I've been to all of the meetings.
All right, guys, if I could just make a comment, all right?
Let's go on.
We are at a point, excuse me, Susan, we are at a point right now where we're talking about what process we should be doing in the future. This is not what this public hearing is about. I think the public hearing is about hearing from the public. The public has been standing there. I think you know, it's paralysis through analysis. We've been speaking about the same thing, and we've been speaking in circles. Okay, let's get the public comments in. Okay, and then, Susan, we can have a discussion about what processes you would like to see change for future applications. Right now, we have this application in front of us. I think it's been thoroughly reviewed. Okay, and I think we have a lot of information, and somebody used the word voluminous with the information that we have in front of us. Let's hear from the public, and then let's move this forward. Or not.
Thank you, Sergio. All right, we'll open the floor to public comment.
Oh, no, here he comes again. And I have no notes, but I'm going to keep it brief because I'm not a resident of that community. I want to say a couple of things.
You want to tell us your name again?
Mel Tansman, 33, resident of Mohegan Lake, also a member of the county's Housing Opportunities Commission, so I'm interested in housing. First, I do want to compliment the Toll Brothers' presentation today. They kept it brief, they kept it factual, and I've seen other presentations from developers which I thought was more of a sales pitch than factual. So I want to compliment them. I want to compliment them on, you know, donating a building and space to the town. My question to the town is going to be, what are you going to do with it? There's a building there. It could be affordable housing for seniors. Why not? Okay? That's my question as a member of the Housing Opportunities Commission. So I do think they did a good job. I don't live there. I can't comment on the traffic. I do want to make a real quick statement about something here. And surprise, surprise, Sergio, you and I agree about something. This is a public hearing. You guys have plenty of time to talk in private and in planning board meetings. I'm saying this, excuse me, I want to talk now. You've had time to talk, okay? I'm saying this to my friends as well as the people I don't like on the board. And, you know, we all have a like who we don't like. I'm saying, please, I don't know the difference between a feet breadth to a deeper. I want to get to the bottom line here. I don't need to know the technical details. You need to know the technical details. I need you to speak plain English to the people who are affected, okay? So what I would propose in the future is that these public hearings really focus on the public People have to go to work in the morning. Some other people are retired, like me, who are well past their bedtime and should be taking care of themselves, but they care about their community. Please, Susan, I love what you have to say, but I think it should be said, but it should be said in a different setting than a public hearing. I believe in public participation above all, and I think that the way this meeting has been running is really discouraging public participation. No time clock, though.
My question is, am I on the like side or the not like side? What do you think? I think I know the answer. Thank you, Mr. Tansman.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein.
Hi, Jay.
First, I don't have an opinion on this project yet. We don't have enough information. Second, or first real comment, the traffic study. Dr. Greeley did a good job, except going east from Pine Grove to the Taconic has been a nightmare the last 3 or 4 weeks. I don't know if it's due to increased traffic or that the state screwed up the signaling again at those lights. I'm not sure, but I do know the charts that Dr. Greeley used were based on 2022 and not 2024. And finally, with all due respect to the town board, your experience, though not to be disregarded, should not replace that of the planning board, and you should not come any close to making a decision until the planning board has been able to fully assess and analyze what's brought before them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Well, good evening. Pleased to be able to speak before you again this evening. I'm Karen Bobet. I'm the president of the Glassbury Court Condominium. And we were here at the July 16th meeting. We have many residents here tonight. We had over 25 originally. I'm not sure everybody made it until this point in the evening. But if you're still here, just raise your hand, because I think it's important for the town board to know that we care. Based on your conversation, let me start by saying that I have a lot of respect for boards. I have spent more than 30 years doing board service, and I know that it's sometimes difficult to come to consensus. But I also think that as difficult as it is, it can be useful for the public to see that you're not always in lockstep. That being said, based on everything that's been said tonight, I'm going to amend my comments because I think some of it has already been covered. I do want to start with Ms. Siegel. Congratulations on winning the special election. During the course of your campaign, I think my question has been answered, but I'm going to pose it anyway, Susan, if I may call you Susan, because I think it's important in the interest of candor and honesty. During the course of your campaign, you visited Glassbury Court, and you spoke with some residents about this project. I was not home that day, but you did leave me a voicemail message. And to many residents, you expressed concern about the sewer system and indicated that some information was being omitted from public discussions. I was going to ask you to clarify what you were referring to, but I'm assuming that the conversation that you just had was what you were referring to when you shared that information with our residents.
Yes, the difficulty of the overcapacity and the sewer overflows, and I did not think that the mitigation ratio was sufficient, and we haven't had enough discussion about the conditions of that plant. I think that the projected sewage flow from the units is approximately 28,000 gallons, and I think the I&I is going to be about 60,000 gallons. That your study, you did 70 manholes, and you identified deficiencies in the 70 manholes, and your engineers estimated that would by remediating those deficiencies, you would reduce the I&I by 60. So let's make it 28. Let's make that 30. So in effect, you're still going to be contributing flow to the plan, and it does have a problem. And I have never seen figures as to exactly how much of an overflow we have. And that's significant because it's in the watershed, and that was one of the concerns that the watershed inspector general have. I have other issues with the town about not having dealt with that problem since 2019.
Yes, and interestingly, I'll mention that a little later. I'm going to leave my comment. My comments are in two parts. Some are for the town board, and some are related to the Toll Brothers meeting that we had, that Mr. Moses spoke to you about. So I appreciate the technical information. I know you had some very technical conversations with some residents, which I think might not have been, frankly, very helpful. My point was simply that you intimated that there had been information omitted in the public discussions, and I'm just asking you to confirm that what you discussed tonight was was the inference that you were making to our residents.
So if we could hold off on the back and forth. Typically, you'll ask your questions and we'll answer them.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, just in the interest of efficiency and time.
I appreciate that.
All right,
okay.
Susan, if you don't mind, all right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's great.
Thank you for asking that question.
All right.
I'm sorry?
I said thank you for asking that question.
So let me go back then to Toll Brothers. We did meet with Mr. Moses from Toll Brothers a few weeks ago, and the meeting was very informative, but frankly, the board came away feeling that no concrete steps had been achieved to alleviate some of our community concerns. We did discuss power washing. We found the conversation about prevailing winds to be quite interesting. I'm not really sure the winds always go in the way that Mr. Moses thinks they do, but I'll accept that technical information. I'll just let you know that our board felt a bit skeptical about that. He did leave open, in fairness, he did leave open a conversation about power washing going forward. The pickleball courts, he did mention that there were going to be limitations, both in construction and the time that the pickleball courts would be used. I think it's important for the public to know that once the HOA is established, they would be doing the hours of operation. So Toll Brothers cannot make a guarantee to you or to our community of when the hours of operation would be for the pickleball courts. They can, as long as they are the sponsor and as long as they hold a majority on the HOA board. But once the sponsor turns over control to the HOA, then they would be the ones determining the hours of operation for the pickleball courts. Mr. Moses also said that there would be no lights on the pickleball courts because we did think that that would be a concern. And I'm sorry to disagree, but I'm not sure that that's realistic. Simply for safety and security, any recreational facilities would have lighting. I'm quoting, he said there would be no lighting on the pickleball courts. Our board also found that to be a challenging statement. When we discussed our concerns about the sewers with him as it relates to the number of units, Mr. Moses referenced just what Ms. Siegel talked about, the consent decree from the New York State DEC from 2019 that was issued to the town related to upgrading the Hunter Brook pump station. He indicated to us that the work had not yet been done, but that Toll Brothers was willing and had offered to contribute $170,000 towards that work. I'd appreciate if you could provide some context to that, whether or not that work has been done and what the plan for that is. Again, I've heard a lot of conversation tonight about infrastructure, and that is mainly our concern. Has an appropriate review been done on the infrastructure? And on the sewage, as far as I know, there's no solution. The supervisor said, we don't look at infrastructure and say we'll figure it out later. Well, I'm not sure that you have presented the public with a solution to the sewer issue at the Hunter Brook pump station. That continues to come up. So I did just want to point that out because you made that comment. So the other things that I think we wanted to mention to you, I want to make sure I get through all of my notes on Toll Brothers. And again, I apologize, but some of what I was planning to discuss with you on behalf of the community was preempted by your conversation. I was pleased to see Mr. Moses talk about Catherine Street improvements. We feel very strongly about that. And I'm sorry that Mr. Paganelli is not here. We have had many conversations with the Highway Department. That road is narrow, it is steep. I have many very experienced drivers in the community and my family who fear Catherine Street in the winter. There is no curbing, and it is very difficult for us to imagine how that road could take construction and then another however many homes is determined is going to be in this project. Then I'll come to some concerns that we have about the board's process. Many of us, we did not attend your August 13th meeting, I believe, but many of us did watch it. And I'm going to tell you that we listened with incredulity as we heard you talk about some of the proposals for the field home. You're looking at a neighborhood, this is an entirely residential neighborhood, homes 800,000, a million plus. Do you think that the homeowners in that neighborhood want light industrial, want work, live, office space, a hotel, a banquet hall, a tap room? I'm wondering if you've all been up Catherine Street, if you've seen the neighborhood. That's the inappropriateness of those types of uses for that building were shocking to us. And let's put aside any of the potential uses. What would a banquet hall put as additional burden on the infrastructure that we're already questioning you about? The sewers, the roads. Now you want to put a banquet hall that might serve 200 or 300 people? Not to mention that, I'm sorry, I've been in business for 30 years. I've never heard of, let's put out an RFP and see what people think and let them tell us what we're going to do for a building that you don't even own. And I'm going to be candid again, that leaves one with the impression that a decision has already been made. So the Glassbury community would appreciate a discussion about these issues that we're raising with you prior to you moving forward with the rezoning. I did have, with the rezoning proposal, I did have some other more specific questions, but again, the back and forth, I think, covered it all. We still maintain, based on some information we've been provided with by some other real estate experts and by some of our own research, that 118 units is excessive for that area. When we met with Mr. Moses, he made a comment to me, or to the board, the entire board met with him, that we objected to this project. And I told him that I appreciated that observation and that we were not objecting to the project itself, but we do have several concerns about the scope and whether or not the infrastructure in the community that we live in can handle it. So thank you for your time. I know you have a difficult decision ahead of you, and I appreciate the time and energy that each of you is giving to it, whether you agree with one another or not. Thank you.
Hey, Matt. Good evening, or good midnight. Matt Ness, I'm the chief of Mohegan Volunteer Ambulance Corps. We service both the towns of Yorktown and the town of Cortland. Not many people know this, but we are at and above city-level EMS calls for what the Westchester County designates as city-level calls. We respond to over 4,000 EMS calls a year, and we are at our maximum capacity. If not, we have exceeded our capacity, and I've since learned, since becoming the chief in April, that a lot of these projects are happening both in the town of Yorktown and the town of Cortland. We're unbiased to them, just here to present, how these might impact us. We currently have 3 ambulances, 2 of which are both over 100,000 miles, and they are falling apart. We are housed in a garage that holds 3 ambulances, and we've had to move forward with purchasing a 4th recently. We are seeing an absolute astronomical increase in our services demand in both Cortland and Yorktown, and it's very important to note, not many people know this, but we are absolutely separate from the fire district. We receive 0 tax dollars. We solely run based off of reimbursement from insurance, However, that comes at a return rate of 33%. So what we bill out versus what we actually receive back is at a really low rate. We're in a unique position right now because with these communities, senior assisted living or senior communities, we need more equipment. For example, we need to purchase 4 Lucas devices, which provides automated CPR to patients in cardiac arrest. It helps in transport, and now New York State protocols don't allow us to transport patients while manual CPR is being given. We do not have them. We had to recently, starting January 1st of 2024, we had to begin paying 1 full-time crew at a cost of $700,000 per year, and that impacts directly the Corps operating budget. And it sounds like with these projects starting to come to fruition, we're going to need to add a second one. This is going to put us over the 4,000 call per year level, if not into the 4,500, 5,000 call range. So we need to start budgeting for that. And again, we receive no tax dollars. This is solely based off of how we operate the budget, and we receive very little donations as well. So this is all based off of the 33% return rate that we get off of our insurance reimbursement. We also need a second BLS fly car, which is a response vehicle that we would use to get to our calls before an ambulance can get there in a faster time to provide better care, more adequate care while waiting for the ambulance to respond. My main question to this project specifically was there an EMS impact assessment done to show what the strain on our system is going to actually add into? I corresponded with the law firm for the Toll Brothers on April 22nd, saying we believe the property that they are proposing to build will add around 200 calls per year, and that's based off of similar type communities we currently respond to, both in the town of Cortland and the town of Yorktown. Again, we are at our max capacity. We're just trying to emphasize this, that we are here to provide a very valuable service, but we are trying to also make sure that we elongate our service and we provide as good of a service as we can as these projects progress. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Hello again, Maura Gregory from Mohegan Lake. Every time a proposal like this comes before you, it's an opportunity to show that government, this government, can meet the real needs of its constituents. I believe that this space that Toll Brothers plans on building housing in is an appropriate space for housing, which is needed in general. I'm not opposed to housing on this site. But we have a number of senior housing proposals coming before the town, 2 of them tonight. The developer stated in their presentation very proudly, no children, and this will be a benefit. Is this the reputation we have among developers, that we don't want housing that might bring in children? Do we not have family values anymore? I mean, we already have senior housing in town. I'm not opposed to senior housing. I'm a senior myself. But I don't want to live in a town where our children and their children have no place that they can afford to live. We need diversity of ages and family types too. But Yorktown doesn't seem to be making room for that right now. Every one of these proposals that turns into senior housing means that that's a space that won't be available to house families. And I think that's a concern. Traffic is always an issue, but just like in other towns, we need a broader approach to reduce it than just having senior-only housing. This is about an opportunity for you to address 2 crises, the affordability crisis as well as the housing crisis. Toll Brothers are asking you for a rezoning. You can make it contingent on the project providing what we need, an affordable component. Make no mistake, Toll Brothers is an experienced developer and they're familiar with requirements to build affordable housing as part of their project. The offer they have made to the town of the field home should be leveraged to create affordable housing. I don't think that the town should own it, but I think that the town can use this as an opportunity to create affordable housing there. I also want to say that I agree with the environmental concerns raised by Councilmember Susan Siegel, especially about steep slopes on the site. If she says something was not reviewed by the planning board, she was there, and there's no one here who knows any different. Mr. Tegeter said that he didn't know if those things were reviewed. He couldn't remember. Then that is important information this board should have. Yes, he said he didn't know. He said he didn't remember.
He didn't know the actual scope, the slope, the actual
45-degree slope.
Ms. Siegel asked him, was that discussed? And he said,
No.
right now I don't remember. I'd have to review it.
He said, I don't remember exactly what the number was.
Well,
She said, the sheet for the 45.
I don't recall Mr. Tegeter saying that I know it was discussed.
Understood, Maura, please
That's
continue.
my recollection.
Understood, please continue.
Okay? And frankly, I don't think she's being disparaging. It's important information the board should have whether or not that was discussed. Whether she's right or wrong, it's important information you should know. She's doing her job as a council person. She's not being disparaging. Again, take the opportunity to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard? Still love the shirt.
What?
Still
Thank
love
you.
the shirt.
I'm going to run on this one of these days. Okay, I want to start off by saying good evening again.
Good evening.
Hi, Luciana. I haven't seen you in a while, but good to see you. And I'm sorry about Councilman Murphy, about your brother. Thoughts and prayers with your family. Please send my regards to Senator Murphy. I want to start off by saying I don't want to add to the noise pollution, so I'm not going to sing again. And Councilman Murphy, tell me what you think of my singing later, not now. But let me get to the point, because I don't want to waste time. We all want to get out of here. My question is, we talked about traffic and the slope and everything, and maybe Luciano or the town board can answer this for me. When this is known as an event town, and as I said several times, I had conversations with the supervisor, how great, and anyway, I joked with all of you, and I had discussions with all of you. And my question is, when we have the concerts at the track gazebo, and it's changing so many times, it got me confused. Anyway, is there, like in this gym, for instance, there's only a certain amount of people allowed up to a maximum amount? Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you have a concert there, and you can answer it, is there like a maximum amount of people that could be sitting there at a time? Like, can you have like 1 million people coming to a show? Or is there like a fire hazard beyond?
We'll answer that question after.
Okay,
the fact.
afterwards.
Just keep going.
Because if we keep having, and I'm sure you're going to have people, and by the way, the Toll Brothers, I just want to congratulate them for the wonderful work they did presenting themselves. I looked them up. I saw the housings, the apartments, and I'll make it quickly. They do an excellent job. They really do. So I want to compliment that. I want to compliment the board, town board, because they look at both sides, and if when they're sworn in, I don't know the whole sworn in. Diana Quest could probably answer that, but they're told to follow the New York Constitution. Well, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, I can't say because I'm not being sworn in. The point is that they're following the Constitution by obeying the law, and they're doing their job, and they're listening to both sides, and that's what I do when I talk to people. Anyway, the point is, if we're going to have so many houses, so many people, how are we going to fit everybody into these events and everything? Are we going to be like overcrowded? And don't forget, you're going to have all these cars coming out of all these places at once. It's going to, and we got to take that into consideration too. And I know we are, and I'm sure you're 10 steps ahead of me. But I guess if you can answer that, and I just want to thank you, because if I was sitting in your seats, I'd be like non-experienced and kind of like if anybody saw the movie with Peter Sellers, I forget the name that I was speaking to. What? Oh, I'm sorry, I should be facing you. I forget what it was called, but I was speaking to Senator Hartman about it, and I remember the title now. But if I do, I'll text you. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Like I said, everybody wants to get out. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Good evening. Larry Killian. For 34 years, I've lived on Bunny Court. I get out to 202-35 on Pine Grove. For many, many years, in the evenings on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I've gone up the hill to the Taconic to go to Downing to play tennis. So I have, I think, a very good personal understanding of the traffic and the traffic counts. So I want to pick up on something first that Jay said. I read the traffic study very carefully. The counts were done in May of 22. You'll recall Trader Joe's opened in July of 22. Chipotle after that. Walgreens is not open yet. Those counts simply need to be redone, because I can tell you, a few years ago I would drive up the hill, and now I crawl up the hill. I've waited for just the traffic light to change, and I've counted 24 cars going into BJ's and Staples and so forth. So there's been a dramatic difference in the methodology of the traffic study. They say they have accounted for that with a 2% increase per year. But really, that would be appropriate if there were not major developments. Secondly, the traffic study assumes that everybody is going to go down Catherine, turn left, everybody does that, turn left, and then try to get out to 202 on Garden, which is impossible. The most important intersection that needs to be studied in that traffic report, people are going to turn right on Old Crumpond, and they're going to come out at one of the worst intersections in town, which is Old Crumpond and Pine Grove, which comes in, maybe 30 yards from 202 and 35. It's a disaster now. You have to consider the fact that people are going to turn right and go on up Mark and Whitehill. And we had, when the bridge was closed, we had that detour, and now we have on Old Pine Grove, we have the stoplight, a one-lane highway, which is going to continue. And then speaking of Pine Grove, there is a serious safety concern of gridlock on apple picking days that we have now. How, the traffic study doesn't address how people are going to get to the Taconic. And it really, really has to address that. So if you have a developer doing a study, but then nobody did a study about how many cars from BJ's, is there a traffic study for Walgreens? Was there a traffic study for Trader Joe's? It seems to me that it says on page 10 of the PDF of the traffic study it says the box is checked. Will there be a substantial increase in traffic? The box is checked yes. So we need a comprehensive current traffic study. Traffic is so different from the counts that were done in 22. That really needs to be done. And I don't see how you can fix that intersection of Old Crom Pond and Pine Grove. I don't know. I don't think you can do it, so I don't think it should be rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, just you know, as a point of order, this is a not that Larry wasn't on point, but this is a public hearing about the Toll Brothers rezoning. So if we could keep our comments relevant, we still have another public hearing to go through. We'd appreciate it.
Hi, Jenny Sunshine back, resident of Yorktown. I just wanted to bring up just an interesting thought. There's a lot of development, as we all know, that that we're all talking about. The Toll Brothers development is supposed to have 118 units, right? But if you have to look at these things, because there's a lot going on right now, more than in any other town. So, because you don't see this happening in Armonk, Katona, Bedford, or Poundridge, or any of those places that I go to all the time. You don't see this kind of development so quickly. So here's the deal, is that so you got 118 units with toll, right? You got on 800 Main, you got 250 units. You got on 1700 Main, you got 144 units. And this is all like the adult 55 plus community. And the Navajo, I believe it's about 120 units. I'm not even sure about that. And I'm not, that might be adult. I think it is. Unicorn certainly mentions adult. That's 142 units. Trump is absolutely, adult. And I realize that's already something that's been there for, 15 years. But that still counts because that's 55 plus. And then you have Jefferson Village, 55 plus. Everything's 55 plus. So if you add it all up together and you look at it, that's like over 1,000, or it's more than 1,000 units, but I don't really know how many units are in Jefferson Village. So, and that's not people, that's units. So you could have many people living there. So that's a couple thousand people maybe. And here's the thing, see, in New York State, so you have competition. Let me just say this. You have competition. How many older people are you going to find that are going to really have the money to be able to spend exorbitant amounts of money and want to do that here? That's a question I do bring up a lot because it's true. Okay, I don't know if it's true, but I heard that in the Trump building over there on Barger, that they actually did let some families come in there because they couldn't find enough older people to pay the money to live there. That actually happened. I don't know how common that is at this moment, but there are exceptions in New York State where maybe grandparents that buy the unit, if their children or grandchildren want to live there, or they have to live there because they have to look out for them, then that is a possibility that you will have school children in those buildings. So, I don't think that you can say definitively that there will be no children in these buildings. So those are the issues. You have competition. I don't know if you're going to be able to fill these buildings with all this 55 plus. And then I do believe that you're going to end up with more school children somehow in some of these buildings. And don't forget, there's also other developments like the Gomer development near me, which is going to have 13 homes jammed in there. That's definitely going to impact Lakeland schools. And just to reiterate that Lakeland is not Yorktown. We are different. We are like 5 different different towns all coming into one district. We have 5 elementary schools that go into one middle school, and we branch out into 2 high schools. And Toll Brothers would be in the Walter Panis area, and those kids, if there are kids going to be in that, then they would be going to Lakeland Copper Beach Middle School. And I will tell you right now that I know so many families right now that can't take it anymore at Lakeland Copper Beach Middle School, and they are sending their children to private school, including myself. So it's a huge deal. And it's not just Yorktown, it's Lakeland, it's the Lakeland schools as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Supervisor Lachman, Town Board members. My name is Richard Lankowski. I reside at Glassbury Court. I personally have no preference in the outcome of this project. My main focus is on the disposition of the historical building. Toll Brothers did make a very generous offer to town to sweeten this deal. However, it's going to cost a lot more than most of the board members probably realize. I project a minimum of $5 million to restore that building to its original state. What I urge the town board to do is to reject this application and urge Toll Brothers to resubmit the application, excluding the town from gaining any of the real property. Thank you.
Good evening. Ken Belfer from Mohegan Lake, as others have mentioned, and also from the Community Housing Board. I actually agree somewhat with the previous speaker about one thing, and that's about the field home. And I have a real concern about it, because on the surface it looks like a fantastic donation to the town. But professionally, I got a historic structure about 8 years ago for $1 that seemed like a fantastic opportunity, and it was, but it was $1.5 million just for the roof, and then several million to actually complete the renovations. So I don't think the town wants to be in that kind of business. So my concern is really about having a plan for it if the town is to accept it. And the value of the property, Toll Brothers in their initial presentation mentioned conservatively at least $1 million, and I wouldn't question that, other than the fact that it can really be a noose around your neck if you have it and you don't have it in economic use, and you have issues with asbestos and other things that need to be remediated. Also, the value is determined by the use, and what's allowable as a use is determined by the zoning. And you have a zoning application, a rezoning application here in front of you, and this is being kind of split off from it. I think it leaves a great value for Toll Brothers for their development, and it relieves them of what might have been a burden. And I just want to caution the town to come up with a plan, and once you take it, any burden of rezoning it to see it fulfill its value would be on you or on whoever the town wants to pass it to eventually. And you may want to have that being addressed right now while it's in the hands of the developer who's got a proposal in front of you. The other thing I'd like to say is that I think back to the origins of the field home and it being kind of a charitable institution, and I'm concerned with Toll Brothers is a great developer, as is the other developer we'll be hearing from next, but I'm concerned with the high-end nature of the development. Not that I have anything against high-end housing, but it's meeting a certain slice of need, but not necessarily the most critical need for seniors in Yorktown. And I think we're not getting a diversity of housing sizes or types or prices in the proposal that's in front of you. And I wish that could be, I wish that was the proposal that you were looking at, or that you would be willing to give some guidance to the developer of what you would like to be seeing in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Good evening, Sarah Wilson, Chair of the Community Housing Board. Since the topic at hand is the rezoning to an RSP2 zone, which is limited to senior citizens, I guess I would kind of expand upon Ken Belfer's comments, and some of the other comments that were made earlier about the fact that we do have a lot of senior housing in our community already. Yorktown has a higher percentage of population that's age 55 or older than Westchester County as a whole and New York State as a whole. Many of us are over 55, including myself, but by approving this zoning change, we're restricting it to that demographic, whereas if we kept it open to a multifamily residential, then it becomes available to a broader demographic here in our town, not just us over 55s, but the people at the younger end of the scale as well. And then I would also comment, up on the slide it said meets a critical need, notably senior housing and housing variety. But another element of housing variety beyond the age, the demographics, is the affordability. And right now, I understand all 118 units are designated as 3-bedroom townhouses, ranging in square footage from 2,400 to 3,000 square feet. I mean, the home that my husband and I, brought up our family in for the last 33 years is, I think, 1,600 square feet. So these 2,400 to 3,000 square foot are large units, and that's if the whole development is only these luxury townhouse units. Again, we're not really serving the broad needs of our community. So I would ask you to take that into consideration in considering the zoning to an age-restricted zoning designation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sally.
Dan Strauss. I'm befuddled. I'm really befuddled with this whole meeting. A year and a half ago, I told the town, the condos, the townhouses are going to be $1 million. I said that. And now everyone just seems to be waking up and they can't understand it. Toll Brothers is not going to sell a 2 or 3 bedroom townhouse, 2,400 square feet for $500,000. It's not going to happen. It's going to be $1 million, $1.2 million, $1.5 million. Is that what you want in Yorktown? It's senior housing. Sure it is. Is it for the seniors of Yorktown? That's what you promoted for the last 4 years. Underhill Farm was supposed to be senior housing. You knew all along they were going to be $1 million. There are senior-friendly units at Underhill Farm. No one's even discussed that. What's senior-friendly? These are senior-restricted. Senior-friendly means that when you walk up the stairs, like I need now, that you don't trip. That's what senior-friendly. 118 units in Underhill Farm were supposed to be senior-friendly. 40 are now senior-friendly. Why did the planning board, why didn't you say something? Why didn't they say something when that happened? But it's okay. You don't have to answer that, Mr. Lachman. It's okay. I'm just talking in general because this isn't in my backyard where they live. The people here. I don't live over there. I live more on the northeast side of Yorktown. You know where I live. Near Sparkle Lake. Let's leave it at that. I love Sparkle Lake. The homes will be $1 million plus. But the thing that bothers me the most, you made the comment, Mr. Lachman, when all the projects come up, the people come up and they say no. They say no because it's in my backyard. They say no. This one isn't in my backyard. And I'm not going to say no, and I'm not going to say yes. I think it's great. You're not looking out for the seniors of Yorktown. You're looking out for senior housing in Yorktown where you don't give a damn where the seniors come from. They can come from Chappaqua, where they'll sell a $3 million house to buy a $1.5 million condo. I said it before, you don't sell a $500,000 house and buy a $1 million condo. Doesn't happen. Just doesn't happen. Even if an attorney on the planning board one night, I got in there, he said, oh yeah, it doesn't happen. And you made the comment, Mr. Lachman, a couple weeks ago. You said, I don't know if I'm going to retire in Yorktown. That's the first time I've heard anyone in the last 5 years say that they aren't going to live and die in Yorktown. I said it before. There was a movie, To Live and Die in L.A. I'm going to cut it short, but you guys, the comment before, that's okay when you talk, but it's a public hearing. To live and die in Yorktown. That's what the mantra has been all this time. And now the houses or the housing is $1 million. That's terrific. But now you're considering maybe that you'll move away. But that's what's happened for years, but not for the last 5 years. It's all about the seniors have to live here and die here. And they're going to afford the housing. And you knew that it was all going to be way up, and maybe a few people can. Maybe a few people can. But it's not about the people of Yorktown. It's about senior housing. Thank you.
Can't quite say good morning yet because it's only 11:30. So Jan Mirchandani, Yorktown Heights. I'm going to really try and keep it brief, even though it's kind of against my nature. A lot of people have brought up a lot of concerns about traffic, the environment, and I really appreciate what Larry was saying about the traffic over in that part of town. I also echo the concerns that Ken mentioned about the obligation that we would be accepting of a gift of this house. It seems to me that that might end up being kind of the gift that keeps on giving if we get saddled with that potentially, not knowing what we're going to do with it, how we're going to spend for it. Sergio, that's your bailiwick, right? How are we going to pay for it? What are we going to do with it? We're taking on an obligation that we don't really understand where that's going to go. I also echo the comments that people have made that this really does not address. It addresses housing, yay, does not address the diversity of housing. It addresses one very specific segment, many of whom are not from Yorktown. They're not going to be retiring, moving, selling their house, and then moving into this new development, which sounds lovely, but is not going to be addressing the needs of Yorktown seniors. So I kind of just go full circle back to, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. This is a public hearing on the rezoning, and rezoning on an incomplete plan and an unapproved plan seems like bad planning. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can. It's a public hearing, sure.
Just want to comment on traffic, because I think there's no doubt that a ton of people are concerned about traffic. You don't know, and I have the most respect, the utmost respect for Mr. Greeley. Mr. Greeley, utmost respect for him, because he made a comment about traffic in Yorktown. I can't get in one comment that could cure Halleck's Mill, and I agree. You don't need any traffic studies. You don't need them by the developer. You don't need them by the town. Mr. Lachterman, you mentioned a holistic traffic study of the whole. You don't need that. If you're bringing in more people, you're going to have more traffic. It's cut and dry. The more people you bring in, the more businesses, because you want to revitalize the business. When you bring the businesses in, you're going to have more traffic. So you don't need any traffic studies by either party. It's a waste of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. There are some insurances that older adult, I don't know if it's under Medicare or Medicaid, that allow grandparents, say living, and they're probably 55 or over, and they allow their grandchild to come in, and the grandchild is paid at the end of the day to take care of their grandparents. Is the 55 and older under the Toll Brothers, and maybe you can answer this for me also among my other question, are they going to be allowed to take care of their grandparents, say if they need 24/7 care, or because they're under 55, they're going to be, because they have a doctor's note or whatever, they're going to be told, no, you're not allowed in the apartment or house? Just saying. Could I have an answer to that? Because that's important if they need that care. And it's probably going to cost them less to have their grandchild come in than hire a nurse that specializes. Just wondering. And I'm only saying that because my father has dementia. Luckily, thankfully, they can afford a house in Long Island. And they can afford to have someone come in. And it's costing them a lot of money to have someone come in that way. That's why I'm thinking of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you, Howard. Yeah, very important. Anybody?
Any other public comment? Sure, Bill.
Just real quickly, I think a lot of people brought up some important issues about diversity of housing. And this is to the town board, and it's also to our friends over here from the Toll Brothers. I think your proposal would have a lot more support if you had some diversity of housing. In other words, some rental units, some ownership units. I think the point that, having units that are all $1 million units, it changes the character of this town. I don't think we want to be in a town that is made up of a lot of millionaires. However, it would do great for the town budget, but we have to look beyond that in terms of the well-being of everybody in this town. And this is not a multi-million-dollar town. This is a good family town.
Thank you, Bill. All right.
I'm just standing up because I think there isn't anybody else. But
yeah.
Well, we would.
Yeah. Just a second.
Mr. Supervisor, what we would. Well, can we be heard on that before?
Just a second.
Yeah.
We're just figuring out where we want to start.
So, let me jump into a few things just to address some of the things. No.
Next time we'll bring a percolator.
So, I'll address a few things. So, yes, I have stated that I don't know if I'll retire in Yorktown. It's more up to my wife and my daughter. And I just want to address it because, if my daughter lives in Nebraska, I might want to move out there. And that's a decision that flips the other way, where people want to stay in their community because of their desire to be near their family, near their friends, near their church or synagogue or mosque. And people make that decision based on their life. My mother-in-law has told me repeatedly, I will leave my house feet first. She's been in Yorktown since the 50s. God bless her, 89 years old, and she wants to stay in her house and doesn't want to move. But I will also state that we do have quite a few multi-million-dollar homes in Yorktown that people might downsize out of. And I will recall, and I'll bring up the comment because I have in the past, it was made by Jenny Menton, who got extremely angry one day and said, I wish people would stop telling me how much I could spend on my housing when I'm ready to downsize. So I think that it's a little bit of pigeonholing the people of Yorktown to say, well, you can't afford this. You can't be there. Now, I do agree. I know, Jan, you brought it up, having diversity in housing. A couple of other people did, and Sarah, Ken. I've had conversations with Ken Belfour about the field home building, which, by the way, I have repeatedly said that no way should the town be in the real estate business and ownership of that building. If anything, we find a use. And I know, I think she left. Karen had made some comments about Oh, is she? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you left before Karen. Karen made some comments about the things. And look, I just spitball a whole bunch of things out that meeting on possible uses. That doesn't mean that I think all of them are great, but these are things that could come in. Susan brought up the point of, don't do anything until you know what you're going to do with the building. And my point is, don't accept the building until you know what you're going to do with the building. So if it's still part of the Toll Brothers and we have not accepted it, then it's still part of the Toll Brothers project. And I don't think the town of Yorktown should put a burden of multi-million-dollar ownership of a building of that nature on the backs of the taxpayer. I've said it probably 12 times now. I'll keep saying it, and I do believe that that's there. Did you want to address, David,
most of the comments were sort of broad-based, not really targeted at the question before this board with respect to the Toll Brothers application. There was a comment or two about the traffic report. What I would say, I think it's late, and you still have another DEIS public hearing to go through, so I don't want to dive too into it, but I would say, again, there were some inaccuracies as to what's in that traffic report.
I think Dr. Phil should probably address a few of those.
Good evening again, Philip Greeley. So there have been many traffic studies done. CVS, now Walgreens, did a traffic study. They have to make certain improvements at the intersection of Stony Street and 202 before that building is occupied. They have a permit from New York State DOT. In terms of the corridor and Pine Grove Court and the relationship to where Old Crampon Road, when the New York State Department of Transportation did the improvements on the Route 202 corridor, and originally that started as a traffic signal at Pine Grove Court, okay? It expanded into a much larger project. They looked at that intersection. When that work was being done, there was actually a study done for the field home and the expansion. So DOT had worked that into their evaluation when that corridor improvement was being done. In terms of traffic projections, the speaker was correct, Larry was correct, that the original traffic data was from 2022. However, in this study, it specifically looks at future, okay? We look out to 2026. Historically, traffic growth in the corridor has been about 1% per year. We evaluated 2% per year. The traffic from Trader Joe's, from Walgreens, was looked at in terms of where it was on the network and accounted for in the studies. So at any point in time, there's always other projects that come along. However, we follow criteria in looking at future conditions. And as I indicated before, our projections for this development are conservatively high, 15 to 20% high in terms of what it will generate, based on actual numbers, and we see the generation from across the street, a similar type development. I think that's the bulk of it. Traffic studies, the 202 corridor is a state highway. The state has some responsibilities. They are fine-tuning their signal system. If you recall, prior to the improvements that were done at the interchange, traffic would back up. I've been in it many times from town going, going towards the Taconic, and vice versa. There have been improvements. The signals have been upgraded. DOT is in the process of fine-tuning that. They are looking at making some adjustments on that system to expand it to what's called an adaptive system. So that is something that, regardless of this particular development, the town should keep on DOT to keep that moved along.
The speaker's concern was whether or not, and I know you answered it, I just want to hear it again.
Yes.
Whether or not you've considered the traffic coming from the new Walgreens, and in your study for the Toll Brothers project on Catherine Street.
Yes.
You're saying you have considered that?
Correct.
It is built into the...
Correct. And in the studies that were done for Walgreens and for Trader Joe's, they included traffic for the previous approval on the Toll Brothers project. So when you look at a corridor, you look at, the cumulative studies of each one.
102
yes.
units,
Correct.
The original approval from years ago.
Correct.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thanks. I will say I did look back at my emails for the update on the Hunter Brook station. So that is something that's being done out of our budget. The plans are being developed to just equipment replacement and upgrades, and that's being worked on. Something should be going into Board of Health because they have to be notified of what our upgrades are. But there is a plan on it, and that has been addressed already.
So I got a couple of questions. I know Karen from Glassbury Court brought up the trade winds and the downward winds and all that stuff. I know that I've gotten several calls from the Hudson Valley Steakhouse because of the Walgreens project, and they're required to actually cover their piles with plastic, and they weren't doing so. And so we sent Dan over there a couple of times, Dan CRC, to kick them back put them back into the lanes, So would you guys be doing that? Would you guys be covering your piles this way, wherever the wind blows, the dust doesn't go?
The answer is yes. The other question is, and I don't know the answer, that site, are they in the watershed? Because this site is in the watershed, so it's not only the town that would be looking at, but the DEP. And I think I neglected to mention, 3 hours ago, whenever we started, the DEP is also has their own set of regulations with respect to stormwater management, steep slopes, and everything else that was discussed. So you've got two levels of regulatory authorities that would be looking over at the site.
But regarding the dust, I know there's not going to be a 100% mitigation. There's going to be dust, right? But we could try to minimize it as best we could. And so one of the techniques would be to, get big tarps and cover the piles. And so you guys would be doing that.
And that's right. And that's one of the site plan level issues that normally the planning board looks at. Yes.
The other thing about the pickleball court hours, which has seemed to come up, I guess it would be for John. John, can we put some kind of a resolution in the approval that will follow whoever buys the property and whoever controls the property and whatever group or HOA, that will limit the hours of operation at a town level?
I know the answer. I want it out loud, so we can. Okay. Les, I do want to thank you. I know that you guys are contributing quite a bit, to the community. And for me, I feel that any project that comes to the town, anybody that comes in, we have an obligation to hear about it. We don't have an obligation to approve it. But one of the things that I look for is a developer that wants to be a true community partner. And I think you guys have succeeded. Now I'm hearing that with the contribution of the extra $150,000, which we had an extensive conversation about, and I appreciate you coming to the table with that. And the Parks and Rec fees and that kind of stuff, and the mitigation on the stormwater, and also on the I&I, and also now I'm hearing that you're considering doing some improvements on Catherine Street. So I just want to tell you, I do appreciate that. For me, that's really part of my decision-making process. What is coming back into the town to help improve the town for our folk, and make the town a better place, as a contribution. So I want to thank you for that.
One thing that was not addressed, has there been any thought with the ALS and BLS, the ambulance service, and
Sorry, Kevin Moses again from Toll Brothers. We're happy to entertain further discussions. It's hard for me to know how we can help resolve existing issues like that. Obviously, with all of the other development projects that may also have similar or greater impacts than our own. So happy to continue the conversation. I just don't know where it goes.
Okay, fair enough.
So, if there, if there aren't any other questions, what we would request at this point is...
Well, I guess I do have a question. So, people have spoken, and we listen. As far as the field home, obviously you're hearing that many of us aren't in favor of becoming property owners and landlords on the town level. What would you consider doing if we didn't accept your offer for buying it for $1?
Very good question. The answer is we would seek disposition. And we would seek disposition, meaning sale, to any entity that would have interest, and it would obviously be upon their due diligence and their also, I think, collaboration with the town to make sure that whatever they would foresee as a use for that property would be something that the town would want to see there. But disposition, we have no intention on keeping that property nor maintaining it.
So you're going to split it up, you're going to sell it, and I think that goes to one of Susan's comments, which she got criticized for, is, we put it out there and see, who bites and what they want to do. We're not necessarily, right, Susan, we're not necessarily, approving of anything, but we want to see what's out there on a broad scale. I think that was your comment from the last meeting.
Well,
I was reviewing it, even though I wasn't there.
That's why I said that the RFP process should have been started more than a year ago. All
right. Well, whether it should have been started a year ago, let's just focus on that comment.
Well, the question is, the follow-up to what you just said, Mr. Moses, that you would seek to sell the property. Then would it still make sense to have that site zoned RSP2, and then you'd have to sell it as RSP2, and that's what any potential buyer would want?
So what we said from the beginning is the field home building itself is part of the sale to Toll Brothers from the field home. That building doesn't facilitate any use that Toll Brothers is
Yeah.
planning on the site. It won't work with their community.
No,
on the site.
He had mentioned a while back that doesn't need to be part of the rezoning.
Right. It doesn't need to be part
That's
of
where
the
you're going.
rezoning.
I remember you
The
said
town
that.
doesn't, right. What Toll Brothers has proposed is to provide it to the town for, $1, and also provide, I think it's $150,000 towards maintenance for, about 3 years or so to cover it while you go through the RFP process, whatever it may be. But as Mr. Moses or Kevin said, if the town doesn't want it, that's fine, but, as a private property owner with a property
Want
that
to
they're not
sell
going to use, it's going to get sold.
Okay.
Well, would the Toll Brothers agree to some time frame? You said three years, let's say, something like that, to give the town 3 years. I'll just throw out a number to figure out what they're going to do.
That was the purpose of the $150,000 towards maintenance.
All right.
They were going to give us $150,000, give us the property, and $150,000 to maintain it for what's estimated to be 3 years, so this way we could find the use for it.
No, I would say don't take the building. Let them spend the $150 to maintain the building. They keep the ownership. If they want to, because the town should not take it over while the town is figuring out what to do with it.
I think Ms. Siegel is asking if you would be able to wait the 3 years before the disposition, before you seek disposition. Is that what you're saying, Susan?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So there's been a number of additional requests tonight, and rather than responding to, each of them individually, I don't believe they are mutually exclusive. This is an entire project. I think we should talk about this stuff holistically. So while I'm not saying no to that idea, Susan, as Warren Buffett would say, you set the price, I'll set the terms. So I think I would want to have some say in what that clock is and when it starts.
Okay, and we have to talk about what Matt brought us. I mean, we're going to have more people, there's going to be more traffic, there's going to be, welcome to development and progress and preservation, but how do we work with our developers to make sure that our first responders are also being supported?
So there's a limit in what we can legally do.
Yeah, that part I know, but I'm saying.
So we need to have some conversations with the developers to, see, so for Toll Brothers, it would benefit them in the sale of their unit to know that, hey, we have proper ambulance service, EMS, ALS, Advanced Life Service, Basic Life Service. So it's advantageous for them to be able to say, hey, maybe there is some way we could help out, and maybe they just say, no, you know what, our people aren't going to give a crap. So we don't know that, but that's a conversation to have, with the entire ask. And I think that's sort of what Kelvin was pointing at, which is there's a lot out there right now. How can we narrow it down the chute and find something that's workable for everyone? So, and they need to go back and sit on this. I know that Kevin is not the Toll Brothers per se, so he has people he has to discuss with and
And Danny's in here about the sewer.
I spoke about that. The sewer
No,
pump
I'm saying
station.
he's out here talking.
Yeah, he sent me the answer on that.
Right, and he's also, I believe, stated before the planning board that from the perspective of what's being added to the system, not the I&I, but the actual what's being added to the system, even under current conditions without the improvements, there's sufficient capacity. The issue is when there's I&I, when it rains, and that's why the 1 to 1.5 mitigation that we're proposing would work, because instead of, you're actually taking 0.5 out of the system, so when it's raining, there would be less, so there wouldn't be an impact. Now, Dan, I know has gone through it, but certainly he can review it with the board.
Yeah, he's reviewed it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any other questions.
I just have one quick question. Has the people from Glassberry, have you guys have any idea what you could possibly use that home for? Consider it's in your backyard. If you guys brainstorm and throw some ideas.
So, if you want to step to the mic, Karen. Sorry.
in doing research and looking over the proposal, it occurred to me that, there are some examples of other communities, Chapel Hill, for example, that has a beautiful historical building that incorporated that into the development. It is their gym and their recreation center. I've been in that building, and it's lovely. But Toll Brothers is not interested in that building. I might suggest that the handoff is not the gift that you think it is. And while I have the microphone, I just want to have a point of clarification. Sergio, I believe, asked about Catherine Street. My understanding is that Mr. Moses was encouraging that we look at improving Catherine Street. I did not hear him say that they were willing to participate in improvements to Catherine Street. So that would be an open question for me as well. I did not have the same understanding that you did about their commitment to Catherine Street. I thought they were encouraging that be looked at for improvement, not that they would be contributing to that improvement.
Well, we could ask them what they meant. Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, you and I had a different understanding. That was
okay.
That's all I was pointing out.
Thank you, Karen.
I will also point out, because we talk about balance quite a bit, I think we've had multiple people talk about children, and we've had multiple people talk about no children. This is one of the things, looking at our community and what is best for the community as a whole, that we struggle with on a daily basis. We get gas, no gas, solar, no solar. It's just an endless cycle. So these are some of the comparisons. But I know Howard had asked a question. First, certificate of occupancy for a building would have a limit. No. Not a field, and then when it comes to the caregiver money, I think there's a monetary threshold to be able to do that of about $30,000 in income. I don't think anyone that's going to be living in there would qualify, and even that, it's not a 24/7. It's for the hours worked, so that's a whole different aspect with the caregiver. Yes, Karen?
Could I make a comment?
You could go to the mic, Karen.
I'll just point out that would be determined by the declaration of the condominium. Our declaration states that you can only have 3 residents and that they must be 18 years of age or older, and that one of them may be, you can have 3 residents, 2 of whom must be 55 and over. The third one must be 18 or over if they provide a caregiver role. So to the point, that is part of the declaration of the condominium.
Yeah, the HOA will do that.
I'm sorry?
Like you said, the HOA, as long as
yes,
the sponsor
yes.
holds unsold
No, it's not
shares.
the HOA. That's part of the legal documents forming the condominium. It's
right,
part of the
but
declaration.
in your condominium book, there's amendments, and sometimes the amendments will tell you what the specs are. So if their specs are 55, but my grandkids could come for a week, then so be it. Some condominiums don't allow children in their pool, right?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I was just speaking to his point.
Yeah.
That's determined at a different point.
Right, but he was asking specifically about the Medicare caregiver.
Yeah, that
that's
really
a
has
whole
nothing to
different-
do with the 55 and over
Exactly.
community, frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so talk to us.
So we, at this point, would request that the public hearing be closed at this point. This is about 5 hours now, if you think about the 2 hours last month and now tonight. If you want to keep the record open for written comment, that may be a lot more productive for 2 weeks, so that we have it in writing, we see what it is. But at this point, I think we're hearing the same things over and over again, so we would respectfully request to close the public hearing.
So before that, so just to clarify the question about Catherine Street, did I misunderstand or did Karen misunderstand?
If the question is whether or not Toll has said they would work with the town to make improvements to Catherine Street, the answer
No, I
is
think
yes.
what she's saying is, are you going to pay for it? Is Toll Brothers going to improve Catherine Street?
Work with the town to do it, yes.
Yeah, but contribute to it, I would assume, right? That's it. So yes, there's a partnership.
So if I could just maybe clarify. Again, there's a lot of requests on the table right now.
Okay.
They are cumulative in nature. We have our own thresholds that, like, make this a go
Understood.
or a no-go, right? I am committed to continuing the conversations.
Perfect.
I am committed to improvements on Catherine Street that are reasonable and work for us as much as it does for the town.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
didn't
well, that makes
misunderstand.
sense.
Okay, great. All right. So,
You mean no like swans and gazebos? No? I'm kidding. Thank you.
at this point, I think we close the public hearing, leave it open for comment,
Yeah.
and figure out.
10 days sufficient?
Yeah, 10 days is fine.
All right, so can I have a motion to close public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
And we'll keep written comment open for 10 days, please.
Are we able to take a quick little break?
Thank you very
10
much.
days.
10 business.
If we could have a 5-minute bio
Thank
break?
you.
We're going to convene a public hearing for 800 East Main Street, Yorktown Development, AMS LLC, petition for amendments to the zoning code and an amendment to the zoning map from OB Research Laboratory and Office District to RSP2 Senior Citizen District. All right. Mark?
I will say that abnormally I'm going to say good morning, Mr. Supervisor, and members of the board. So, and we appreciate everybody who's hanging in there with us. My name is Mark Weingarten. I'm a partner in the law firm of Del Bello, Dinellen, Weingarten, Wise, and Wiedeker, and it's my pleasure to be here representing AMS Acquisitions LLC in connection with its proposal to redevelop the 35.5-acre site located at 800 East Main Street, Yorktown, New York, formerly known as the Contract Register site. We're joined tonight by the principal of AMS, Michael Mitnick, together with Ryan Sutherland, our Director of Design and Development. You'll hear shortly from our planner from AKRF, Peter Farreau, who is the author of the draft environmental impact statement, which is the subject of tonight's public hearing. We have a proposed action for the 35-acre site, which consists of demolishing the office buildings on the site, which are 63,000 square feet, and replacing them with approximately 250 luxury multifamily residences restricted to owners 55 years of age and older, approximately 200 rental units, and 50 for-sale townhomes. We seek to create a beautiful new neighborhood with plenty of open space and luxury amenities included. Currently, the site is zoned OB Research Lab and Office District. The vacant site, just like numerous vacant or partially occupied office parks in our region, is in need of repurposing in the face of a very weak office market. This type of repurposing is happening throughout Westchester County, and I have been personally involved in the necessary repurposing of millions of square feet of unutilized commercial space throughout Westchester. Some may consider this unfortunate, but is a fact of the times. Moreover, as the supervisor mentioned this evening, and as you have been reading in the newspapers repeatedly, our state and our region is currently suffering from a critical housing shortage. We believe that this site on an isolated hilltop is an excellent location. Sorely needed housing could be put in to fill in the need for the growing over 55 market. This is especially in light of the fact that our project is essentially a rental project. And there is not, and we think this is the sweet spot, rental 55 and over housing that's available in your community. And we think that's a very important differentiator from some of the other projects you heard about this evening. The good news is also that this site, unlike some other sites that may have been before you, is a site that's already been developed. It has office space on there now and office buildings. And this site primarily will be developed in the areas that are already developed, which will allow us to lessen the impacts of what we're doing, that we're not going into a green site and cutting off trees to go ahead and create it. We're putting it in an already developed area. For the roadway network that was there, you'll see more when we go through it a little bit later. the number of parking spaces, and I'm kind of cutting to the chase because I'll get there in a moment. When we met with you earlier and we had site visits with you and we've had public discussion, I'll go through a little bit of the process. It was decided, or it was discussed, that we should even do more to make the site more compact and get away from our original proposal, which was to go on a certain acreage, and we'll show it to you pictorially. We now have a proposal that's an alternative that's being studied, which is actually 185 units, and that 185, I get the numbers a little bit wrong, it's a little late, 185 units, so it's a little bit smaller, but we've essentially located almost all of the housing now where it's already been developed as office, so we really cut down on the number of trees that have to come out, the areas of the buffer, leaving large buffer areas with the neighbors around the site, etc. And when you finish the project and you take a look at it, for example, the number of parking spaces that would be required by the zoning for the alternative proposal that we have is less parking spaces than for the office. And if you just think of it intuitively with anything else, you had the offices and you had a certain number of parking spaces, and those people came in basically all at once, and they basically left all at once. Well, this is going to be slightly less number of parking spaces, and people are going to be coming in and out during the day. So it is much less traffic impact. More importantly, when you look at it, and we go through a little bit, I'll talk process in a moment, because traffic is so important to the people who are here. We've heard it all evening. We also, because we went through a draft environmental impact statement and have our own traffic study, we are proposing 2 traffic lights to help fix. So we have significant traffic improvements that are part of what this project, and we believe, again, because we've studied our project as the last one in, with all of these other projects that you've heard about in our traffic study, the Trader Joe's, about all of the things that are happening in your community, the Toll Brothers project, all of those that have preceded us, they're in our traffic study. We've considered them, and therefore we recognize the need for traffic mitigation measures, and it's part of our plan that's in there. So we'd like to believe we thought this through, and one of the reasons we've done that is we went from, and our request for the zoning is to go to RSP2 to allow the senior housing. What we currently have is office zoning, so that clearly doesn't work for the residential. We have to change it. There are 2 other things that we asked for in addition to the change of use. There were 2 things in the zoning. The first one was that we asked to change the FAR, essentially how many units you could build, the amount of square footage, from 0.35 to 0.55. If you don't go with our proposed action, we don't even need that for the alternative proposal, because the alternative proposal, because it's less units, doesn't need that change. So if we go with the proposed action of 250, we need that change. If you go with the alternative proposal of 185 units, we no longer need that change, so I want to point that out. So the one change that at the end, which is likely where we're turning out that we will need your help, is that the height of the office buildings, because of the floor, the ceiling heights and the things that we need in the building, that we're asking to go up 10 feet. We're asking the zone, which allows from 45 feet to go up to 55 feet. We've limited that to RSP2 sites that are more than 25 acres, so it will not have much of an impact anywhere else in the community, because you have to have a very large tract. And we will also show you that in our draft environmental impact statement, which is this thick, we have a chapter that's devoted to visual impact. And the fact of the matter is that because this is a very isolated site on a hilltop with the Taconic Parkway out there that we had a study from, and because of the tree canopy that goes all through the site and all around the site, you really won't be able to see it at very few times, and it won't be much of a change at all. You don't see that office park when you drive by unless you're really staring and looking for it. It's the same thing here. We're not changing anything. So changing the height to allow us, essentially what that's letting us do is create the 185 units on the already developed property, so we don't have to go cut down the trees and go on to the other area, because we have a lot of open space on this plan now, on the alternative plan. Just briefly, for the record, We filed the petition for these amendments. On March 7th of this year, the town board declared itself lead agency for the environmental review process under seeker. We've heard a lot of discussion about that tonight. We are under the most stringent standard of environmental review permitted under New York state law. You have a positive declaration, you're the lead agency. We've had to create a draft environmental impact statement. Nobody can criticize you for the process that you've followed here. There is no stronger process than the one that we've gone through. On May 2nd, 2024, after there were 2 town board meetings, a planning board meeting, a Yorktown Board on Architecture and Community Appearance meeting, a Yorktown Conservation Board meeting, and after the solicitation of public comments in a public meeting, a scoping document for the DEIS was drafted. Again, that is the most that could be considered under New York state law. The scope was adopted. We studied everything that's in that scope, and you'll hear briefly from Peter Chafkin shortly as to how that's going to work. We'll also mention that we reached out to the community. We met with Jefferson Village. I don't think it was the board, it was all of the presidents of the individual we asked to meet, and we did. We had a very good back and forth, and we took their comments. And I'm going to state publicly that we're also willing to meet with whatever other neighbors want to meet with us. We're nothing to hide in this project. We are out there and we're telling you exactly what we want to do, and we're willing to listen to suggestions that the public has for us. During the public comment period and relating back to the site visit I mentioned to you, we developed this alternative, and while it is a significant change in the number of units, we are willing to go with that if that is what the town is looking for us to do. I mentioned the spaces, I mentioned the traffic lights. I'm going to try and go through this a little more quickly today. So before we move on to the most important part of the evening, which is actually what it's for, which is the public comment, I will mention we also, because of New York state law and because of the requirement of the process, have a court stenographer here with us taking down every word tonight. So it's very important if you do get up, you must state your name. She may even ask you to spell it, because what we're required to do by law is every comment and question that's asked tonight gets recorded, and because we then get the transcript, and we are required by law to answer in writing in a final environmental impact statement. So every question that gets asked this evening will be answered by us, so the only way we can do that is if we have a proper record. So I'm going to ask Peter Farreau to come up, give you a little bit of a shortened version of our presentation considering the hour, but he'll just walk you through a couple of the highlights of the things, some of those that were raised. We'll also mention that there's a sign-up sheet here that if you do come up, please put your name and spell your name properly so the court stenographer spells your name properly in the transcript. Thank you.
Good morning. I will try not to take the hour, Mark said. I'm just kidding. So I will run through this a little more quickly than I would have otherwise, just to orient everyone to the site. You can see the site outlined in red, the Taconic State Parkway to the left, to the west, the State Park to the north and east, to the south, Route 6, and to the southeast you can see the mall. Just quick orientation. This is the project site. It's about 35.5 acres. Approximately 27 of those acres are currently forested. Most of that is in the north of the site, although, as you can see, there is some along the east and west of the site as well. Currently improved, as Mark said, with 2 3-story office buildings, approximately 63,000 square feet. And one of the important things to note, as Mark said, is that the site is pretty secluded. And we'll go into that in a little bit. The proposed project, Mark went through, age-restricted residential community, 1 and 2 bedroom units, clubhouse, outdoor amenities, walking paths. We mentioned the rezoning, and as part of the project, improvements to the intersection of Route 6 and East Main Street. This is a site plan of the proposed project, flipped on its side. North is to the left in this. So it would maintain the existing alignment of the entrance drive from East Main Street. You'd come up and the site would be improved with residential buildings in the north and the south of the site, and the common facilities within the center of the site in that light purple color. As Mark said, we did develop an alternative site layout for the project, one of the 5 or 6 alternatives that were studied in the EIS. The alternative site layout is also an age-restricted residential community, 185 dwelling units, consisting of 165 multifamily units and 20 cottages. It would also have on-site amenities, which I'll go through in a second. The existing multifamily buildings would be constructed within the existing ring road, so basically in the place where the 2 existing office buildings are. And this is a site plan, again, showing the alternative site layout north to the left. It would, again, maintain the same alignment as the current entry road, but what it wouldn't do is it wouldn't cut off to the west or page down on this site as the alternative would. I'm sorry.
What would be the ratio here as to rental to sale?
This would likely be an all rental product.
Okay.
How big are the cottages?
The cottages are approximately, I want to say they're about 2,000 square feet. I can go back to my book, roughly. The alternative site layout would also contain amenities and landscaping, but it would be of a slightly different variety than the proposed project. We'd really work within the existing site to create wooded landscape walking trails. We'd improve what is the existing kind of northern parking lot just outside of the ring road with pickleball courts and a gazebo and those other types of uses. And then within the quadrangle created by the 2 new multifamily buildings, you would have your pool, your outdoor seating, etc. So it would still have a lot of amenities and site landscaping, but it would be, again, slightly different character. This is a rendering looking south, so from the northernmost building looking south of the multifamily building. So as Mark said, we prepared a draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS. This is the table of contents for the DEIS. I will not go through every chapter tonight, but I do want to focus on a couple that we've heard a lot about tonight and we've heard in previous meetings. So first is the visual character of the site, and as Mark said, the site is relatively secluded. This is a topographical map with the darker colors being higher elevations and the lighter greens being lower elevations. The southernmost building is approximately 100 feet taller in elevation. I'm sorry. The ground floor of the southernmost building is at approximately 100 feet higher elevation than Route 6. It then slopes down a little bit towards the Taconic as you get towards the project site boundary, and then it really slopes off as you get down to the Taconic. And what this really looks like is this, and I think this really captures it really well. The site is very visually secluded with all of the trees basically surrounding the entire site. We did a number of visual studies in the DEIS. I will not run through them all. I'm going to do it relatively quickly tonight, just a couple highlights. This is a section view with the Taconic on the left, working up the site with the proposed project to the right. And what you can see is that the existing vegetation, the existing topography really limits views into the site and would drastically minimize views of the project. Here's another section a little further north where the Taconic kind of starts to gain elevation. As you go to the north, again, even with that gain in elevation, the existing topography, the existing vegetation, both on and off the site, really occludes views of the interior of the site. We then did photo simulations from 7 different vantage points as the DEIS required. What you see on the left, there's a little white outline, I'm sorry it doesn't show up as well on this screen, of where the proposed buildings would be, and on the right are the actual buildings. And as you can see, you can't see a whole lot of it. You might see a tiny bit of the roof of the proposed project poking out as you're driving north on the Taconic, just before the Route 6 exit. This is if you're driving south on the Taconic. The site is on the left. Again, you can see in the existing condition, you can see the existing office buildings right here, and the white outline would be the roofs of the proposed project. And on the right, you can see where the buildings would be located. Obviously, during the leaf-on condition, you would not be able to see the buildings. During the leaf-off condition, if you slow down and look the wrong way while you're going 70 around that curve, you can see the buildings. I don't advise it. This is a comparison between the proposed project and the alternative site layout, and we have these comparisons for all 7 vantage points. So on the left, again, you can see the outline of the roofs of the buildings of the proposed project, and on the right, you can see the alternative site layout. Again, not very visible. Same thing. The left is the proposed project. The right is the alternative site layout. Same concept. You might be able to see it through the trees, but you're not going to be able to see it above the tree line. There's 5 more vantage points. I won't go through them all. So, shifting to natural and ecological resources. Again, I flipped the site. North is on the left. This is the existing area of the site that's disturbed. It's about 10.7 acres. About half of that, so 5.2 acres, is impervious, so buildings, parking lots, roads, etc. And as we said, 27 acres are forested. There are no wetlands, no floodplains on the site. If we look at the proposed project, this is the limit of disturbance that would be with the proposed project. It would disturb approximately 11.7 acres of land that is not currently disturbed, and it would redisturb 8.65 acres. So of the 10.7 acres, we're going to redisturb about 8.6 acres of that site and add approximately 4 acres of impervious surface. It would require the removal of approximately 1,320 town-regulated trees, obviously primarily in the northern area up here. If we compare that to the alternative site layout, that would have approximately 5.8 acres of newly disturbed area and about the same amount of redisturbed. But what you'll see is that a good portion of the site that's already disturbed, including these parking areas and roadway, would not be disturbed. That would be maintained and reused for the alternative site layout. The grading would work in that area, and it would accommodate the alternative site layout. It would also add, the alternative site layout would add approximately 2.3 acres of impervious surface, so about half of what the proposed project would, and it would require the removal of approximately 650 town-regulated trees. Briefly on socioeconomics and community services, we did do an analysis on the fiscal impacts, the economic impacts of the project, as well as the demands on community services, including first responders. As has been mentioned, new residents of the site would support local businesses, this project would reuse a previously developed site. The site currently contributes approximately $270,000 per year in property taxes, with about 2/3 of that going to the school district. When redeveloped, the proposed project would generate approximately $1.82 million per year, with more than $1.2 million to the school district. The alternative site layout, obviously smaller, would generate less tax revenue than the proposed project, but would still generate approximately $1.3 million a year in property taxes, with close to $1 million a year to the school district, with very little, if any, impact to the school district. The town would also receive approximately $150,000 per year, and the fire district approximately $72,000 per year. Traffic. We looked at 11 different intersections as required by the DEIS scope. Here they are. As Mark said, our traffic study included specifically included 4 other projects that are proposed but not yet all constructed. So the 3000 Navajo project, the Rock Shrub Oak, 670 East Main Street, and the Par 3. In addition, we added background growth, as Phil Greeley had mentioned. We added background growth to the network to our traffic counts that were collected in 2023. The proposed project would generate between 108 and 128 peak hour trips. That's the 250 unit project. The alternative site layout, obviously fewer units, fewer peak hour traffic trips. We're talking about between 90 and, let's say, 110 peak hour traffic trips. Both of those are less than what the office buildings would have generated. Our project would have an impact at the East Main Street and US Route 6 intersection. We all know that intersection is not operating well today. It currently experiences what's known as a level of service F, and it would experience that today. It would experience that in the future without the project. Our project, obviously, if it adds that traffic, 100 trips an hour, if not mitigated, it would exacerbate that impact. But we are proposing to mitigate it. We're proposing to signalize the intersection with 2 traffic signals, one at East Main Street and what we'll call Old Route 6, and one on Route 6 at East Main Street. They would operate together. There would be one controller. We would also extend the left-hand turning lane within the existing right-of-way here to add queuing capacity to this left-hand turn movement. And overall, this mitigation would improve the intersection to a level of service C. So it would take today's existing level of service F condition and it would improve it to level of service C. It would eliminate our impact and it would improve the current substandard conditions, not to mention drastically improve safety at this intersection. And finally, since we know that this alternative site layout has been discussed and people have requested more information on it, we generated additional renderings of this alternative that are not in the DEIS, but we wanted to share with you tonight. So this is that aerial view looking southeast. This is the existing condition. This is the proposed condition. You can see the multifamily buildings and the cottages. Looking north, again, this is the existing condition. This is your proposed condition. The cottages are back here. You can't see them in this view. And this is looking northeast. So existing conditions. And this is the proposed conditions. So,
how many square feet are the 165 units?
Let me get that answer for you. Okay. I don't want to be wrong.
Just ballpark.
Right. I was just going to get
They vary.
And do that for you. The alternative project, which I suspect is going to be the focus of the discussions here because it's less units, we're talking about 1 and 2 bedrooms only. We're talking about roughly between the 1 bedrooms from like 850 square feet to 1,250 square feet for the 2 bedrooms. And so we're talking about rents that, again, these are projections from the high 2s to the high 3s. So again, I'm not saying they're beautiful, they're amenitized, but this is hitting a sweet spot for rental, people selling their homes that want to stay in your community. That, you know, it's certainly not affordable housing, but it's, let's call it moderately priced for what a lot of the things that you're seeing in front of you with developments. So again, we think this is housing that's extremely needed. The only other thing I would add to what Peter was mentioning, and again, we know the hour's late, so we won't go through it too much, is that there was talk about school children earlier today. And again, we're not saying there's none, because somebody 55 years old could have a school child. So we're not ever saying that you're not having any. But it could turn out to be 0. In fact, it's likely. But there could be a handful. The point is, though, if you looked at the numbers in the socioeconomic study, you're talking about an increase, even for only the alternative, of more than $800,000 a year for the school district than you're currently receiving. So even a handful of kids is a big surplus for the school district coming out of an all-rental project like this at 55 and older. The same, by the way, we think when we did the socioeconomic study, we had to study what were the expenses that the town would incur as a result, additional expenses as a result of this. Same thing with all of the other taxing jurisdictions. We put that against the increase of taxes, and there's a surplus at every level of taxing authority for that. So the socioeconomic news here is good. We think we've hit a sweet spot with what is needed here for the community as far as the housing is concerned. So again, traffic, visual impact, those things are studied. They're all in the draft environmental impact statement, but as required by law, we're here to listen to the public comment and your comments, and we will answer those in writing if we, as we're required to.
So I just wanted to make one correction.
Sure.
There was talk of the children.
Yeah.
You said it was earlier today? That was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Just want to make sure
You're
we're on the
correct.
same
Actually,
page.
I think the supervisor was younger when that comment was
on the
made.
same page with that one. Just a couple of quick questions for you.
Sure.
Just two quick questions. So I think what Councilman Murphy was asking you was you're removing 67,000 square feet of
63,000 square feet of two office buildings.
And what is the total number of square footage that you would after the 185 unit project?
Yeah, we did. Do we have?
Okay,
square
that's
footage?
all right.
Go ahead.
So the alternative layout would be approximately 350,000.
Okay. And then the last question, and we want to get to the public comment, right? The last question is the traffic mitigation that you're proposing, because this is a heavy lift for me because of that intersection. What is that, your investment in that? What will that be costing you?
Haven't priced it all out yet, but it's probably 7 figures at least.
Okay.
You have two traffic lights themselves are, significant, $500,000 at least for the two traffic signals.
Yeah.
So,
and then the design, it's all got to be coordinated with the DOT signals. I mean, DOT would obviously have to run it, have to be coordinated with the signals at the Taconic as well. And Councilman Murphy, to answer your question, the multifamily units in the alternative plan would range from about 880 square feet to about 1,570 square feet.
Well, those are the cottages, right? Yeah. The cottages would be the larger. The apartments would be in the from 850 to about 1,200 tops, and the cottages are a little bit larger.
Yep. Thank you.
Is the supervisor?
Right, so we will, we have a memorandum from Ken Belfour from the, as his head of the Yorktown Community Housing Board, talking regarding the need for some senior housing that is affordable. So county projection of 2,085 affordable housing units for renters and homeowners in Yorktown. So he wants us to have that as a consideration. County Planning Board, April 14th, also made 2 significant points regarding the proposed housing. Thank you. Indicated that there was a critical need for housing of all ages, not just seniors. And I will say that some of the other projects coming in are not just senior. If they end up going through. Not all seniors wishing or needing to downsize can afford luxury housing, and you're absolutely right, Ken. So we're looking for some type of mixture. All right. We also have from the County Planning Board referral that Ken spoke about. Looking once again, consistency with County Planning Board policies and looking for land and people for the patterns for Westchester. Looking for affirmatively furthering fair housing, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, the transportation demand management, which I think we are looking at pretty heavily there, New York State DOT review, because of Route 6 being DOT, did they already approve your traffic light scenario?
We're still coordinating with them. We haven't received their comments on the DEIS yet.
Okay. County sewer impacts we speak about, and they're looking at I&I projects as well. Stormwater management, which I know planning will discuss. Recycling provisions, so making sure that we have proper space for sufficient recycling for the county. Green building technology, are you planning on heat pumps and any type of solarization?
It hasn't been determined yet. We kind of studied both kind of a natural gas solution and an all-electric solution. We haven't made a decision yet.
Okay, because you have other renewables such as heat pumps in the ground, and I think actually they're doing that at Soundview, so there are some good options. So definitely something to look at as we go further. Tree removal, remediation, and the universal design for age restriction. We have comments from our planning department for traffic access. While the DIS does a very thorough review of the potential traffic impact in the area, the entrance location should be discussed thoroughly, as egress and ingress to East Main Street may carry significant impacts on the intersection of Route 6 and East Main Street. But the DEIS presents a well-designed intersection improvement. The board should scrutinize it fully. I believe there was some conversation about maybe coming in off of Route 6. There used to be apparently an entrance there, so it would take turning that signal into a four-way instead of a three-way.
Yeah, we evaluated that, and the DEIS, it was added to the scope. Came up with graded out two different scenarios, looked at it. One is if we came straight up from the exit ramp to the Taconic and just went straight up the hill and met the road where it was, that would require, I want to say it was 25 to 30 feet of cut, and we couldn't actually meet the grades because the town code has limits on the grades for the roads. We couldn't actually meet it. The other would be to come partway up the hill and kind of hang a hard right. That we could basically, in theory, meet the grades, but it would require 15 to 20 feet of cut, and then we'd be heading the wrong way. So we'd have to find a way to loop back around, which would then require more of a cut into the top of the hill. And it really just doesn't work. It's not feasible. We've also asked the DOT to opine on whether they would even allow such an intersection, so we're waiting to hear back from them. But we did include an engineering study of those two options in the DEIS, and really the conclusion was it's not feasible. So instead, knowing that access is an issue, we are expanding the existing driveway. So we're taking it from 24 feet to 32 feet wide. And what that's going to allow us to do is have two 10-foot travel lanes right in and out, and have a 12-foot median that will be grasscrete pavers. So it can take a structural load, it can take the fire trucks, but it will look like a grass planter strip in the middle. It'll be raised with kind of those mountable curbs so that people don't drive on it, but it will be available for emergency vehicles, so we could pull off to make that work. And we kind of go through that in the EIS, how that would work, because we know that secondary access was something that this board wanted, the planning board wanted, we'd love to have, but we can't make it work.
I will look through it again. Your DEIS is longer than Atlas Shrugged, which it was quite a large book to read.
It's a good book, though.
It's a great book, in my opinion. DOT hasn't responded, as it says, and Planning Board requests that the rezoning resolution written by the town board leave room for the Planning Board to conduct their normal site plan review as to not hinder the review process. John, is that on all of your emails? We have from Abaca with no comments. We have Conservation Board They want to make sure that we're looking at everything as a whole. Overall, the board is in favor of the rezone, provided that a closer look at the alternate site layout is undertaken. I think you already understand that one quite clearly. We have, from Jane and Walt. I guess you were away when you sent this. Yep, they're unable to make comments at the town board meeting, but as advocates of places to walk in Yorktown, they'd encourage AMS to include at least one hiking trail, which they are doing, into the Indian Hills section of Trump State Park. I don't know if that's where the plan is for that, but that could be looked at. Linda Cooper, who's Regional Director of Taconic Region, New York State Parks, approves of the idea. And if AMS improves the concept, volunteers from the New York, New Jersey Trail Conference can work with you to design and build the trails. Both FDR and French Hill section of Trump State Parks have neighborhood entrances. Okay, we have similar from Walt, making smaller units in their proposed development. There are many retirees in Yorktown who do not want to live in a 2,500 to 3,000 square foot house, but I think you guys are below that anyway.
We're significantly smaller.
Significantly,
Yeah.
right. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, 12 to 1,500, and you guys are in there.
That's the high.
Many of these, okay, so that, thank you. Sorry, so that will, that's addressed already. So those are for the record. And that is it there.
But honestly, it goes to show like how much work goes into this.
Yes.
You know, look how many different agencies and people, you know, this is not just something that we take lightly.
Not at all. There is a process. Even when the town goes through doing things, there's a process. A lot of times we have to get grants to just afford to do the studies. Diana, thank you. All right, so we'll open to public comment.
Let's do it.
My opinion won't make much difference, but I live at 740, 760
State your name,
East
please.
Main Street.
State your name for the record, please.
Sure. Jesse Kempter. There's no pen here. I've lived on this address 46 years. It's a designated sign as you go up the street, dead end. There's a group home, my property, and Dr. Lois. And then there's a cul-de-sac. And then if you look up the hill, that's where Contractors Register was. On the corner, they added a stop sign, and they have a pump house, I guess, for the septics or whatever. Now, since my property especially, it's down the bottom, that road floods from that beautiful hill. The water lays in the road. So, and the traffic used to be 24 hours a day, Contractors Register. They work day and night. If you go by that property at night, it's like lightning bugs. You see all the lights from the property, from the buildings that were there. You know, you don't see the buildings, but you know they're there. So, but you know, there's it's progress. But I mean, I couldn't stop Blue Book or whatever the heck you call it. You know, and Dr. Lois couldn't either. And they not only allowed them to build there once, they allowed them to build there twice. So it will be whatever it will be. But, you know, and it's a very dangerous intersection. The light's not going to help. There's one stop sign to go out on Route 6. Across the street is a park and drive and the three-par golf course. And Houlihan and Lawrence is on the corner, real estate. And then you have Indian Hill. And then you have the back part of DeChico's, where all the trucks come to deliver to them. So the traffic is horrendous. There's nothing you could do to Route 6 to make it any better. You go there on a Saturday, it's bumper to bumper. It takes you a half hour to get down to Coles if you want to. You know, so I don't know how you could even alleviate that. So that's it. I was offered $1 million from Trump, and I turned it down because I like living where I lived.
Okay, good evening again. I promise I'm not going to sing after the midnight hour. Once again, representing Mel Tansman, Mohegan Lake, 33 years, member of the county's Housing Opportunities Commission. There are two issues that I think are relevant to this project. One, we hear about a housing crisis. I have never seen any evidence that there is a housing crisis for luxury housing. There is plenty of luxury housing around, and there are many opportunities to do it in many communities. New luxury housing in Peekskill. I don't believe that that fulfills a need. I believe, like other people said earlier about the other project, in a diversity of housing. Okay, so I'm going to keep it real short. The other issue for me, being in that part of the community, Mohegan Lake and Shrub Oak are right next to each other, I know that the traffic issue is not going to be solved by having red lights put in. It's going to create backups in both directions. That road, East Main Street, was never meant to have that kind of traffic on it. I'm not saying I'm totally opposed to the development. I am saying that I think it should be a more diverse development, and I would like to hear whether I heard some words about infeasible, but I would really like to know if there are any opportunities for a new ingress and egress other than straight onto East Main Street. There's another way that the developers can handle this. Many senior communities now offer a van service to shopping, to malls, to Uncle Giuseppe's. If they could, they can't mandate that their residents use these things, but it would encourage less traffic if they provided that in the community. So that's, I think those are practical things. I do believe something has to be done with that property. I think that, given some proper planning, especially around the traffic, and really meeting a need for this community, which I don't believe is only luxury senior rentals. There have to be, rentals that other people can afford. That's where the real housing crisis is. For affordable senior housing, affordable family housing. We have to deal with the affordability issue. The county tried to deal with it a couple of years ago. I made some presentations about, people in Yorktown and how many are paying too much for housing. So there's clearly a need for housing. I would question whether there is a need for senior luxury housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tansman.
I came with visual aids. All right. The two traffic lights are going to cause a hell of a backup.
State your name, please.
The two traffic lights.
Bob, state your name.
I'm sorry?
State your name for the record.
Robert Buchanan.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I mean,
It's
I
early.
live there, okay?
No, I understand.
First off, when you're
Appreciate
coming
it.
off the Taconic State Parkway and you're going to make a right on 6th, sometimes there's so much traffic on that road that you have to sit and wait for two traffic lights before you get onto 6th. The stacking lane is already almost up to the parkway, so the expansion of that stacking lane isn't going to do anything but create more issues, okay? People get to make that left because the light down by the mall, when that turns red, it opens up that area, and everybody makes a left. So a traffic light there is not going to change anything. It's just going to back up traffic that's going straight up north up on 6. Okay? Now, this photograph is from my road. It's from Indian Hill Road. If you want to pass that around. Okay? Looking towards that intersection. They're proposing a light right here. There's a driveway here. Us trying to get out Indian Hill Road, and as I said before, people from the Fishbowl and Mayapack are using Indian Hill Road. It's going to back up my road. I live right, you know where I live, Ed. It's going to back up traffic right up to where I live. Okay? I mean, if you want, do you want to see this?
Yes, test that tomorrow. I'd love to see it.
So that's that. Now, here's where the traffic light will actually be. I took this from Houlihan Lawrence driveway. Okay? It's going to be right there. And then you can see the short distance between that traffic light and to Route 6 from this. All right? And then you can see what happens right now. There's no light, the backup that blocks that. Now, I keep hearing about the housing crisis. Has anybody been in New Rochelle and White Plains? I'm down in New Rochelle every day. They're building more and more housing. They cannot fill up. As a matter of fact, people are outraged. They're paying, I think, some outrageous number, like $10,000, $12,000 a month, and they can't fill it up, so they're putting Section 8s into those developments.
Yeah, they're partnering with the government to help them build.
So there's a lot of housing, and they're not filling it up. Okay? And people can't afford it. So this 2 traffic lights, that's a disaster. That's a joke. So you guys got to really reconsider this. I have no problem with the property. I think it's nice. Okay? But it's going to, like I said before, it's the quality of life is going to go downhill really fast. And like that woman said before me, when they go to DeChico's, they back up trucks, it really backs up the road. It'll back it all the way up past 6, and it backs it up all the way up past the bowling alley. So you're going to have a hell of a disaster there. There's no way, just no way. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
There's a traffic light at Barker, and then there's a traffic light at the mall.
Ma'am, you have to come to the, but just, yeah, no,
Well,
but just,
you'd wait.
there's other people now, so you have to wait again, okay? We don't mind you talking again, it's just there's other people. No problem. Thank you.
Jane Daniels. I live on Deer Street, just off of Stony Street, near 202. I've lived there since 1971. First of all, I have to say to you who have sat here through someone else's hearing, you've got a lot of patience. I like the aspect that you downsized your project. I like the aspect that you are looking for housing that falls between these luxury apartments and condos and the capital A affordable ones. I think that is missing in Yorktown and has been talked about time and time again. If seniors want to stay there, which my husband and I want to, we don't want to live in a large house. These smaller units appeal. So thank you on that. I hear everything about the traffic problems. That I can't address. I don't live near there, but I can see where it's a problem. I also want to compliment you that you're going to have some walking paths. You heard the statement earlier that my husband and I had sent something in because if you didn't have somebody come in and help you build the trails and connect to the Indian Hill section of the state park, they're going to build them anyway, and you might as well have something that's built right and it's sustainable. Thank you.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks, Jen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Brian D. I live in Shrub Oak, about a mile from where they want to put this. Lived in this town over 50 years. The traffic has been a problem for the last 25. This development cannot go there and have the quality of life that we were used to having. It's just going to destroy our neighborhood. So one of the things they're talking about is the impervious property that they're going to add to. So if they go with the larger plan, it's 4 acres of impervious land, and then we have 2 acres of impervious land on a smaller project, which hopefully they go that way if we end up allowing this. When you guys put up that solar field up the street, my backyard is now gone. It's completely water. When we get rain, I get 35, 40 feet of water in my property since that field went in. You're going to have runoff from this property. That's going to be more. You're also going to have roofs that catch water and run down. It's going to be a different lay of the water. I don't know what it's going to do to my property and my neighbors. It's going to kill them. I mean, the guy down the street from me had to have his house pumped out 3 times already in the last year from the fire department because the basement is flooded. The water is ridiculous, and if you add something this big, it's going to get worse. Just, there's no way around it. You're going to take away trees, you're going to take away vegetation that takes in the water, and the people in the neighborhood who've lived here for 50 years are going to suffer. And that's not right. All right. Now let's go to the traffic. You can't fix this intersection. I'm sorry. You could put 2 traffic lights, you could put 11 traffic lights. It's not going to matter. You can't fix this. The state has to come and fix this intersection. You have to put a traffic circle here so the traffic always flows, because you can't stop the traffic. You stop the traffic, it backs up. Everybody slams into each other. Now you can't have EMS respond or fire respond to anything because the traffic stopped and they're all smashed into each other. I see it all the time. I see it all the time. All right, I live there. I hear it.
Profession.
Well, my son's profession, and yeah. So, but I do cars, so I understand cars, and I understand that. I don't understand why this is going to be in a senior citizens district. I don't understand how that all lays out. Is it just pertaining to this one property, or will the senior citizen district become something in that whole area under this rezoning?
No, it's just that.
It's just this one property, right? And it says 55 and older. So I thought senior citizens were 62 and older, but I guess the law is written for 55 and older.
I know, I'm close.
We're seniors, buddy.
I'm over that. I'm 57 already. So now I have friends who are 55 years old and have children. So you can definitely have children in here, which now brings buses into play, going up into that development. And now we have the traffic issue at the bottom of the hill with those lights. Those lights are ridiculous. I don't care what you do or how you set it up. When you come east and make the left on the 6N, you're only going to be able to get 2 cars at that one traffic light. Okay? 2 going up 6N. Now let's add a tractor trailer backing in up the street like the other gentleman was describing. You're done. Everybody's going to sit there for 10 minutes. It's horrifying. If you drive on that road when they're delivering mail, the people coming the other way, doesn't matter which direction, cross the double yellow line and drive head on at you, because you don't have a breakdown lane to pull over into to avoid them. You have nothing. It's 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. You know, when those zoning laws were built and when they were designed by people who were looking at what the infrastructure was. And the infrastructure is basically so outdated for what you're trying to do now, there's no way to fix it. You can't put this amount of people there. I don't care if it's 185 units or 250 units. You're going to punch all these people up on the top of the hill, and nobody's going to be able to get in and out anywhere. Who would want to come here? You want to go to the T-Bar across the street? It's an awesome little place. I've been there a bunch of times. How are you going to get out of there? You can't even get there if you want to go there at 6 o'clock at night because the traffic's so bad. People are coming west on 6, turning in there. I don't know how they're not killed.
The second light would actually signalize that. That's right at that intersection.
That might help a little bit there, but it's not going to help on the other side because your traffic's going to be so backed up. You can't even turn out of that place. Even when you want to go right, you can't turn out of that place. Yeah. It's difficult, you know, and to add another, let's just figure 200 homes, 400 cars on that end. Now forget about the 100 garbage trucks that are going to be coming in now to the other plant, and then the other 200 homes that might happen at the other end, and then 150 homes down the street. You're adding like 1,000 cars to a little tiny section of road that can't handle what's there now. He told you it's an F for the intersection. It's total failure. So if it's totally failing now, how do you think 2 traffic lights are going to fix it? It's just not going to work. I don't see it happening. So those are my points. I have more, but it's too late. So.
Thank you.
Give it to us, though? Oh, okay.
Right.
Matt, come on
If
up.
you decide to leave, have a good trip.
Hello, everyone. I will not keep your time because I made my point in the last one where we're at our max capacity. However, there were a couple of points that I wanted to bring up that I read in the EMS analysis. First and foremost, I would like to request an updated EMS assessment from this property, being that the numbers were ran from 2018 from the Trump Park residence community, which is what we feel not close to what this residence will be. For reference, what we believe, and talk with my other line officers, is that we believe that I don't know if you guys can use Cortland, but Jacobs Hill residential community, which is going to be a similar type to what this is, would be a very suitable study to be done. We respond to roughly over 150 calls a year, and again, that's separate from fire response. So in this outline for the EMS and fire analysis, they had coupled fire and EMS response into one. That does not, we do not have anything to do with the fire department. The fire department, runs their own calls. I mean, we're all also firefighters with Mohegan Fire District, but that is separate to structure fires, alarms, and whatnot. What we are doing is EMS. With an added community like this, we are going to see an increased call volume not related to the fire district, which then plays into my next point, which is it's outlined in D3, the mitigation measures under our strain, is that there's going to be an increase in tax revenue to the Lake Mohegan Fire District, which is discussed in section C3, and through insurance reimbursements. We are absolutely separate from the fire district, and we do not receive any funding from tax revenue that the fire district incurs. We are totally self-funded based off of the insurance reimbursements that we get, which is again at 33%, and we are very burdened. We need ambulances, we need Lucas devices, we need to start getting our infrastructure. And again, I'm unbiased to this project. The only bias that I have is providing comprehensive and very good service to the community that we serve. Thanks.
What about ALS? Do you guys get a percentage of that?
For in terms of billing?
Yeah.
So the way it's split up for the Mohegan Ambulance Corps, it's different for the Yorktown Volunteer Ambulance Corps.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
So when we bill out off of an ALS call, after our BLS base fee, we reimburse the town of Yorktown and the town of Cortland as well. We're under the same.
There's like a split.
It's 60% goes back to the town of Yorktown, and then 40% we retain. But again, that's based off of if we actually get the money back.
Oh yeah, always. Yeah, that's true. They don't always pay.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Oh, and if anybody has my contact information, I'm going to run out. It's mness, KNESS, at moheganvac.org. Send me an email.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Matt.
it. Thanks, Matt.
I can't believe I have to follow that guy again. Good job. Thank you. Maura Gregory from Mohegan Lake. So here's another opportunity for this board to do the right thing and address the twin crises of affordability in housing. Repurposing an already developed area of town that is vacant is a very appropriate use. It adds to diversity of types of housing because there is rental, although it does increase the amount of high-end luxury housing. However, the town should limit the developer to the existing footprint nearly as much as possible in order to limit the impact on the environment. The DEIS says there are a limited number of age-restricted senior developments in town. I think we all know that this is inaccurate, especially if all the projects now proposed in the pipeline for this town are built. Most of them, including the nearby Trump Park residents, are at market rate or even luxury housing. The alternative layout of 185 units better preserves the environment by stopping excess runoff and cutting less trees. But I didn't hear anything about what the mitigation would be to compensate for the trees cut under either scenario, which would be required under the tree law. And I just wondered what could possibly be done and what is planned. I didn't hear the developer say anything about that. As for traffic, I drive through that intersection every day, and even though I think that housing is appropriate up there, I cannot imagine what's going to happen once there are all those cars coming through there. Other than Route 6, those roads are rather small and narrow. and I just don't know how they're going to handle the volume. I couldn't really tell from what they presented what it was that they intended to do. It was very difficult for me to read from a distance, and this late at night or early in the morning. But I just can't imagine what they're going to do. One idea that I had, I don't know how much this would affect it, but I think this is something that this town should consider in every development, which is creating a walkability aspect to every development, if possible. What consideration has been given by the developer to creating some kind of a sidewalk or other paved path between the property and nearby shops? Because this could ease traffic impacts. Now, the applicant contends that this project will free up homes in the community by allowing seniors to downsize and move to this project. But the developers admit that this is luxury housing, so I'm wondering what evidence do they have, or is there at all, that Yorktown senior residents will be able to afford to live there? Also, the lights from the current Granite Knolls Park create terrible light pollution at night. They're up high on a hill. I am as well. I can see them from my house. What kind of lighting is going to be on this property? I didn't see that addressed, or what kind of light pollution would be created there. The developer's DEIS states that in Yorktown about 45% of renters are cost-burdened or extremely cost-burdened by their housing costs, and about 36.5% of homeowners are cost-burdened or extremely cost-burdened by their housing costs. How, if at all, does this proposal address the high cost burden of housing in Yorktown? Does it make it worse? Again, they talk about it in there, but then they don't address what impact it will have. It seems to me it will only make it worse. New York State has the SECRA law, which allows for an environmental impact statement to address the impact that a proposed development will have on the affordability of housing in the area it is located. However, although the DEIS discusses the need for affordable housing in Yorktown, it doesn't address the impact of this development on affordability. Since this is intended to be luxury housing, the town board should reject this DEIS and require the developer to revise it to address and mitigate the impact on housing affordability in town. Now, all new housing developments impact services such as police, fire, water, sewers, etc. Looking at recent housing proposals in this town, developers seem to believe that Yorktown doesn't want any impact on schools from having housing for families, and it considers that to be a greater impact than the other kinds of impacts. So they're proposing senior housing. As I pointed out before, developers seem to have gotten the message that we don't want kids, that we don't want families. The DEIS admits that Yorktown already has a higher percentage of seniors than Westchester County or New York State. It also admits that their proposal would add around $1 or $1.2 million to the Lakeland School District budget. So therefore, any children would be more than compensated for by the increase in tax base. I think it's terrible that Yorktown is getting perceived to be taking an anti-family stance on housing. I think it would be shameful if Yorktown turns into a town that has few children and an overabundance of seniors. As I said before, I know it's hard to believe, but I'm a senior citizen myself. But I want to live in a town that has all ages and all kinds of people in it. And there's already a higher percentage of seniors in Yorktown than in the county or state. So I think this DEIS should be rejected because it's not adequately considering this impact. In other words, it's not considering how it is reducing available space for housing for families, and it is increasing the percentage of our population that is senior citizens. It is clear it's going to be having an impact on what has become a loss of young people in our town. The town needs to make sure the developer mitigates this impact. Again, this is an opportunity for Yorktown government to address these crises and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're supposed to sign in, right?
I want to hear you introduce yourself as the chair of the...
Sarah Wilson, S-A-R-A-H, Wilson, chair of the Community Housing Board.
There you go. Has a good ring to it, doesn't it?
For 3 whole days now.
I know.
So actually, I'm not going to say much at all because Maura just covered a lot of ground in her very well-prepared statements and touched on a lot of the things that I was going to speak about. I think this makes a whole lot more sense in context of what we heard about with Toll Brothers and the $2,400 to $3,000 square foot, of townhouses versus $800 to $1,200, $850 to, this is much more reasonable in terms of providing options. And again, rental versus ownership. So I think this does contribute towards housing diversity, which is great. I would just suggest that one additional thing in this more moderately priced development is requiring a small proportion of those units to be affordable with a capital A, as Jane Daniels said. Would be something that the town board does have the power to do and could do. I would also like to speak in favor of the smaller plan. The 185-unit plan just makes so much more sense in terms of doing it on the footprint that's already cleared. From a construction standpoint, from an environmental standpoint, 651 trees taken down, town-regulated trees taken down versus 1,320, so less than half. The tree removal, the amount of, I'm not sure what net cut is, but a net cut of 81.8 thousand cubic yards of material in the existing plan versus 8.9 thousand cubic yards in the alternative plan. That's a huge difference in terms of the material, and that would translate into less construction, fewer trucks, fewer cars, lower demand on water and sewer infrastructure. So I'd recommend that the town board, move forward with the smaller alternative plan and appreciate that being covered in the DEIS. And I guess the information that we got tonight about the size and potential market rates for the units was really helpful, but if I can ask that be included, in the responses, ask that as a question so it does get documented in the response, that would be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Stuart Glass, a 45-year resident of Yorktown. I would hope that the board not take any action tonight. It's not the fault of the developer, but because of other events tonight, we are now at 1:16 in the morning. You had a full house here. People came out in droves to attend and participate.
We don't intend on closing it.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Ken Belfer from Mohegan Lake. I'll be very brief. I submitted written comments with my Community Housing Board hat on. Now I'll speak with my own hat on. And just in full disclosure, I was involved in my previous employment in a deal with AMS. I was sitting on the opposite side of the table from them, negotiating something with them, and I gained no personal benefit, but I just wanted to disclose that nevertheless. In terms of traffic, I usually don't comment on that, but I'm a customer of Lois Chiropractic. I love them. And so I come heading east on Route 6 and make that left turn, and two left turns, one from Route 6 and then one immediately afterwards. And it's challenging right now, and it's challenging going back the other way as well. The idea of the light there, and of course DOT has to allow it, but that's an intriguing idea. I debate whether it would be safer for me just to go all the way up to the light to make the left and come all the way back around each time. Whether it makes technical sense or not, I don't know, but it sounds good to me. I liked what I heard when they talked, and I don't know if this was just the unit sizes for the alternative proposal, but when they were talking about 800 square feet, and I forget what the larger size was for the 2-bedroom, but they were talking about reasonably sized units, and I think that's good, because that's not what we heard about on the other development. And in promoting diversity, you want to have both sizes. I have nothing against luxury for people who can afford it, but I think it's great to have things that are more moderate. I also think it would be great to have things that could accommodate the seniors that really, truly need something a lot more affordable than that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Good morning, and I'm not a morning person. AMS came and visited Jefferson Village a while ago, so this is the second presentation I'm seeing. Very briefly, I just have a couple of concerns.
Joanne, can you just tell her your name? So that
I'm so sorry. Joanne Selleck, Yorktown Heights. The price of the units, if they're rentals, they're $3,000 to $4,000 per month. I hope I'm correct. Okay. Now, if it's going to be the 250 units, that would be parking for 383 cars. So let's add this. 383 cars. And by the way, I am not opposed to the project. My question is, how do we mitigate this? How do we do it when we don't have lanes, we don't have space to build more for safety, for ambulance? Well, we went through that. Okay, so 250 units, you have 383 cars. These were not my numbers. This was AMS. Approximately, if the winery, the project opposite the winery of the 144 units, approximately 250 cars. Also, if Navajo goes through and is allowed to go into the overlay, 254 units, approximately 500 cars. Are you kidding me? How can we handle that? Thank you. By the way, that would be approximately 1,000 cars on Route 6. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne.
Have a good morning.
Have a wonderful morning.
Good morning, Jan Mirchandani, Mirchandani, because, it's not Smith.
Two N's also.
Huh?
2 N's for Jan.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Jann. Anyway, that's not my legal name, but anyway, that's a whole other conversation. So anyway, I want to just say, actually, I thought the presentation was terrific. I think redeveloping on land that's already been developed is a real plus. I think the diversity that we're building into this project is a big plus. My main concern, aside from the traffic, is the runoff. We know that there's tremendous flooding already along that corridor. We've got several other projects that are coming along. I think that we need to really think holistically about what this project, plus the other projects, plus the existing flooding is going to look like. And I think that we really have to think, especially since we're building at the top of a hill, newsflash, earth science, water comes down. So we really need to think holistically about how all of that is going to impact the residents that are already there, the buildings and the structures that are already there in our infrastructure, which, again, newsflash, is not a spring chicken. Much like me, I was horrified when I realized, oh my God, I'm a senior citizen too. Anyway, those are my comments, and thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you, Jan.
Thanks, Jan.
Sure. I forgot one thing. When I asked about the rental is $3,000 to $4,000 a month. What happens if you can't rent them at that price, what happens to the units that are already built? Thank you.
And I have comments.
Go on, Susan. Okay.
No. Before you start, I have some comments. Out of deference to all of the residents, I not only waited till the last, but I cut most of my comments. But let me just give a few. Tomorrow I will be submitting a 6-page letter listing dozens and dozens of questions that I want that need to be addressed in the DEIS. And I thank you. I really thank you for doing the DEIS and for staying at the very beginning of this project that you were going to do a pos deck. So I appreciate that, and I wish more developers would do that, because we had this opportunity to actually get these written responses. To just clarify that when you went down to the 185 units, you said they were all rental. I thought that 20 of the units, the cottages, were going to be purchased.
No. The original 250 had 50 of them as for sale, but this revised project will be done as all rental.
Okay. My next comment is I appreciate the drop down from 250 to 185, but you did not mention that you have an additional alternative in the DEIS for 142 units. Right. And if I'm correct, it's the same footprint as the 185, but only 3 stories.
We were requested to look at it. We looked at it. It's not economically feasible. It's not buildable.
Well, I'd like that addressed.
But we did. Yes, but it is in the DEIS. The 185 is something that we are willing to build and able to finance and build. The 142 is not, but we did study it because we were requested to study it.
Okay, but so that should be addressed. And the final comment is it was shown on the screen, but nobody reacted to it, and I reacted when I saw that in the DEIS. Could somebody explain the what's called the rock shrub oak proposal for multifamily housing that you mentioned in your DEIS, which was the first time I ever heard that, and that would be another multifamily development in the Route 6 corridor. That would be the parcel of land to the east of Barger Street, between Barger and the Taconic Parkway, behind the new cocoa
farms.
The cocoa farms. That would be there. So could somebody talk about where that development is, because that's yet another potential development.
I can't tell you where it is. What I can tell you is we counted the traffic from it.
Okay.
So that was what the only reason we mentioned it is it's in our traffic study. We've taken it into account. If it ever gets built, that traffic is in our study when you go through the intersections of how many cars are going through.
Which
That's
I
the only
appreciate
purpose.
you're doing.
But I don't know what the current
I
status
can
is.
address it, Mark.
If the town could address that as an additional one. Thank you. And you'll get my documents tomorrow.
Thank you. So it's late, and I won't go through everything as I normally would, but there are a couple of highlights that I would like to do before we call it an evening, because we heard that you're not taking action tonight, so we would be back and we'll have time. But number one, there was a lot of questions about stormwater, and again, we had it in our presentation. We shortened it a bit tonight. Joe is here with us. We'll let him do it the next time, but I can assure you that the stormwater is accounted for, it's studied. We're obligated by law to make sure that after we're finished building, it is not adding anything to the stormwater. In fact, it will be improved. Similar to the traffic, again, I know it's counterintuitive and it's hard to go through, and we'll go through the study with you again. But the fact is that you have a currently failing intersection that you're all looking at, and with our proposed mitigation, after we've built and added all the cars for our traffic and the traffic, we will be improving that intersection by all standards and counts. So we'll go through that in more detail the next time, but that's what our DEIS proves out, and that's why we believe one of the reasons why this should be there. A couple of the smaller things, there was question about that there's no housing crisis. Luxury housing, what that actually is there's no defined term to it. It depends on what we mean by luxury housing is it's going to be beautiful. Is it less expensive than the $1 million townhomes you heard about tonight and some of the other projects? Yes, it is. It's more reasonably priced because of the units are smaller. Mm-hmm. They're very high end, but the units are smaller, and therefore they're more reasonably priced, and we think that does hit a sweet spot. And diversity of housing doesn't mean that your particular project has all of the different types of housing in one project. It's adding to what's all in the community. And again, we think this is a missing piece, and we are going on that. I would like to clear up, as an attorney who has been involved in thousands of units of affordable housing in the Hudson Valley, I am very well conversant in it. I have a project with Mr. Mitnick in another part of the county that has 350 affordable units as part of the project that's there. We know how to do it. But when you do something like that, it comes in at the beginning, there's a statute, there's a requirement, and you bring a project in that's built upon the financing that already considers that you have to do this when you've started the project. You can't do it later. So it's just something that, to bring it out, is if you want to do this as a community, you have the right to do this as a community. You don't have to. They do it in some, they don't do it in others. But if you did, it would be something that, in fairness, should be told to the landowner before they get started spending all sorts of money, talking to banks, trying to figure out how to get a project done. Doing it at this point would be very difficult after somebody has spent 7 figures on developing a project, putting in a DEIS, paying for all the consultants and all the rest of it to make that kind of a change would be an issue. But I'll also mention that sometimes people hear rumors and you like to clear them up. We are the attorneys for the master developer in New Rochelle. I think we have more than 4,000 of the apartments come from my office. There's no Section 8 going into any of those buildings. There are some issues with that. Well, I will be happy to go through that with you, sir. It's just not accurate that any of the new office buildings that are being built in New Rochelle have Section 8 in them. It's just not accurate. So I'll go through it with you. I'll be happy to take you down to New Rochelle City Hall to go through and have the conversation, because I'm there all the time. So that's number 2. I wanted to clear up the record on that issue, because that's not what's going to be happening here. For a couple of other small things on the emergency, yes, we'll answer the question. Jacobs Hill will look into that, and we'll provide that in the FEIS. There's no reason we can't do that. Again, I guess it may be the last point that I'll make tonight because it's getting late. There was some criticism earlier of the board because when you do a zone change, the procedure is a little different for the environmental review than when you just go to site plan. When you go to site plan, you go to your planning board, and the planning board does all the work. New York state law says that when you go through with a zoning change, which is the first action that happens before the site plan, you have to do your environmental review up front. You're not allowed to vote on anything until the environmental review is completed. Mm-hmm. There can only be one lead agency, and you have the decision. Some municipalities have the town board do it, some municipalities have the planning board do it. In this instance, you decided to be the lead agency. When you're the lead agency, you do all that work. And even though sometimes it may be that we're used to the planning board doing it, when you've decided to do the environmental review, you do all those studies, you're looking at the DEIS. You don't say no to the planning board. We went to them, we've discussed the DEIS, we have a memo from them, we have comments from them, but you're the ultimate decision makers on that. But when you ask about questions like, well, I didn't see a tree mitigation plan, that's the planning board at site plan. You don't do that in your DEIS. Yes, if we remove 600 trees, your statute requires us to have a plan to go forward with putting the trees on-site, off-site. That's exactly what the planning board's going to do, and that's why it's not in the DEIS. So I know the process is confusing to some because it's a little different the way you would normally do it, but I can assure you that I've done this for 40 years. You're doing it exactly right. It's just that in this instance, you're the lead in the environmental review, but the site plan is still the purview of the planning board, and the planning board will be making those decisions. If we're fortunate enough to get the rezoning from you, we will be in front of them on all of those decisions. So with that, I'm just going to say it's been a long night. We know we're coming back again. Hopefully you'll tell us when the next meeting is so we know when we're doing that. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take a personal privilege. Happy birthday, Mr. Supervisor. I'm going to be the first one to say it.
Thank you.
And we appreciate your patience with us tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, happy birthday.
I literally got another year older while we were in our meeting. Maybe more.
You aged so much after this meeting.
But Ed, it's today.
Today.
Okay.
September.
So
Because I'm still on yesterday's.
I'd like to just hit a couple of things, Mark. And Yeah, well, one, because I know Brian's on vacation already, but when you get back, I'd like to sit down with you and talk about the history of the traffic over there. There were a couple things that came out, like how was it with contractors running? How was, what do you, I'm a little confused, although I'll go over there tomorrow probably and watch with the tractor-trailer traffic and see how that's blocking. And I want to know about some of the past mitigation on that stuff. But I'd love to sit down with that. And Maura, you will hear a little bit about the lighting. Is Maura still here? Or she left? See, she left before the resolutions. We're going to talk about the lighting at Granite Knolls because the meeting's not over yet. But yeah, a lot on the flooding, a lot on the traffic. I'd love to do one more site visit and go through some of that traffic stuff just to cement down where some of the issues are. And I do understand there may also be a sewer main running under that hill now as well. So there can definitely be a couple of issues that would need to be looked at. But let's do a little more due diligence on that traffic.
But I think if we'll all say, we've been working together on this, and when you come up with suggestions that make sense, we're willing to incorporate them if they make sense, and that's who AMS is. So we're happy to do that and work with you on it.
No, it's been a pleasure working with you guys. Very professional, very on point. Your expertise has been duly noted by me, and as we talk about things, Mark. So some really great things there. But we'll keep on, and I want to talk with Mr. Tegeter about some of the issues, and I'm sure our engineer has been involved.
And I just want to say a special thanks to the stenographer who hung in here all night with us. She doesn't normally do that, so I just wanted to say that on the record.
So, just really quick, I mean, I know Contractors Register has been there.
Yeah. No, Jesse's, I told her to hold on 1 second.
I know Contractors Register has been there, but there hasn't been any traffic generated by the Contractors Register in years, and that intersection is an F today.
Yep.
So I got to tell you, it's a heavy lift for me because I don't know how the two lights are going to fix it. So I'd really like some alternative plan that you could come up with, at our next meeting.
I'm not sure what the alternative plan would be.
I'm not sure of it either.
Because any use you have, and right now it's zoned commercial. You could have a commercial use there, and there's very little you could do to stop somebody who came in with a commercial use. And frankly, in my opinion, that would be a lot worse for that area currently. So in my opinion, again, you guys make these decisions. I think that property is going to get used at some point. The office market will come back at some point. It's zoned for a particular use that could go. If you don't rezone it, eventually the landowner will walk away. The landowner is going to have to do something with it. It's going to go to a commercial use, and they're going to have a right to use it, and it's going to be worse. So I think the better idea is to work through this with us, make it the best you can, and make it work. My client would not be investing in this property if it was the disaster that some of the people think that it was, because this is a rental. If somebody goes in there for a year and rents the place and it doesn't work, they're leaving, right? We have to believe, and our professionals believe, that the traffic is going to work when we make these improvements. Otherwise, it makes no sense for us. So we'll walk through it. We'll bring our traffic guy out with you. We'll talk it through, but we think that this is going to be an improvement, and it's going to be a very livable environment.
But even if somebody comes in with a commercial use that's as of right, they're still going to have to cross this board, and they're still going to have to come up with a different alternative for that traffic circle.
Well,
so
no, they wouldn't
I'm just
come
asking you.
No, they'd just go to the planning board. They wouldn't. They'd go to the planning board. There'd be site plan, and if the planning boards we're not approving anything over there, you'd have a lawsuit on your hands. Again, not us, it's the landowner, but that's where
Then let there be a lawsuit. I'm asking you to see if you could come up with an alternative plan for that intersection. Somebody mentioned a traffic circle. Maybe you do some kind of a study that we could look at, see how we could get something like that done.
So you're not talking about an alternative plan for the use, it's an alternative plan for the section.
I think the biggest concern is the traffic.
I get that.
I don't think the concern is the use. And I'm not really terribly concerned of the 250 units anyway. I like that property up there. I did a site visit with you up there. I think it's beautiful up there, and I think your project is fantastic. I just can't get past the traffic situation.
Down a hill.
Well, we're willing to listen, and we know your guys reviewed our study. They did look at all sorts of alternatives. This was the only one that seemed to work, and it did lower the it lowered the level of service or increased the level of service, however is the right way of putting it, over there. But again, happy to bring the traffic guy to have the longer conversation with you on a site visit. But for now, I think he's telling us this is the best we can do.
Can we, Diana, can we?
Jesse, want to say something?
Oh, yes, Jesse wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just have a question. How was contractors registered built on a dead-end residential road? No one ever gave me an answer, even when I came to meetings.
Way before my time, but from what I understand, it was zoned as office space. There was a zoning for office space, and that was an as-of-right building.
The thing is, from the construction, my house, 760, 1732 house, Progress and Preservation, town, got destroyed from the contractors' trucks going up when they were building and doing things. We had an engineer come, and we came to town meetings and mentioned it to him. Now, the same thing will happen again. If construction is allowed to go up that road, my house, because it's a 1732 house on rock, it'll get damaged more. That was never taken into consideration at all, So it'll happen again with construction. And that road is not wide enough. You cannot make the road, Old Route 6, and 6 any wider. There's no capability there. It's just a guardrail, my road, and then Route 6. And then, since that pump house that's on my road for the septic, did that mean they had a problem up the hill? And what will they have with all these units they want to build?
Yeah, that's a sewer pump station, not a septic. And they've been in conversations with our engineer about possibly running a gravity-fed sewer and being able to eliminate that pump station altogether, which would, in the long run, save the town a lot of money. So they were going to put some money into the pump house, but if we could eliminate it, we don't have to worry about every 10 years redoing it. It would be a gravity feed coming down the hill and going under Route 6, which they now have the capability of boring a hole under Route 6. So that's something they're looking at, but that's sort of in the planning stage. There's
I was
some things
shocked
you don't
to see a septic truck cook. What does he doing here?
Well, sometimes they pump out the if there's a problem. Yep.
And there is that light at Barger, and then the light at Jefferson Valley Mall. A mall, another light in between is not going to help anybody anywhere.
But I'll go through. We're going to do an on-site visit with the traffic consultants and see where.
All right. Thank you for your time.
No problem, Jesse. Thank you.
I just have two more things. The suggestion, and it was brought up twice, and I'd be remiss if I don't address it, that Yorktown is against kids is absolutely, I have some colorful metaphors that I'd like to use, but I won't use them here. I think that's a ridiculous notion that was brought up twice, and I really wish people wouldn't extrapolate and suggest that the town of Yorktown doesn't like kids, first of all. Secondly, with the size of these units, you can have seniors downsize, move into these units, and then those houses would be available for families who have kids. So I really wish people would choose their words more carefully, because I think that's ridiculous to suggest that, and it was suggested twice.
Well, but in all fairness, you had people come up here and say, we don't want kids. So we used to have a councilman who sat on the board who would definitely not approve a project that would bring kids. So
no, that's used to.
It's an unfair characteristic, because Yorktown spends a lot of money on activities for kids, our parks and recreation.
That's absolutely correct.
You know, we keep Jim here to make sure he listens to all of it all night long. But no, we do spend a lot of money, and I think that, I don't think that's lost on the town, but I'm glad you're vocalizing it.
And the last thing is, I know you mentioned that we'd have a lawsuit on our hands. Then let that be litigation. You know, I'm just asking for some alternatives. That's all. So, I mean, we got plenty of lawyers too.
So it's clear. It's not litigation from me. That's
No,
not what
I
said.
understand, Mark.
What all I was saying is where it would be going down the road. You know, where it would go. I wasn't
As a property
suggesting
owner, I would do the same thing if I had of right.
So I think we need to find a solution for the property, something that works.
Yep.
And that was exactly my point.
Yeah, I agree.
So, and I will say, since Sergio pointed out, maybe everyone doesn't realize it, we do have quite a bit of senior affordable housing with Beaver Ridge and Windward Oaks, and I believe there's one other senior. Susan, is there one other senior?
Well,
That's not affordable anymore.
Beaver Ridge and Windward Oaks are very specific because they're very low income, and there's a lot of them Section 8, which is separate from people, seniors who need affordably priced housing who are above that level.
Right, but it's not like there's no affordable housing for seniors.
Depends on what you consider affordable.
Right.
I mean, I live in Jefferson Village, but I don't rent there. I rent there when I downsize.
All right, so Diana, can we look at October 1st to bring them back? Well, we need to adjourn, yes.
We can just adjourn and we'll find the date. Yeah,
Okay.
adjourn it with 10-day.
Yeah, adjourn with 10-day and then maybe bring them back.
Is the likely date October 1? Is that?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay.
We already have,
And
I don't think you want to be here for the recycle.
I feel
gonna be 4 a.m.
I'm feeling a little recycled tonight, but you're going to let us know about the date of the
Yeah,
site
sure.
visit, and we'll coordinate that? Okay, great.
So, shall we motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Yes, just to close it.
Could you give us a very rough idea on, from when the hearing, the DEIS hearing is closed, how long you anticipate it would take to get the FEIS?
It depends on, it actually depends on how many questions there are and how much of it requires study. There's no way of knowing.
So, okay, thank you.
And can I, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes,
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very
But
much.
if you waited this long, you have to stay for the resolutions. All right. All right, resolutions from the Albert A. Cappellini Community and Cultural Center. Approve request to use certain rooms within the Albert A. Cappellini Community and Cultural Center by Spark Inc., subject to permissive referendum. Please, we would like to get out of here before 3. From the Assessor's Office, authorize the sole assessor to attend the 2024 New York State Assessors Fall Conference to be held in Fairport, New York. From the Building and Maintenance Department, extend the bid for annual maintenance of electrical work on town buildings. From the Clerk's Office, authorize the town clerk to advertise bid for the replacement of glass doors at the Albert A. Cappellini Community and Cultural Center. Authorize the town clerk to advertise a bid for the dewatered sludge removal and disposal for the Yorktown Heights Water Pollution Control Plant. From the Comptroller's Office, authorize Comptroller to pay Paul Colarusso the cash value of unused time as of date of retirement, as enumerated in here, and also be it further resolved that the Comptroller is hereby authorized to transfer funds for the purpose of this payout at retirement as follows, as enumerated there. Authorize the Comptroller to pay Kevin Harrigan the cash value of unused time as of date of retirement, and further resolve the Comptroller to hereby authorize to transfer funds for the purpose of this payout resignation as enumerated. Authorize the Comptroller to process the following budget transfer for the Parks and Recreation Department, and that is for the park improvement for the Qualite Sports Lighting, to put visors on and kill some of that sunlight, lighting. Yeah,
Light
it's not
pollution.
sunlight, it's like the sun when you look up in it. Okay, authorize the controller to process the following budget transfer to fund a workers' compensation scheduled loss of use payment, notice of decision. So we self-insure for workers' comp. There was a decision, the fund balance transfer to workers' comp will be $244,554.12. From the engineering, hold on a second, did I miss one? Nope. From the engineering department, authorize the controller to transfer $10,000 from a Yorktown sewer fund balance to maintenance and repair. Authorize the controller to release an erosion control bond in the amount of $8,250 to Ecogy Solar LLC. And where is that one? All right. That's not one of the big ones, okay. Authorize the controller to release an erosion control bond in the amount of $500 to Lorraine and Richard Johnson. Authorize the controller to release an erosion control bond in the amount of $3,000 to Ecology Solar LLC. Accept the audit prepared from, this is from the Justice Court, accept the audit prepared by PKF O'Connor Davies LLP for the Yorktown Justice Court for the fiscal year of 2023. Authorize the supervisor to sign a Justice Court Assistance Program grant application. Authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Disability Management Associates for medical case management service in the amount not to exceed $6,000. And this is a new service that we are looking at to help expedite and figure out claims on workers' comp.
The last resolution separately, please.
What, the one I just read?
No, the next one. The next one about Nantucket.
Okay,
Do
Nantucket,
that one
sure.
separately,
We'll do
please.
that separate. From Refuse and Recycling, accept the grant funding from the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant under U.S. Department of Energy and authorize supervisor to execute all paperwork and agreements necessary for the grant award. And this is a purchase of a 2024 Ford F-150 electric vehicle from Hempstead Ford under Nassau BOCES Corporation bidding. And you're here, but Larry left. We were just talking about that with Larry. That's for refuse and recycling, that vehicle. From the supervisor's office, award bid for one used Ford Explorer XLT four-wheel drive vehicle for the supervisor's office to Park Ford of Mayapack in the amount of $30,546. And from the Water Department, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Wesson and Sampson, PELSLA Architects, PC, for engineering services related to the Quinlan Street Water Tank Vault Number 1 replacement and Vault Number 2 rehabilitation for a total cost of $14,900, and authorize the controller to process the following budget transfer for the Water Department. That's being done in conjunction with some other municipalities, which brings our costs down on a project that has to be done for Northern Westchester Joint Waterworks. And then, can I have a motion on those?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go back to, from the Planning Department, accept the cash bond from Nantucket Sound Sons LLC for 385 Keir Street, Marcel Prella, property owner. I know we had some discussion on that before. Susan, you said you were against, but does anyone else?
I'm against, but given the time, I'm not going to repeat my objections. They were stated before.
Right, yep.
You against what? I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
I said my objections were stated before, so I'm not going to repeat them. It's like 2 o'clock. I don't think you want to do them again.
No. Thank you, Susan. Anyone else have any comments on that?
Look, I would have much rather have seen a TCO with some kind of a time limit on it. But I do believe that that the planning board has done its due diligence. The stop work order has impacted this developer to a high degree.
Still vacant.
So I will move it if you want.
Well, look, the way I look at it is they did the wrong thing. They've been trying to correct it. I've had conversations with some members of the planning board about the fact that I thought you should have just made a decision right off the bat, held to it, and that would be that. They went for a vote, which was a split vote, kind of a dumb thing to do without a majority, or without knowing that you could have a majority one way or another. But the planning department and the planning board is amicable to, I believe, seeing the new engineering reports as I spoke about. And then,
they did they split the fees, mitigation, and the condensing.
correct. And they have the way to get both things done. So I would like to have a motion if anyone would like to entertain.
Motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed, strongly opposed. I think you just undercut the planning board.
They were fine with this, and
So Suzanne.
right.
All right, we had the discussion.
Yep. All right. Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Good morning,
Good night,
Yorktown.
Yorktown.